Is this where the Huzz are? I don't know. What are you looking for in a Huzz? Is the Huzz here? That depends on you, friend. Okay, I gotta put it on an air break so I don't get pre-rolls. And then we'll get into our first series today. 2 series day today, so not going as crazy on the games. JDG versus TT first. So Jun just starting, so it's not Xiaofeng. They've only played what, 1 game of him so far. Even though they brought in a jungle substitute, they're choosing not to use him effective, well, most of the time anyway. Whereas TT on the other side, again, unchanged, but this team is surprisingly good for a team with very few series wins. They're really not that bad. I think that JDG could have a bit of trouble here. Of course, with WE losing the other day too, puts WE into a weird spot. Yep, the roller coaster of JDG, up, down, up again. I think I'll put on some ads and then I'll come back. Alrighty, hello everyone. Hello. Hello, I'm here, I'm alive, and I'm here to watch JDG TT. How's it going, everyone? How's everyone feeling today? Hey Blade, how's it going? Hey Shady, hey Montes, hey Swana. You have a call with to do with your HR internship there? Well, I hope you have a good time. Got the interview.
各位好，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是主持人松琪。我们邀请到了北京 JDG 的上单选手小徐，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 JDG 的上单小徐。
欢迎小徐。那我们现在的常规赛、组内赛已经接近尾声了，对于积分榜排名的争夺已经进入了白热化的阶段，更关系到季后赛的名额。所以这周大家整体努力的方向是什么呢？
就是更减少我们在比赛里面的失误吧。
好，那这场比赛对阵到 TT， 此前的第一轮循环你们2-1战胜了他们，今天再度交手，你觉得制胜关键会是什么？
制胜关键应该还是在资源团的团战方面吧。
好，比赛加油，赛场见。各位好，在前采环节，我们也邀请到了 TT 的打野选手君豪，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 TT 打野君豪。
欢迎君豪。那每一场比赛都是新的开始，新的机会，相信你们也会全力以赴。如果 TT 想要拿下更多胜场的话，你觉得团队需要优化哪些点？
优化就是我们每个回合的进攻跟防守都要做好。
好，那这场比赛对阵到北京 JDG， 希望打出怎样的风采呢？
就是把我们自己的内容做好嘛，然后看能不能赢下比赛。
好，比赛加油，赛场见。
Okay, closer to the stage we go. Nice to hear from our players as always. Let us know in chat who you're supporting, who you want to win. And we'll get into seeing who actually does. Wembo's currently not with the team because he fell and fractured his wrist. Yeah, that is true. Apparently he fell, slipped in the rain. Which, based on the videos that we saw, seemed very likely. Actually, basically people were running from, like, the car to the door, and he slipped, fell, and broke his wrist, potentially. Ow. Yeah, BLG technically have the 3 top laners still signed to their team, Bin, Flandre, and Wembo. Oh, BLG Junior's using Lungchen? Yeah, I was wondering whether he'd actually might get a shot at some point. Given how crazy everything else is going, but Wembo wasn't too bad, to be honest. I think Wembo actually did his job remarkably well. Distal radial fracture. Oh, owie. Nasty. I've actually broken both my wrists at some point. I broke this wrist when I was like... Oh, I was quite young, actually. I think I would have been like... Oh, gosh. Well, I've broken both my wrists. One time when I was... Well, I've broken this when I was very young. Tripped over a suitcase. Broke it at Disneyland. Broke this and broke both this within like 2 years of each other playing football. I basically was playing football with older kids. I was in goal and I blocked a shot with like straight arms because, you know, young kid, didn't know any better. And yeah. I'm busy for a month and now I have a pro studio. Yeah, I'm in a basement. I'm living in my parents' basement for these streams. No, but Sam and I are back home for a bit in the UK. I'm using the studio here. We've got, you know, good mic setup and I brought my camera back as well. But yeah, we're yeah, all over the place here. Oh, fun fact. Sorry, I didn't have my activity feed open. Fun fact for Montes. Let me have a think. Yeah, you can. The biggest proof of an emperor is whether there are coins printed with their face on it in ancient Rome. No, it's not LFM playing out big, although, hey, maybe someday. But yeah, no, so there are emperors we didn't really know existed because we just found coins of their faces because history didn't record them very well, but we found like some ancient coins now. Yeah, so coins are the best way of or even there was actually an Emperor at all. Anyway, we should be getting into our big walkout
观
soon.
看2026英雄联盟职业联赛第3赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端、掌上英雄联盟及英雄
Okay,
联
I
盟
gotta go
赛事
take some
官网
crumpets out.
LPL 点 QQ 点 com、虎牙直播、哔哩哔哩直播、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。上京东搜“京东电竞直播”，赢游戏件数和万元红包雨。京东电竞装备你的游戏生活。英雄登场，闪现向前！李宁 Jackie Love 卡莎联名产品正式发售，比亚迪海洋海豹08旗舰新贵闪耀而来。Air 呀，开局吗？为 Air 开一局，操作零负担，状态轻松 on Air。手机电动，快人一步，稳赢一路。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2026 LPL 官方指定家电产品，战马能量型维生素饮料，醒神好喝，当然战马。傲风 G7 LPL 官方指定电竞椅，想赢做傲风。
Oh my gosh, Judy, you're so kind. Thank you so much for the gift subs. The last week of regular season is promising to deliver. These two matchups we have today, 2 Series Day by the way, have pretty large implications on who will make it through to playoffs proper and who will have to go through the Knights rivals. Dude, this is so dramatic. I love it. I love it. Here in Xi'an, WE's arena. Thunder Talk walking out onto the stage. They'll be facing against JDG, with JDG away from home. And winner of this solidifies their, well, I say solidifies, definitely helps their chances in trying to escape the bottom 2 of Group Ascend. If you go into bottom 2, things are, well, needless to say, they're bad for you. As it stands, TT are at 3 and 8, JDG are at 5 and 6, and later today, LGD are playing. We're on 4 and 7, so we have 3, 4, 5, and then actually WE are on 6 and 6 as well. So we have a string of teams with only, I think most of these teams have 3 series left to play. WE having 1 less because they played yesterday. JDG on the other side at 5 and 6. Looking to secure themselves safety. Currently, TT in position of 7th in Group Ascend. They are in the hot seat. They're in the danger spot. They've got some work to do to climb out of the abyss. JDG, they've had some rocky moments. JDG, the roller coaster continues, the graphics were saying before the series, up and down. And JDG currently on a 2-loss streak, TT on a 3-loss streak. However, I think that TT, they've kind of maintained that underdog status. Now we wait for draft. Well, welcome in everyone, and welcome to another day of LPL. I'm going to be just eating very quickly in the background so I don't, you know, go into the stream without food. I've done too many times and I probably should stop doing. Give us the crumpet cam. Fine. You can have the crumpet cam. I'm eating a crumpet. Nice. I couldn't find butter in time, so it's a dry crumpet. I'll get rid of those heroes, and then we'll get into our first draft of the day. Sorry, folks. I'll start a stream. Was a little bit chaotic. I'll try to take a moment of reprieve when I can. Oh, I need to check on YouTube chat as well. Welcome if you're in YouTube chat. Sorry, it's a little bit, as we said, with this kind of setup, a little hard to check YouTube chat because we're on a single screen setup, which means I basically use my phone as a second screen. But, yeah. I'll leave that up on the side then. Okay, so expectations for this series. I really want to see what happens in top lane. I think that Kashi versus Xiaoxu would be very, very interesting. I think that Kashi, very strong 1v1. However, Xiaoxu, one of the players that had the rockiest split, very bad start, came into prominence after that. He's been going towards stuff like the Jax more often now, which has helped his impact. I think the Jax has helped a fair amount. Okay, where are we starting with this? Olaf Lucian banned. Cassia Orianna. We have Neferi. We have Rise Lee Sin. Technically we have Syndra. Onkyu does love himself a bit of a Lock or an Anivia. Get some lane dominance and solo kill threat. I think JDG have been really playing through individual matchup a lot recently. Jarvan the last ban. There's a first pick. Well, Vi has been first picked a lot. I'm not sure I agree with it, but Vi has been first picked a lot. What would that last ban be? Ezreal. Don't want to give the Ezreal karma. And JDG are one of the best Ezreal teams because they just play through bully bot lane. I think if you give JDG a win lane, win game composition, they tend to be very happy. They lock in the Ashe. There's no Lucian Milio to answer it. And there's no Ezreal karma. You can go... Well, what would you go with the Seraphine, though? You lock in... Unless you go Seraphine Nautilus. You could go Seraphine Nautilus and just say, okay, you can pick your Ashe, Lulu, or whatever you want. Not many people are playing Mage's bot, but if you lock Seraphine and you lock it alongside a Nautilus, you're pretty happy, honestly. It's a pretty strong lane. The Seraphine does get locked. Jhin Seraphine, though, would be the AD carry answer. Yeah, you can go Jhin Seraphine as well, if you don't want to go APC Seraphine. So you've got a couple of options. You can go Jhin Seraphine, or you can go, like, Rel, Nautilus, Leona Seraphine. Thinking about jungle matchup now, too. I keep seeing Vi getting invaded by Jarvan the last few weeks. If you can avoid the Jarvan, it's great. But yeah. So they lock the Pantheon, and then they see the Pantheon go, the Nocturne go the other side. They were choosing their jungle matchup. They really wanted Junhao on Pantheon. Oh, Gala 8 comes from him, a meme about Gala in his TFT streams, by the way, where he would always finish 8th. So Gala 8 is it's a slightly loving nickname. And the Lulu does come through, so yeah, they go for the Ashe Lulu. That's the fallback option for the Ashe. If you don't have the Seraphine, the Lulu will do. It's not the same. It's not the same heavy engage, but it does mean that the Ashe is no longer a heavy engage threat. Yeah, I think TT might play around with Seraphine bot lane and the Seraphine support. Lock in another power pick. They can double ban what they want away from bot lane. I think that you can happily flex it around. I think you have options. Now, if you lock the Rise, then you can block Syndra and Nivea. That would be, or whatever lane you think is actually a problem. Because if you're playing without Prio as the Nocturne, things get a little bit more spooky. In a bad way, for the spookster himself. So going to second round of bans, I'd imagine JDG want to ban away Jhin Nautilus away from Seraphine. Depends if they snuff out the fact that it's, or suss out the fact that it's potential flex. Top lane, you could ban away something like Jace from Keshi just because he's Keshi. Anivia is banned away from Honku. He's a good Anivia player. You don't want to give him that to for free. Next ban for JDG. They banned the Corki. Alright. Didn't see that one coming. Is Corki that good into Ashe lately? Is it that good with Seraphine? Huh, weird. So now you're gonna get a fine lane matchup for in bot lane. And it's also not like JDG is locked in a tank, so if you go for Jhin Seraphine, you're feeling okay right now, you might last pick the Jhin. Maybe, you'll see. I mean, at that point, you're not counterpicking, and if you're on second pick, you really want to be counterpicking all the time. Galio banned away from Honku. Okay, no, that's fair as well. Galio's fine, is good with the Nocturne, very good into stuff like the Seraphine, but then also decent into the Rise as well. That's fair, actually. Surprised the lack of Tristana currently? Yeah, I think Tristana's been relegated to top lane bully lanes. Which I think she has way more to give than that. If you survive in the right matchups bot lane, you are very nasty. They banned the Jhin. So the Jhin is gone from Arn. Do you finish your bot lane now? If so, do you go APC Seraphine? And then do you lock someone like the Ambessa top lane? You can't lock Ambessa because Renekton's open, I think. If you lock in something else top lane, you might get Yorick. So you do want to pick your bot lane here. Do you lock in Nautilus to allow your Seraphine APC? There you go. See? We predict these things like 5 minutes in advance. We're good at draft here, folks. We're good at draft. There you go. Yay! W for the streamer. So now, JDG, what do? Do they lock Renekton to stop something like an Ambessa? Because Ambessa Nautilus is kind of nasty. Rumble's kind of like, okay, blind pick. You might get Yoricked. You might get Yoricked, and that could be dangerous because there will then be Pantheon Rise ulting up in towards a Yorick's lane. Rumble is locked. JDG need a mid laner. They see the Rise. They don't have a Galio or an Anivia. Do they? I don't think you want to lock. You could Akali, I guess. Although Akali's not great versus Pantheon Nautilus, Seraphine, crazy CC. Ari, I guess. Ari might be okay. Fairly safe, decent lane, decent playmaker. They lock TF. Okay, alright, well, they're just going to match whatever's going to come. Yeah, they're trying to get the double global mid-jungle themselves then. I think they realize whatever's picked in for Keshi, he's going to have, like, Pantheon Ambessa jumping into his lane. So TF can do the same with the Nocturne. Ambessa's a fine matchup with the Rumble. The Rumble wins slightly, and then Ambessa makes bigger plays. Tends to be the way of it. Okay, I'm pretty happy with how we predicted that draft, chat. I'm pretty happy with that. We predicted the grand majority of that draft, I think, all in all, eventually. No, a miss here or there, but I managed to pick up the slack beyond that. Okay, right. Let's get a quick ad break before we get into game. I'm going to finish off my second crumpet, and we'll get into game one of the day, TT versus JDG. Oh, and Judy, thank you so much for the gift subs again. You're a real saint. I appreciate you an awful lot. Into game we go. Let's hear the gyos. Okay, there you gyos. Genhao starting on Raptors. Nocturne starting on Blue Buff, actually. Do we see Blue Buff start Nocturne that much? I think we do. Gunbot's top. Bot lane, you know, the Seraphine, Nautilus. Pretty solid. Not going to be winning lane, but it'll just soak farm. No, Seraphine, again, has been somewhat, I'm not going to say meta, but viable for a while. Shield traded for Q, so you don't feel too bad for the Seraphine there. Just trading mana for mana at that point. Harry hitting the level 2. Ooh, good trade there. Hits all of his Qs there. Nice. Turns out you hit all your Qs as Ryze, you're a strong champion. Who would have thunk it? Honky getting pushed in pretty heavily here. Of course, Honky's TF has been really, really good. Now, his TF has been probably best in LPL, I think. Been best in LPL. Not many people are specialized in it right now, but yeah. Honky only playing a single game of it this split, though. Played it a lot earlier in the year. Ginger going for the double camp leash. Farming well towards top side, a little faster than Pantheon, who's going to be significantly behind Pantheon. It'd be knocked in the play speed, actually. Ward is down in top river. Actually think he's still in danger, though. Garland Vampire pushing in, but whatever. Seraphine Nautilus don't really care about that. Again, just want to soak farm. The TT are at 3 and 8, JDG are at 5 and 6. Currently, we have a string of TT at 3 and 8, LGD at 4 and 7, JDG at 5 and 6, and then W at 6 and 6. We have a lot of teams kind of lined up in terms of wins. Why is this important? Well, everyone but WE in those groups has 3 series. That is so crispy on the Smite. Oh my god. Smite for the Scuttle's gone there now. Genhao also spotted on a what? I think he's getting double scuttled here. I think he's getting double scuttled. Oh dear. Gold card is thrown out. Harry wants to get a trade onto Honky if possible. Oh, a hook lands. Ow, okay. Gala, whoa, Gala's almost dead there. Gala is dead. The Seraphine Nautilus gets the 2v2 kill. Now, what does that change for bot side? Smite for Junhao. Harry's going low, does have the ghost. This is bad for JDG. This is really bad for JDG. The 2v2 goes wrong. And then in the bot side river, we thought, oh, it's guaranteed double scuttle, that'd be fine. Well, no. Pantheon gets the kill and the skull crab. Well, that's terrible for JDG. No, JDG, a team that second best in the league in split 1. They have declined over the year. Even though they have Tabe, we thought they would be leveling up over time. That is a very long range hook. Comes in with the aftershock, full skills come through. And the problem with Vampire polymorphing there is that all the skills had already come through. Didn't manage to stop the combo. Then we go down to here. Junhao wins the smite, puts on the E, so he denies some extra damage, and then of course his bot lane can roam up. Feel like Seraphine should have Airy here instead. Yes and no. Deathfire Touch allows you to apply it to multiple people. That's the big win, really. And if you space out your Q and E, you're very happy. But Deathfire Touch allows you to apply it to multiple people. Should actually down a bit of CS, but Keshi getting traded on pretty hard here. So happy that Seraphine and Rumble are both in this game. The rest of the games are not going to be give me the inner hatred for annoying champion sounds. Well, there is always Korean Lissandra, if Lissandra ever gets played in, you know, LCK. Korean Lissandra, what a champion. What a champion. Ginger heading towards top side, even in CS now, slash XP with Junhao. Junhao, of course, having the extra longsword from the kill earlier. Bot lane, you'd expect better for Gala and Vampire in terms of safely pushing in 2v2 lane dominance. They're specialists at 2v2. That loss there shows you how dangerous a Nautilus can be in a bot lane as one of these squishier champions like the Ashe or the Lulu. And how charging up his passive in top river. Knows the Scuttle will spawn there for level 6. Junju doesn't want any part of that, actually. He's heading towards Dragon instead. Knows he's spotted now. So, what happens now? Junju's going to go for the Raptor respawn for his level 6 clear, actually. Anthony's going to get level 6 now, and then can ult anywhere. He's level 6. Now in mid lane bush. Junju's actually backing off because of that. Yeah, I think that TT are aware that Junju was going for the level 6 off of TT's Raptors. So with that in mind, Junju actually ends up backing off, seeing that Junhao has level 6 from the top scuttle and could actually ult onto Raptors. So Junju's just going to delay his level 6 a little bit, lose a camp that he could have taken. I suppose. Seraphine, instant wave clear again, tee-hee, haha. Russian yeah, there are some voiceovers out there which are they have voices, right? Japanese Tarek, famous one. Ward into the back of the pit there because grubs are coming up soon from Honky. Of course, Honky has level 62. Haven't seen the globals pulled out from anyone yet. No Realm Warp, no Grand Starfall, no Destiny Gate, and of course no Paranoia either from the Master. Not just yet. Super global mid and jungle on both teams should make for an interesting game. Ooh, hang on, hook away there. TF. Pantheon's coming in as well. The Encore's good. I'm not sure I like this from JDG. They're in the 3v4. Realm Warp's not coming down. The Pantheon's pulling the ult. It's short range. Danger close. Gets an Empower Q onto 3. And Harry's going to walk forward. What did JDG think was going to happen there? They're going to lose 3 on the play. This is just really not the play you want to see from them. Why would they think that was fine? They have a Twisted Fate giving you information on the entire team. It's a great response from TT. I love the ult from Junhao. I think the Encore's great from Arn. But what is JDG thinking? Ult from Kashi in top lane. Xiaoxi will take a trade from that. Again, apologies if it's a crash out, but like, come on, JDG. This is why this team should be so much better than this. These individual players are very strong, and they might bounce back from this. They may well do. But TT are now 3k to the good. Like, you pull a TF full. You know everyone that's there. You know everyone's moving down there. Like, okay, let's watch this again, because, you know, the wave is against them, so they're getting hit pretty nastily. The Riptide lands. They pull in everyone, but they know that everyone's coming in. Even if the Realm Warp isn't here, this is probably not a good play. The Realm Warp is here, so it's an even better play. They pull the Pantheon out. Look at this Empower Q that comes across, by the way. Gets, like, most of the HP down there, too. Junhao can jump in 1v3, effectively. Because he's so damn strong at that point, and then JDG have used all their cooldowns. Oh, JDG. Crash on the... Oh, is the crispy audio back again? Oh, sorry. You know what? I'll turn the volume down again a bit, then. I can't hear it. I can't hear it very well. Is the audio that crispy again? Ah, that sucks. Alright, the crash is just fine. Nice. Yeah, today is the last 2 series day, folks. The regular season will have 3 series days beyond that. Worth noting as well, I thought that at some point JDG might go for a Dragon trade for Junhao being on top side of the map, farming quite a lot. They didn't manage to pull that off. So, no Dragon just yet, coming up to the 10-minute mark. Junhao, level 8, has a full Sundered Sky at before 10 minutes, because he's 202. Junja, well before that. Vampire will glitter lance into the brush there. We'll get a tiny bit of gold for the poke from the support item. And also, another big thing is that, you know, Arn is 1,000 gold ahead. 104, 10 CS up. Gala's 0 and 2 and 10 CS down. And, yeah, Arn has a Blackfire Torch. Sorry, yeah, Arn has the Blackfire Torch. He's really happy with that. So he's got Blackfire Torch and Deathfire Touch. Honky's walking down river. There is a Paranoia available. Well, I don't really think they should be... I don't think they should be doing much about this. They might go on to Heru. Okay, some damage there. They watch Dragon go down, Safari, League of Legends. They watch the wildlife. They don't interact with it. They don't try and cross-map on top side. And of course, initially, I thought it was going to be, well, you know, everyone's going to go... Look, they've got Keshi on Ambessa and Xiaoshu on Rumble, two very good carry players when they're on these champions. I would have thought that both of these mid-jungle ultimates would be flying topside. No, they go bot lane instead. Instead, Keshi's actually slightly winning against the Rumble. That's not how I expect the matchup to go. Typically, I expect the matchup to be slightly Rumble favored, and then the Ambessa claws their way back in better plays. Obviously not the case here. Again, I thought that TT would play more towards topside, and I thought that they'd need it because the Ambessa, like, is very good once she gets ahead of the Rumble, but can be held down by the Rumble quite well. Vampire going on a warding mission. Go into the enemy jungle, dump some wards. Go about your day. Global ultimates are all back up. Every ultimate's back up. Flashes are almost back up across the board too. TT not been able to pull off another big play just yet. Of course, they responded to the last big play, really, rather than making it themselves. Harry tries to get some Qs on targets, misses them. Ooh, good damage there from Arn onto Vampire. Yep, Seraphine will do that. For those of you who remember, like, 2021, Seraphine, kinda broken. If Vampire gets stunned by Leona, does he sparkle? It depends what kind of vampires you like or don't like, I suppose. You know, what if he just turns into just a pile of just dust on the floor? Actually, no, he wouldn't die. You need the silver sickle with like that one random thing. Well, what's the thing in RuneScape you kill vampires with? It's like the flail, right? Don't have spotted on vision here. So basically, the wards which Vampire put down, slowly eating away at there. It's like watching NA around. The thing is, I think hang on, ultimate coming through onto on. Did they think he'd get tower aggro or what? Because if he ended up throwing out a skill and ended up taking tower aggro, then that is a good ult. If not, then well, you've just wasted your ult. Gala not having a great day at the office in the first 13 minutes of this day. Wait till lunch break, I suppose, see if it gets any better. Junhao does have Flash, does have Merc Treads, importantly, and the Sun to the Sky. Now, Junja also has himself his first item now. He has Hexplate, Equalizer, not... Hang on, Honky might jump topside. The Globals are out of position from TT. Gold card thrown through. Hex Trinket helping. Keshi's actually getting really close to a solo kill. He doesn't even have to blow the flash for now. Last auto attack from Honkyu. No, he needs another 2. No, it's another 3. Goes down, as does Xiaoshu. 2 for 1 in topside. Keshi, good outplay from the young top laner at TT. Welcome to Takeshi's castle. Sadly, I think all your bloopers are going to be on TV. Junja going forwards is CC'd by the Encore, just missing. CC'd by beat drop just before that, or whatever the Seraphine E is. I forget the name. It's the high note, the Q, the beat drop, the E. Anyway, it's another round of ultimates coming through from JDG, but sadly, it would seem as though they are the Brazil in this Germany-Brazil scoreline. The 1 to TT7. Evandis Flail, that's the one. Surprised you know that? Yeah, I watched some RuneScape lore videos. I watched some RuneScape lore videos by like, oh gosh, I forget his name, but yeah. I enjoy me some RuneScape lore. I enjoy me some RuneScape in general. I didn't get into it for... Well, I played it as a kid and then just forgot about it. Now I'm back playing very briefly. You know what isn't a high note? JDG's performance? Oof. It worries me that these players who I know can be very good on each of these champions is looking so discoordinated. Even if JDG, you know, make it into playoffs proper, they don't drop into bottom 2, which is quite unlikely, it is worth noting. I get worried for JDG. I do. I don't think they're playing at a particularly high level. I think that they're looking very discoordinated, even though individual performances can be fine. You know, we'll see whether Xiaofeng is subbed in at this point. So Vampire's roaming down towards Junja. Gromp not within smite range just yet. Junhao gets the smite. Level 11 to Junja's level 10. Of course, has the extra armor pen from that. For those of you that don't know, every rank of Pantheon's ultimate also gives him some armor penetration. It's 10% per level, I want to say. Oh, arrow coming through. Empowered E also on the table. That's a polymorph. Where's the ultimate? There's no encore. Junja likely to die. That's a better combo. There we go. Teleport from Keshi, but it will be late. Junhao likely dead. Great fight for JDG, and not too late either. Keshi has teleported in after the paranoia went down. It's a 2 for none. Good fight from JDG. Although the hook landing, hang on, Feather, you might have gone too far there, buddy. He's going down. Keshi into the short range, though. What can the ambassador do? Takes one back. Currently a 3 for 1. Gala has the extra buffs, though. Heru going low, not going down. So that ends up being 3 for 1. Keshi picking up the kill. Good fight there from JDG, and they did kind of need that. Keshi didn't get the teleport off before the paranoia came through. Dragon over to the side of JDG as well. That is a sigh of relief. Things were not looking good for them. So, Empowered E from Pantheon means he doesn't have Mortal Will for the next part of it. Still gets some decent damage down, but then the Wild Growth into the Equalizer is a great combo. I don't think that TT thought they were going to get that hard engaged onto, which is why they didn't pull the Ambassador ultimate as late as they did. Pantheon just jumped into mid lane because the TF ult was also pulled. Right, that'll be why. So it was a TF ult answering, Pantheon ult answering the TF ult, looks like. Now, TT is still in a good spot. Reminder that part of the gold lead being lower is also just the fact that Honky is on Twisted Fate and he gets to get free money for being Twisted Fate. Now, he has 157 farm, which means that, well, 150 times 5 is about, what, 225 extra gold, something like that? No, I'm wrong on that. 750 gold ahead. That's the one. Extra 750 gold. That's the one. Hang on, Vampire. Caught out while warding. Hang on a second. That's just a beat. Arn, you just missed a rooted target with your double E. Mikhail's does come through. Damage is okay. Lulu does go down. Keshi kills him, but it's a 1 for 1. Junhao into position. Where's Rise isn't coming. TT, guys, hang on a second. They're actually doing okay here, given the fact that they killed the enemy jungler. It is going to be a 2 for 2, but TT do it in the 4v5. Heru's pushing top lane, so TT do win out the fight. I have to say, I'm missing the double E onto the Nocturne, especially as when it was rooted in front of you. Not great. However, I mean, it's a 2 for 2, but the goal goes to Heru on top side. It is a better play for TT. It is, because they go even in the fight in a 4v5, and they get the extra tower. Honky's going to get some alone time on bot side, but he's not going to be able to get the full tower completely. Also helps that TT have the 3 grubs, of course. So what happens here? Feather gets the play, he just gets the hook, and then Arn just like miscasts his E, which means that Vampire lives. Well, he would have been one shot, and then Keshi can maybe get out through the left-hand side of the play with C, I suppose. When you're a bot lane mage, if you miss a skill, it feels really bad. I mean, if you miss a mage anywhere, if you miss a skill, it feels bad. But particularly one like the double up skill from Seraphine, you can't afford to miss that, really. He has a Rylise now, by the way, Arn. Which means that a single E will get the root, 2 will get a stun. Gala's actually even in farm with him now, though, and even in CS, so Gala's managed to claw back what was quite a nasty deficit. Herald into mid lane, 3 grubs, of course, for TT. Well, charge through the mid lane turret. They might just charge into the second here, and I suppose they can. Grubs will hit that tower, going for some farm steal. TT's still in a fine position. Now, the question is if they can close out a game like this. It's not a lead to the point where they can... Oh, hang on, jumping double on towards Rise. Gold card onto. He does have a turret. Well, the arrow afterwards means there's no hope. Heru caught out. Triple globals thrown at him. Good kill. Nice for JDG to be able to pull out that combination. Of course, Honkyu, his TF has been so powerful, as we said, typically, although he's only played it once, the split and lost with it. Honkyu backing off on bot lane now. 2,000 gold ahead, as we said. When he gets to about 200 farm, it's about 1,000 of that gold being from farm. So it's not really a 2,000 gold lead. It's a 1,000 gold lead, and then TF gives you something extra on the top. Also, it'll be a little above it. It's still a significant lead, right? However, if you compare the 2 gold leads, Junhao is actually more ahead of Junja, technically, than TF is of the Rise, if you account for champion passives and stuff. Honky, of course, has the Lich Bane now, and Fire Cannon. He's at 3 items. Now, the scary thing is, TF is at 3 items. That's the actual scary thing. So you can say, oh, gold lead, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, sure, cool. And Junhao is at a good point. He has double items plus Merc Treads. He's in a very strong spot. Hongyu has, you know, the 3-item core, which TF has learned to play around for the last however long. Used to be Everfrost on these 2 items, but now Rod of Age is completely fine. So he's going to have long-range gold cards, very strong damage with the Lich Bane, comparative to before. Jundra on top side does have ult. Keshi does have flash and Eclipse. They're quite hard to, yeah, quite hard to kill the Ambessa with flash, ult, Eclipse, and Hex Drinker. Dragon spawning would be the second for either side. JDG see them doing this, and they have globals to throw. They have Ashar, they have... Oh, they're going to fire it through forwards in mid lane, but it goes onto the Nautilus, and that's not the target they wanted. If they caught on, great. Jumping in towards bot side now. Pantheon pulls the E, not bad from him. Flashes it out of the pit. Means they're going to lose the Dragon, but what happens to the fight afterwards? Harry, Encore's not bad, actually. On, going to get the CC, which means that Honky goes down. They get the shutdown there. Dragon to JDG, but do they lose anything else? Double kill, in fact. Going over to Kashi, flash away. They kind of has to be because the globals are coming to follow them after. Triple for Kashi. TT get a great answer onto JDG's landing point. Again, JDG go too close to the Seraphine, who lands the CC, and then JDG just evaporate. And that's going to open up the Baron. Never mind the Dragon. I mean, TT going to get the big objective on the top side. Well, if Keshi wasn't a problem before, he is now. I think that TT have managed to evolve around Keshi very well. I think that most of TT in this split has been about jungle supports. I think that Keshi has been good individually, but not necessarily good at translating those individual leads and dueling potential into teamfight wins. In teamfights like this, with so much CC and an Ambessa, you feel like you just have to. It's very hard not to get those big combos. So Hongyu gets hit by everything. And the TF is then down. That is a huge amount of your gold, as we said, out of the window. And a huge amount of your setup, too. And then, because no one's used the globals in TT, much like we saw in the bot lane fight, they just use their globals to follow. They use them to cut off your retreat rather than engage. You don't often see that with stuff like the Grand Starfall and the Realm Warp, but if it works, why not? Honky should maybe get a QSS. He might need a Zhonya's as well. Also, there's I mean, Imperial Mandate is really good at this point on TF2. Imperial Mandate's in for the Seraphine now, which is really bad news for JDG. This 3-item core for APC Seraphine is really disgusting. Also has the cooldown boots as well, blocked away in the back. Haru's about to get 3 items on his not equalizer, actualizer. We do have ultimates back up again. Might see an Ash ult, might see TF pulling a play. Ash ult does come through, but a very good Mikhails. Captain Jack didn't even stop moving. Nice play. Turret will fall in mid lane, more gold to TT. Already got themselves 1,000 gold from the power play. Would like that to be a bit more, of course. On Cube, clearing through with Fire Cannon, Lich Bane gold cards, or red cards in this case. And now the problem is, I mean, Seraphine's great at sieging. You don't have the Asher. That's a really good EV Encore afterwards. This can just be for poke if they want it to be. Equalizer back is good. But I mean, Arn just hits them with a double up the beat drop and they die. Pretty much. The Realm Warp's coming through. Here comes the Starfall again. Again they come, and TT will find 2 more. JDG tried to defend the top lane turret. They get smacked by a Seraphine. Arn takes them down. Great unassisted double E from Seraphine. Huge play from them, and JDG, they might just end the game here. Well, they might just lose the game here now. I mean, Honkyu's alive. Inhib will at least fall. Very good game from TT around their combo. I think that JDG have been very disrespectful of TTCC. They're just walking up to Nautilus and Seraphine and hoping it'll be fine, and clearly it hasn't been. You know, occasionally they've got some good plays from Honkyu or Junja finding someone across the map. But whenever they've walked towards Feather or Arn in particular, things have gone wrong. Junhao's so legit. Junhao's a great player. I think Junhao is a very comfortable jungler here in LPL Ascend. I think that this guy can really make it work. Don't be surprised to see him around for years on good teams in LPL. I could see this guy having a long career in the LPL and climbing his way up to top teams. The Actualizer's in from Haru. There's a Seeker's in from Arn, so it's harder to kill him now. Version for Kashi, he's strong as heck. Syndra just about gets that camp away. There's a more amount more to Syndra now. Yikes. Why is JDG so ass right now? I think that they're very discoordinated. I think there must be a comms issue. There must be a vision of the game being played problem, which is of course an issue. When you're coached by Tade, you'd think that's one of your strong points, right? But obviously not. I don't think they're playing on the same page. I don't think they recognize when a play is very risky at points too. They just full send it and hope it works. They're very good individuals, but when the individual matchups don't determine the game, I think that JDG look a lot weaker compared to the sum of their parts than they should do. Which is a real worry again, because they're meant to be coached by, well, they are coached by Tade, and that's meant to mean these things are much less likely to happen. Not impossible though. Lock it in for Feather as well, important to note. It's a very strong Nautilus, 1.7k up in the support role. Defensive boots, Locket, Mikhail's. This is a surprisingly annoying Nautilus, actually. Dragon's up now, JDG do have two, but they have no right contesting this. TT now over 8,000 gold ahead. Now, they did have a really good gold lead versus top esports, and they threw that. So it's not like... And TT are still 3 and 8. They often win a single game in a series. That's also another thing to bring up here. TT very often will just win a game in a series and then can't complete it. For their sake, they best hope that that's not the case today. They aren't on the same page. They aren't even reading the same book, perhaps. Let's be fair, though, Tabe's draft has not been up to where you think they should be either. Tabe's drafts have never been his specialty. Not really. The thing is, I don't think this draft is the problem. I don't think this draft is the problem at all in this game. You know, yes, I think, look, there are 2 points to it. Yes, the drafts haven't been good for JDG. I think they're one of the worst drafting teams in the LPL. That is true for sure. I think that's one of the big reasons why they're losing. In terms of this game, though, I don't think the draft is causing this loss. Jumping on towards Cashew is alone on bot side, flashes away from the gold card. The Asher is going to land straight after, though. He has a GA, has the Repudiate, ults in. He's trying to heal. Teleport comes through. GA's going to get popped. Pantheon's coming through, and there's a teleport. That's a pretty good encore. Here come the reinforcements. How the hell does Keshi get away with that? He goes 1v5, survives long enough for the cavalry to arrive, and JDG are vitrified, turned to glass and shattered, then blown away in the wind. Great encore coming through from Arn again. The globals come rushing through. Every single summoner on TT is used pretty much, besides the teleporter Kashi, which is used now. They fire everything and they come away the victors from it. JDG, once again, they fly in for a big combo. Once again, they're left wanting. A confident win from TT in game 1. Keshi's Ambessa goes man mode. Welcome to Takeshi's Castle. You're on the game show now. But I think JDG, if they were there, they'd be slipping and sliding into the abyss. JDG will lose game 1. TT go a game up in the series. Dude, I gotta remember some more of the mini games they have at Takeshi's Castle. I gotta reference them. I remember like the cannons firing stuff at you. Losing to TT Unreal. Hey, TT have taken games off some good teams. They should have 2-0'd top esports. I think the only team they got swept by was Anyone's Legend in the first round robin. Because they got 2-0'd by Anyone's Legend, but then they should have 2-0'd top esports. They took a game off of them. They took a game off of BLG. I think they took a game off of W, the close series there too. Hey, QE, good to see you. But yeah, I think that, the cars, the cars with the, yes, I remember that. There's the little card, the bumper car kind of, water cannon game, yeah. The target at the back, awesome. Cool stuff. But, yeah, I think TT, look, for at least one game in a series, they're a legitimately strong team. They're not always strong beyond that, for sure. But I think that they're a team you actually have to respect to a certain degree. You have to respect them, not even to a certain degree. You just have to respect them. I think that they will take games off of top teams. They will do. Okay, right. I got to run an ad break at some points. I can't remember enough of the Keshi's Castles games. I can't. Right. Anyway, I'm going to finish the rest of my crumpet. I'm going to put on an ad break. I'm going to get myself another cup of coffee. It's only a 2-series day, so not as long today. And then we'll get into our game 2. Alright, I'm going to leave you alone with the stream for a bit. I'll be back in a minute to rest my brain and my voice. Kashi gets player of the game. Great ambassador game from him. Yeah, he was really good. I think he played well in a lane matchup, which can go badly. And then he got the 2v1 in top side with the help of his jungler. And then he just had magnificent team fights. Yeah, I think Kashi deserves this. I do think that also... I think that Arn had a good game on the Seraphine largely. I think that Feather had a good game on the Nautilus largely. Yeah, Kashi gets the player of the game, but this was a good team performance. I don't think there was anyone who played badly on the side of CT. All right, folks, I'm going to have to go get myself another drink, and I shall be right back.
上京东搜京东电竞直播，赢游戏键鼠和万元红包雨。
京东。
哇，这个老吉普走位怎么这么丝滑？
有后轮转向，走位就是这么丝滑喽。海豹08标配100万级后轮转向和双枪空选，架控随心所欲，走位够灵，稳住就行。
The energy roadmap has been planned, with the current share of clean electricity at 73%.
TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL。
战马新装，能量焕新。战马能量型维生素饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。英雄联盟职业联赛官方合作伙伴，醒神好喝，当然战马。
游戏久坐没手感，
你需要奥风 G7 电竞椅，全面调节状态好，做奥风 G7，动态追妖上分快，做奥风 G7，团战 carry 不掉链就做奥风 G7，专业人体工学电竞椅，想赢就做奥风 G7。
召唤师们，双城世界的帷幕已在上海拉开，没有上帝视角，也没有固定座位，拳风就擦着你的侧脸掠过，所有的舞蹈与打戏就在眼前。当熟悉的旋律响起，声浪瞬间将全场点燃。8月31日前场次开售中，上各大票务平台即可购买。召唤师们，双城大门已在上海打开，让你亲自入局了。
位现场以及屏幕前的召唤师们，大家下午好，欢迎来到我们的场前互动环节，我是敢敢。那来到了咱们的西安 WE 主场，不可或缺的呢就是我们的老朋友，他就是究极风暴、霸王狂暴、雷霆混沌、战斗螺旋升天小鸟兽。欢迎小鸟兽来到我的身边啊，也欢迎我们现场的各位召唤师们来到我们的场间互动。哎，说到咱们的西安 WE 主场，那可是充满着满满的古风氛围。在我们的赛前呢，不仅有秦腔吹火表演，而我们的场间互动也给大家准备了古风相关的问题。接下来呢，我们的这个游戏叫做国风皮肤大归类，我们会在大屏幕上放出一个国风皮肤系列，各位召唤师们呢需要选出该系列对应的几名英雄，请注意喽，是多选题。当然，屏幕前的召唤师们如果知道答案，也可以发送在我们的弹幕上，连续答对2道题目就可以获得由不凡玩品提供的选手卡，以及我们西安 WE 主场的限定周边小鸟兽玩偶一个，赶紧把我们可爱的小鸟兽带回家吧。那接下来各位现场的召唤师们准备好了吗？准备好了吗 ？Let's go！ 好，那接下来我们请看大屏幕，准备好，随时抢答。哎，导演看一下哪个举手比较快，来，3、2、1，哪位比较快一点？请来到我和小鸟兽的中间，来吧，小美女，请告诉我你的正确答案是多选题哦。
A 刀锋舞者，然后还有 C 娜美也有，然后应该就这，还有4D。
好，恭喜你回答正确。我们遇见传说系列皮肤有 A、C、D 3个选项，再答对1道题目就可以获得喽。再接再厉。
Vianna， 然后 Timo 和四体。
恭喜你非常干净利落的连续答对了2道题目，恭喜你获得了由我们不凡玩品提供的选手卡，以及咱们的西安 WE 的小鸟兽玩偶一份。恭喜你，也可以回到自己的位置上了。那接下来我们就在 TT 的分区来挑选1名召唤师吧。我们请看大屏幕，3、2、1，哪位比较快？请那位黑色衣服的召唤师来到我和小鸟兽的中间，欢迎你。好，请来到我们的中间，也请回答我这道题的正确答案。
混两法 A B C 吗？
确认一下是不是 A B C。3、2、1
B C。
B C， 很遗憾，回答错误，我们把机会让给下一位召唤师吧。那这边还有召唤师想要来回答吗？可以现在来到我们的中间。请告诉我你的答案是
BCD。
恭喜你回答正确。我们灵魂炼化系列呢没有无双剑姬，请看下一道题目。天龙之子，哎，这道题会有一点点难，稍微再思考一下，但是有时间限制哦。3、2、1
A B C。
A B C 吗？很遗憾，回答错误，我们只能把这个机会让给下一位了。来吧，下一位召唤师，谁想来回答这道问题？可以直接来到我的身侧，请告诉我你的答案是。
Howdy, howdy, what the heck be happening here?
刚刚这个 A B C 是错的。
Hey, nice one. I hope that's something you're happy
那
with.
恭喜你回答正确。我们这一套皮肤呢是没有唢呐的，再答对1道题目就可以获得周边了。我们请看下一道题，神皇行者这个系列。
ABD 有没有侠应该？
哦，回答错误喽！这道题还有谁会？快快快，请直接过来吧，毕竟咱们的时间有限，可以直接来到我的身侧了。知道答案的话，
是 ABC 应该是。
A B C， 恭喜你回答正确。我们是没有妖姬乐弗兰，请看下一道题，快把我们的题库灯也答干了。来，我们请看这道题，这也是最近的一个新皮肤。
应该是 ACD 没有永恩的。
恭喜你回答正确，也获得了我们不凡玩品提供的选手卡以及我们的小鸟兽玩偶一个，感谢各位。如果想要获得我们西安 WE 的同款周边，也可以来到我们西安主场的李宁快闪店进行抢购。以上就是本轮场间互动的全部内容，感谢各位召唤师们，我们一会儿见。
Okay, let's get in towards game 2. Now, we will see whether TT can survive the curse of the 1-2. They have a good game in a series. They very rarely end up... yeah, they very rarely end up going much further than that, sadly, for them, which sucks. Okay, sorry, just gonna sort of some... Should be closing towards our draft now, then. Again, apologies, folks. Why isn't the caster starting the game? Yeah, my bad. Okay, well, the game will start... Wait. Wait, the game will start... No. No, not just yet. I thought I'd start the game then, but I chose not to. No, I could have chosen to start the game for you. That's the power I have. And I actually chose not to, right there. I've decided I want TT fans to sit there in contemplation and figure out what they would do again if why did that camera just go so dark? Oh, it must have been my powers going awry. I decided to stop the camera rather than start the game, right? Yeah, TT fans just have to wait and contemplate what would happen if it was another 1-2. Start the game match. Okay, fine. Okay, right, let me see. Okay, start the game button. Start. There you go. There you go. Alright, let's get into game. Here we go. Okay, into draft we go. Okay, so what's left up early? We got rid of the Cassiopeia Oriana again. No surprise there. Poppy is gone. I mean, Neferi Lee Sin would normally feel better with Poppy gone, but they were already banned. I don't know why the Poppy banned there. Unless you want to go for like a Camille bot lane. Do you want to go Camille Ziggs? Well, you got to take the Ezreal away from the Karma now. The JDG first picked the Karma. So it means likely Gull is going to go for what? Sivir, Jhin, one of the two. You can go for Ezreal Bard, I think, quite healthily here. You can go Ezreal. You don't have to pick the Bard, but you need the Ezreal. You can't allow JDG to have Ezreal Karma. I think it allows them to play less complex League of Legends and just play towards brutalized lane, which I think they've been better at, basically. No way that works. No, I just kept stalling until I thought I saw the camera angle. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Behind the movie magic. So they can go towards the Vi, and then they can go towards their Bard on 3. Now, because JDG have already locked in Karma, they don't have one of the best anti-Vi champions, which is the Bard. It is worth noting Junja is still playing. There is no Xiaofeng subbed in for this game, which I thought might actually be the case. The Sivir is locked in. So the Sivir is now locked in as a scaling option. It's okay into the Vi. Sometimes you can win the Spell Shield mind game, where you you fly, the Vi's flying at you, you put the Spell Shield on, she tries to smite it away. You try and Spell Shield as late as possible to make sure that you Don't get hit by the Vi ult. The Maokai locked in for JDG. Wow, okay. Don't see that much Maokai here. The Bard's the obvious pick, as we said. So we have Sivir Maokai. Good engage. Maokai into Vi mixed. This isn't something we've seen a lot of in 2026. Maokai is not something we've seen that much of in this year. Yone banned away from Honky. Of course, Yone Maokai is nasty as heck. I mean, JDG is setting up for a good front-to-back comp, really. Scaling through bot lane. Jungle kind of giving them space to auto-attack. TT wants some side... Well, they could go for some side lane players. They've got Vi Bard. Ari banned away from Haru. You could Aurora. Yeah, you could Aurora, I guess. Last ban's coming through. TT, what do they want to remove away from JDG? You could ban away Renekton or something. They banned Tristana, which means they want to Gnar. They want to Gnar. So JDG might ban Gnar now. JDG might ban Gnar. I suppose you could take Jace into Gnar if you wanted, but you could have Jace Maokai. You could even flex the Jace between top and mid, actually. They banned the Sylas. Well, I mean, Sylas is really good with Maokai ult. So do you just lock in Gnar, counterpick mid? Victor's okay here. It's not great at following up with the Vi, but it's a good takeaway from what JDG want. JDG kind of want a Victor with this comp. Just long range, stand your ground. Maokai gives you great CC to combo into your chaos field, gravity field. So you see the Victor. No Sylas into the Victor now for Honky. What do you pick into this? You could Syndra maybe, but I don't think Syndra's fantastic with your comp. I don't think you want a LeBlanc. Ari's gone. Aurora's okay into Victor, but not great. Anivia? No, not great into Victor either. They're going to blind pick the Olaf. What do they do in mid lane? Because I don't think that... yeah, what do they do in mid lane? You can Galio, I guess, but Galio's not great for your comp because you don't have a great ball delivery. Akali, not great into Vi, not fantastic into Victor either. It's okay. Okay, and now we see what's happening into the Olaf. Do we see the Jace? Jace is very dangerous in this composition, but Keshi's good at it. Vayne is good into Olaf individually, but Keshi's had some bad games at that too. Camille being hot. We actually get a Camille top lane. Oh wow, we actually get a Camille top lane. Very, dare I say it, very rare to see that, actually, in LPL. Do we get a Camille top lane? I don't know what it's like in CLF. I haven't seen enough of this matchup, really. Not on the current patch. That's a bit of a surprise. It was just played now in LCK? Well, I was just watching LPL, so there you go. Was it played into the Olaf, though, is the thing. All right, we're going to go into an ad break, talk about the drafts and get into game. Oh, it was into the Olaf. Okay, cool. Moon drop. It was just there, so it doesn't count. Oh, we've got Keshi. Who needs these charlatans in top lane? Keshi is the way, the truth, and the life of top lane. Camille is an Olaf counter. I don't think she should be, but she is very mobile. And I think that what that means for Camille is that she can just dodge around Olaf a lot. Oh yeah, and Camille can just lock Olaf up in the R, I suppose. Because it's much like kind of Jarvan into Olaf, you just dunk him in the Cataclysm and you can't do much. Alright, into game we go. TT looking to beat the 2-1 curse. JDG wanting to bounce back and not be put into a very dangerous situation when it comes to fighting for survival. Let's hit the gyros. I'm glad to hear the TT fans having some volume to them. So, JDG looking for the hyper push of the Civic Armor. We have occasionally seen the Ezreal Bard outtrade very early levels because they have high damage, even if they don't hit the wave as hard. So see how Arn and Feather can do. They played very well around the mage bot lane. JDG, one of their biggest strengths has been playing around 2v2. However, I think last game obviously didn't work very well for them. I think that Arn and Feather got the best of them. Not bad trade there from Arn and Feather, actually. They get hit by the Mantra Q. So be careful that Arn missing those Qs as well. Every Q that Ezreal misses is more cooldown that he is going through. You notice that they're focusing very heavily on the 2v2 here, because potentially there could be a flash in, hit the level 2, but no root landing. Gala flashing away the 2v2 once again, going poorly for JDG. I think Vampire's safe with the move speed, and I suppose could chase a little further in top lane. Kashi's really out-trading Xiaoshu here. That should have maybe been the 2v2 kill, but we did say, effectively, you know, the Civic Armor can lose very early on. Arn and Feather getting some great damage down there. And hang on, Kashi's doing great in this top lane too. JDG, we've been saying all this series, hey, great individual players, great individual laners. Well, they're struggling in lane right now. It's not looking pretty for them. Thankfully, there's no historical Camille players in the LPL. Exactly, you know, we're not famous for Camille here at all. The bot lane, Summoner's blown on both sides, Arm with a slight advantage. It's not a kill, though. It's not a kill. Do you need to kill in this lane? No, but we have seen Sivir. It was Hope Sivir that did really well. Hang on, they don't have flashes here. This could be really bad for them. Junder's coming around. Feather can tunnel through, so he does get rooted. He doesn't have flash. This is at least one kill. It's just a question of how many. Dodges away from the root. Easy kill goes to the Maokai. Arn does stack up the lethal tempo, but can't go any further than that. It's an overpush. Good angle in from the Maokai. They didn't get that kill earlier in the bot lane, even though they got pressure. JDG, good angle into the game now. That's nice for them. Of course, JDG subbed out Junja for one game earlier in the week. Xiao Feng came in, so JDG clearly some trouble in Paradise. Recall coming through from the Maokai. See if he completes it. Looks like he will do. Adaptive defense is working pretty well for Keshi. Gets exhausted. But he has the Ignite. Xiaoshu could flash forwards. Does get in. The Ignite comes down from Keshi. Where are the cooldowns? Xiaoshu solo kills. Keshi misjudging the trade. Xiaoshu winning the 1v1. Laning much better from JDG, it would seem, this time. The early trades didn't look great, but they've managed to recover very well. Gala and Vampire managed to, get Junja into their lane. They're on vision here, by the way. And now they know they're on vision because the ward dies at their feet. But top lane, Keshi getting solo killed there. Will teleport back in. And Xiaoshu does use both his summoners and doesn't have the teleport to get back to lane. But yeah, JDG, 1,000 gold ahead just from individual play. This is what we were saying about JDG, is that just give them matchups they can just play individually, and they're a much better team. If they have to do anything complicated, I think JDG, they struggle. They're not a very coordinated team right now. Oh, Honky, good damage onto Harry. Don't get me rid of those adverts there. Actually used that Ignite in the last trade too. Has to back off to use the hook shot to the back wall. Good trade there again from Xiaoshu. The longer the trades go, the better it is for the Olaf. Good slow there from Cashew. They gets hit by another axe. He actually could die here, by the way. It's a bit spooky. I say that. Oh, flash in. Great gank here coming through from Junhao. Keshi lives just about, and he gets the kill. That's important. What's happening with the waves now? Is anyone else coming up towards top lane? No, doesn't look like it. Junja's on Dragon. Do you think now that Flandra is on the bench, that JDG will try and pick him up as an upgrade to Xiaoshu? I actually think Xiaoshu... I don't think that's the problem with JDG. I don't think upgrading individual players is what JDG need to do. I mean, it's a chemistry thing. It's a cohesion thing. It's a vision of the game. Zespen Flash Ignite. Yeah, I mean, having teleport really helps if you get out of lane. I mean, Keshi is still now, like, in a decent point, and I think it will get better for the Camille once your cooldowns get lower, particularly on that, and yeah, and you get the ability to take really short trades on your terms a lot better. bot lane, even in gold. Junja a little bit ahead. In terms of the overall team compositions, I mean, the Camille is also good into the Akali too, and also not bad into the Sivir. You can also just flex away from trying to counter the Olaf and just say, well, you know, Sivir doesn't get to play this game because, yeah, she's ulted by the Camille. Double sweep was pulled up by TT. Good vision control from them. JDG's vision's not been bad, of course. And they did quite well to spot out that bot side play, potentially coming from Junhao over the wall of the Magical Journey. Of course, JDG are a Bard team themselves, so... Xiaoshu's spacing a little better than Keshi here. Gets the adaptive defenses. Gets the Q. Yeah, that's one of the big things you want to do as Camille, is that you throw the hook shot at the wall, get your Q2 as the hook shot flies away, then it connects the wall as your auto attack comes through. So you get like a very quick auto attack dash out. Can be quite helpful for you. Hey, Esmeraldas, good to see you. And TFC, thank you so much for the stream streak as well, appreciate you. Keshi gets the honey fruit, nice for him. Gets him to healthier point of HP. JDG got that first dragon, they're about 600 gold ahead. Less than it was earlier. Xiaoshu keeping the wave at tower for now. W from Keshi will clean up those 2 minions there. Keshi needs to be quite respectful of topside as Vi's not in position yet. Also, when you're pushed up that far, you don't necessarily get the ability to hook shot out very easily. Because with the longer lanes, Camille's in a weirder spot for top lane in general now, because it means that you don't have nearly as many hook shot angles. In the middle of the lane, you often find yourself very telegraphed into where you have to hit the wall. Wait, this is Keshi's 18th time getting solo killed? Yeah, but it is also Keshi. He solo kills a lot of people too. He just dies and kills a lot in solo situations a lot. In the way that any new LPL top laner does. A lot of vision control on top side now from JDG, and the Maokai saplings help with that. Adaptive defenses come through from Keshi again. Xiaoshu does have the Conqueror stacked up. W comes through. Doesn't have the... Oh, hang on. Junhao is going to go straight onto the Olaf, but I think the Olaf doesn't have mana. Will it matter? I think it does, actually. Junhao likely dead to the Akali, and is. Keshi misjudges his play. Again, does not get his ult over the Maokai ultimate, and Junhao dies for it. Keshi is misplaying this matchup. Not judging the matchup very well. Didn't take the flash either. He's getting ran down by the Olaf, and he's losing the trades pretty heavily. Can't flash away from the axes, can't flash for a hook shot. Keshi, he needs to do better in this matchup. The wave is also not in a great spot for him. He's getting it pulled away from him. Xiaoshu playing quite a good game so far. Individually, anyway. It's another kill for JDG. They get themselves grubs. Junhao goes down as well, because Junhao came in to bail out the lane. JDG put down some more saplings in the jungle. So now TT, they're in a position where, you know, I don't think their draft is bad. I think that the Camille should have good value into this team, as we've seen just in the LCK. Actually now freezing the wave, but Xiaoshu getting more goal out of this matchup than he should have done, really. Yeah, at least the wave from Keshi is in a better spot now. But I'm quite worried about Junja getting ahead of Junhao for TT. Because, you know, the Vi doesn't really have much of a choice in terms of going in or not. Wave's going to now slow push out from Keshi. Xiaoshu... Oh, is it actually? No, it will do, because he doesn't have the minion advance. It's not a full freeze. Will get himself some time to at least stand by his wave at tower. We'll see if it continues to slow push. If Xiaoshu starts to farm with Qs, maybe that's not going to be the case. Gala, spell shields. He's pretty happy so far. Going towards that, what, Yuntel first item? Q lands. Ooh, on. Very. If he lands that double, you can actually all in and kill Gala there, I think. The spell shield would have still been on cooldown. They spot the recall coming through. They don't stop it just about. Junja coming down. Farming the crab up there. Will get his first plates of the game. Keshi not enjoying this again, man. Flashes to stop that. Does have the ultimatum. I don't think it's going to save him, though. Olaf will hit the Q, but he won't kill. So it's his flash down and his ult down. Actually not bad there for Keshi, I suppose. Does have his teleport and his ignites. available to him as well. So that's a little less good for Xiaoshu that time, actually. He's lost the flash and didn't really get much in return because there's a teleport back to the wave. Ginger will get second dragon. JDG are happy with this game. They're 2k up, they have 2 dragons, they're scaling up in the Maokai Sivir, and the Camille's not doing that much. Gala is going to get hit out of the bush, though. Good play coming through from JDG. The Bard ult stops him after the flash. Can they get a kill after? Yes, they can. Here comes Ginger. Teleport coming through from the Victor. Vi will die, but who will be at the... Will anyone else die from JDG at the cost of that? Honkyu can't quite kill Arn. Honkyu flies out of this mist, and he gets hit onto the wall. That might kill him. We'll see. Haru does have the flash, but can't follow forwards. In the top side, Keshi fighting Xiaoshu. There's no Ragnarok and no Hextech Ultimatum. I think Keshi will get away with just the blast going here. So it ends up being, what, 1-for-1 in boss side? I thought they would go a lot better for TT. JDG getting more out of that than I thought they would. Actually losing another trade there. Doesn't have the empowered boost, but he does have a Triforce now. Now he has the Triforce. I think the matchup will be much harder, of course it is. Great play out of the bush. Smites just see if there would be a spell shield. The bottle is it's really well timed. I don't necessarily think it's aiming for the Sivir. It does end up catching them as a consequence, though. Very unlucky not to get another kill from here, TT, actually. I think they should have gotten another kill from this. Honkyu, maybe he would have died if the Chaos Storm had stayed on him. Not sure. Not the red buff being taken there. 1,000 gold up now as Ginger, by the way. Very powerful in the Marco. So Keshi has Triforce now. We'll see whether he can do anything more. He's managed to get decent CS lead with the last play here. Going in with the QW, has the adaptive defenses to tank a tower shot with that passive shield. I think Feather may have put those shrines up at the wrong place, really. Should put them a little bit further back. Vampire and Gala not doing too bad here themselves. Yuntel's there. Arn has himself Triforce. Triple Triforce for TT, by the way. TT actually stands for Triple Triforce. So they've hit their huge power spike now. Another good play there, actually. Adaptive defenses once again into turret. Yeah, you're starting to see how this matchup can go really nasty, right? Where Xiaoshu doesn't really have an option to, like, short trade. He'd have to play the Ragnarok, really. Junhao going to walk in. He is going to take that. He is a large amount of XP ahead of Junhao. It's a full level. Junhao is the player which is suffering on TT. There's also going to be a Blood Lattice coming in from Junja soon. He's got himself that Leandra. He's going into the burn magic resist shred item. Keshi going to head... Why? Is he going to head away from topside? Yes, he is. I was wondering whether he'd pay respect to a Maokai roaming topside. Ooh, nice there. Keshi's trading well here. He is. You know, he's getting the Q2 trades very well. And now he has the Triforce. Now we see why this matchup can be a pain in the butt, I think. Hey, Eva, how's it going? Am I staying for Bin Laps Gaming? Sam is going to join. We should duocast that. Yeah. Don't worry. I'll be here for that. We did want to get a duocast in. It's easier on the 2 series days. The 3 series days are a killer. The 2 series days are much more manageable. And welcome in a bit, everyone, by the way. Hope you're all doing well. Well, thanks for the stream streak, by the way, GD. Really appreciate you. A group up on the bot side. JDG, they've been about this gold ahead for, well, about 10 minutes now. Well, not 10 minutes, but they were about 5 minutes. It hasn't really moved. Oh, good QT trade. Oh, they're really diving this. Okay. Okay. Who's going to get ulted here? Well, Junja has himself Tower Agro, but he just resets to a W. So Camille dies. It's a strong dive from JDG, but surely TT should be recognizing that Keshi needs to be given resources. I don't like the fact that Keshi on the Camille is not being given resources here. They are going to push down towards bot side. First turret should go to JDG. They have the 3 corrupts. They have the extra wave there as well. First turret should go to them. Herald has spawned now. Turret, I think first turret did go... Oh, no, the first turret did actually go towards TT. I'm sorry, no, it's the kill feed's the wrong way around. Oh, it's annoying. One thing about this thing. Anyway, so JDG get the first turret. They get it on top side. Olaf is in a much happier spot. The Camille needs to be given more resources. I'm really not enjoying the way that TT aren't setting up Keshi for success. Hey, Heva, how's it going? Team with Sivir wins. You heard it here first. Yeah, they have a Maokai Sivir. And if this game doesn't explode, yeah, Maokai Sivir is really, really strong. Karma as well, also giving you the extra move speed. You have Sivir Karma Season 5 combo. JDG, a much better game this time. And they played their matchups fairly well. I don't think they've all-ined into TT's composition in front of them like in game 1. Dragon up in a few seconds. Well, TT, do they feel like they have to fight this? They actually might do. But are they ready to? I don't think they are. I mean, Junhao's on top set. Are they really going to give a Dragon over? You're going to give a Chemtech Soul to a... You're going to give a Chemtech Soul over to an Olaf? Well, I guess they are. Bot side of the map, it looks like it's... Well, they're going to head towards this top turret. They're going to trade... Okay, they are going to give a Dragon over and just say, we can't fight now. I guess if you don't win the fight now, there's no point just throwing the game away over it. But it is free soul point. Now, any mistake you make in macro around dragons after this is, it's very bad. Now, particularly the Olaf with the Chemtech is one of the best champions of using it in the game. Going forwards on, gets some damage onto Gala, but it's all shielded up, or spell shielded up. On Q pushing out topside, 2 kills on the Akali. Strong game from him so far. And we're just waiting to see whether the Camille can take over the game. Going towards the Ravenous Hydra second, looks like. But will he be able to take over the game? I guess you... Look, I guess you could give a Chemtech Soul and just hope that it doesn't end the game. It's not the game-ending Soul, but Olaf is really strong with it. Especially with, like, armor shields, too. Not a huge fan of this. Jumping onto Xiaoxu now. Oh, hang on, he flashes away. He was aware that, yeah, there's... Oh, so this is the problem now. Basically, now the problem is for the Olaf is that if Vi's on the same side of the map, Camille can just Hextech Ultimatum and you can't run away with the Ragnarok anymore. So he loses the flash. Good awareness there from Xiaoxu that if he gets caught, he dead. I do wonder whether Keshi should have gone for the flash ignite. Just go for even more laning power. I guess if you die then at that point, things are really bad, is the problem. We've seen this with stuff like Gwen as well in the past, other people who've gone for the Ignite TP builds. Of course, you have mobility in your kit, which is why I feel like you don't need flash, but... Bot lane's been remarkably even. You know, early on, Feather and Arn maybe had a chance for 2v2 kill. Couldn't quite manage to get that off, but then Junja came down and 2v3 them afterwards. Don't think it's been particularly impactful, this bot lane matchup so far. It will be later, of course. I mean, the Civic armor is very, very strong in the 5v5. 3 minutes until the dragon now. Can Keshi get to a second item? They're expensive items. Camille's items, sadly, for them. Keshi's on weak side again, by the way. Just use the hook shot. Marco's on bot side. He does... Okay, well, they're going to just walk in with the Herald anyway. Doesn't Keshi just die again? Oh, Bardold's good. No, the Bardold's good. That's nice. Can he get anything more out of that? Well, sure, goes in, has the hook shot. That's not bad from him, actually. Having the Mikhail's as well. Herald comes through, almost kills the tower, doesn't quite. Feather will die. Keshi likely to live now, though. Tower goes down. Let's give me a second charge of it. Not bad damage onto Sivir. Herald is still alive, and the wave just keeps pushing in. Guys, you have to do something about your towers. There's 2 turrets going down now. Ezreal pushing in mid lane, teleport from the Akali to defend that. Good play from JDG. Now they've teleported the Akali away. Can Junha go for a play? Keshi can also teleport in. This is the play that TT need. Akali's walking their way down, might all in the Ezreal. We'll see whether that comes through. Heru is getting forced onto. Vampire tries to get the root, can't quite manage it. Honky may well get onto the carries. I think TT might have misjudged this. The Evictor's gone down already, and the Camille doesn't look like they do anything. So TT, that was their chance to make a big play. They mess it up. JDG just forced through bot side. TT are the ones which dropped the ball there. Good play from JDG, but TT, sadly for them, it's not nearly as clean as the first game. I think they misjudged their winning angle that they could find here. I think that TT made such a mistake not allowing Keshi gold. I think TT have made a mistake in not defending him very well. You have a Bard that should be roaming out on the map and defending him much easier. It's a good escape from him, but he already uses the ultimate, so he can't use that for the comeback fight later. Everyone else is quite slow to the play. Feather walks up too far and just dies because he doesn't realize how much they'll force after the tower's gone. Junhao even uses his Q there and kind of messes it up, I suppose. And it just feels like TT they haven't found a positive play. You know, they've not found a play which is just okay in terms of... Oh, and that was another Marco ult thrown out there, by the way. Dragon in a minute. Didn't really see what happened there. I think Keshi was doing fine in the individual matchup, and then, of course, got ganked that first time. Junha had a good comeback play the next time to give Keshi a kill back. But then after that, it has just felt as though Keshi has not really been able to play through the matchup very well, because JDG have just overloaded his lane. And it's not like Feather's been on the roam stopping them from doing that. They almost did that the last time. If you'd done that once or twice before, I think this game would be in a very different spot. But now you've got 4,000 gold advantage to JDG, 3 dragons to them. And of course, for both these teams, it's an important series. If TT lose this series, they're likely finishing bottom 2. In fact, they might... I don't think they're guaranteed bottom 2, but they're likely to. I think they've got a... Yeah, they've got... Everyone's got hard schedules coming back up. And with teams like LGD looking a lot better, LGD being the other team, which might drop down to second alongside JDG and WE, mathematically speaking, anyway. It's got a bit rough. JDG starting the Dragon now, looking for that Chemtech Soul. Vampire will find Junhao out on the side. Junhao charging his Q. Sapling's doing some work. Honky on a good flank angle. Junhao has his Q back up. An just jumped forwards. E missing. Mikhail's used on the Maokai ultimate. That's not a bad dragon, not bad ultimate there from Bard. The dragon is taken, so no soul. Feather likely to die. Olaf flashing over. Harry getting some damage onto Vampire, but he's rooted. Xiaoshu's Ragnarok's fallen off, but Harry, well, he's not going to get much done. Well, Kashi's done nothing on the Camille here. He's very low HP. Honky does die. Oh, sorry, Honky does die. It does end up being a 2-for-1. I think that means JDG can't go Baron. There's no Soul. But again, folks, that was a very messy fight. I missed a lot of the details in that, because it felt like there were 3 different fights happening at once. Honky went down for the cost of Heru and Feather. Dragon goes to the side of TT. That is important for them. Kashi now has second item. You can scale up a little more. 4K gold lead hasn't changed. We'll watch this again and try and pick out some of those details we missed here. So the Maokai ultimate, it's maybe a little early. It comes in a little too soon for the Dragon. They can't burst it down. And the Vi also gets to hop around it. Bartle is pretty good to separate Gala and Vampire. Kashi goes onto Honky and just locks him up and just says, okay, he's dead, basically. Okay, all right, Kashi, fair play. The Camille actually does take out the Akali. Does mean that it's 1-for-1 in solo lane as Kashi does his job there. Haru can't really do much beyond that, really. Okay, so JDG, do they think about forcing a Baron? Try and force the Camille away from a side lane, perhaps? A little harder to do red side Baron, of course. Stuck in the back of the pit. 3 grubs. Nasty at tower pushing. Can they kill the tower here? Yeah, I think they can actually, just about. Nice. Good push up there from Gala. When did Maokai return to meta? He hasn't. It's just randomly in this game. And I don't think Maokai's a bad champion. He's just not played very much right now. Actually, instant clearing waves now with the Ravenous Hydra. Good amount of CS ahead of Xiaoshu. Still behind gold because Xiaoshu's 5-1. Xiaoshu has played the matchup remarkably well, given the fact that the Olaf has been... Look, I think the Olaf has been blind picked for too long. If you blind pick a champion for long enough, it's not a good blind pick. And I think that we're seeing that with the Olaf. We're seeing multiple answers to it now. And if the Camille works in top lane, that is a dangerous champion to allow into meta. If Camille can ever get a good laning phase, Camille is a very, very strong champion in pro play. Junja has a second item. Of course, he's like the AP Bruiser variant, where you got a lot of HP stacking. Maokai jungle specifically was buffed in 16-16. Perhaps. TT game 1. I mean, TT are actually, they win a game almost every series. TT actually have a surprisingly good game score. Maokai ultimate cast in mid lane, trying to break down that turret. Maokai will not land, though. Feather gets the stun onto Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu could take the magical journey through. So JDG managed to protect their outer turret in mid lane. Actually had just dropped off of the side lane there. We'll go back towards the bot lane now. Dragon in 2 minutes. I guess TT will just look for another Dragon Steel if they can. Gala low mana, but he'll have to reset soon. He's almost at Infinity Edge. Now the question is, you're trying to get Camille into the game. Okay, cool. Does that outvalue a 3-item save with an Infinity Edge? I would hazard a guess, on average, no. Which is somewhat of an issue, because she has those 3 items now. Actual game 1 Andes. Yeah, TT, well, it's not always game 1, weirdly, but they get 1 game a series where things work out well. I think that they have a really good jungle support when they're on form. I think that Junhao Feather being behind this game obviously doesn't help. Junhao takes that Skull Crab, 1.5 minutes until Dragons. That will last just about long enough. Mid lane turret from JDG still standing. Gives them a bit more of a platform to push mid lane, walk up, get access to the objective. Hex Drinker in for Kashi now, by the way, as it is in for Junhao as well, who also has a Black Cleaver. Harry's got the double burn items, got Blackfire Leandries, will help him locate Akali in the Shroud. on 2.5 items, not at his third. Behind an amount of gold to go at Gala. Honkyu's also really scary too. Very high magic pen. Has Shadow Flame and the Sorcerer's Shoes upgraded into Spellslinger's Shoes. Give him a bunch of flat magic penetration. So if you're not building magic resist yourself, you get hurt. Get hurt bad, folks. Keshi will one-shot Gala, trust the process. The problem is he needs to one-shot like multiple people. Maokai Jungle got specifically buffed on 16-15. 10% scaling and 10% flat on his Q versus monsters. So his clear speed's gone up again. Yeah. It makes a degree of sense. He is actually behind a good amount of farm to Junhouse. Junhouse farmed pretty well. He's actually a level up on Junja. Arn's also a level breakpoint on Gala as well. The XP is not that bad for TT. Even got a level up in top lane too. They're just behind a bunch of gold from kills, towers, and towers mainly. Keshi walking his way down towards mid lane now. Does have that level 16 as we were just highlighting. Dragon started. Did TT have a second angle to stop the Markyle having big value? Well, Harry gets hit by a million different things. Ezreal scouts out the approach. Junhao is on vision, is on a second angle. Maokai ults thrown out. Bardot will delay the dragon. That's a double Maokai. I think they just let the dragon go. They don't have the HP for this. Gala walking forwards. Honky wow! Just assassinates him. Harry gets hit by like a million saplings and dies. Honky taking this game into his own hands. Goes golden onto the Camille ultimate. Keshi flies back in, but Gala's got his number. Great fight from JDG. TT left it too long. They let the Camille fall behind. They lost control of the map, and JDG eventually rip and tear. Honky will follow through the magical journey. That's effectively it. That's the game. Gala gets to scale up. JDG shut down the Camille. 6-1 for Xiaoshu. JDG a much better game. Their game 1 was discoordinated. It didn't look very strong from them at all. Game 2, much more calm, much more confidence. Played through their matchups well and will go through to a game 3. TT will not break the 2-1 curse. The question is whether it will go in their favor or not. They'll be forced to 3 games. JDG pick up a game after going 0-1 down. Will even up the series. What that means is we have an extra game before we see Bin back on the stage too. Third game here for JDG TT. Okay, well, thank you everyone for joining us again. Thank you for choosing to watch some LPL with us here today. Yeah, LPL regular season has been really quite something. Just so many 3 series days has made it a hell of a slog, actually. But I appreciate you all sticking by with us and watching alongside with us. There's always more LPL to go around. Always more to go around. Okay, yeah, again, when I get back to my regular setup, I'll be more present in breaks, and I'll be chatting through things, and I'll be hanging out with you a bit more. As it stands now, I just need to be resting my voice and just make sure I'm not pushing it too hard. Again, only just coming back off of injury, coming back off of illness. So I'm going to leave you quickly with some ads, and of course the end. Back in a minute, folks.
上京东搜“京东电竞直播”，赢游戏键鼠和万元红包雨。
京东。
哇，这个老鸡巴走位怎么这么丝滑？有后轮转向，走位就是这么丝滑喽。海豹08标配100万级后轮转向和双枪空选，架控随心所欲，走位够灵，稳住就行。
Hello, I heard that Xiaoxi got player of the game. How's it going? Oh man, I really need to get I need to get like a 2-screen setup working while I'm on the road because I want to do some other stuff while I'm in break. I don't know what I want to do. I can't sit still. Like casting is fine. Casting is fine because like I'm constantly engaged, but like I'm not great at doing just chatting because I can't sit still. ADHD problems, I guess. Not sure, but yeah. Oh yeah, folks. If you want to add more mods, more emotes, basically, if you see a mod in chat, I think most of the mods have emoji powers, and if the mods don't have emoji powers, I shall grant them that. How are the first 2 games? TT, good in game 1, very coordinated. Arn played a mean Seraphine, Kashi played a mean Camille, and also. Just bluntly, JDG were just not good in game 1. They just kind of flew themselves into the combo multiple times with globals. It just felt really bad. Game 2, TT didn't protect their Camille top lane very well. Just kind of got a bit brutalized in early matchups. I think that Junja had a good game on Maokai. I think that Junhao on Vi didn't really get much done. So yeah, it's been a very top lane centric series, yeah. And basically both top laners have gotten a player of the game. Yes. Game 1 was Ambessa for Keshi, game 2 was Olaf for Xiaoxi. How are Voice is doing? Yeah, Voice is okay. Voice is okay. Like, I'm still a bit hay feverish, so if thinking of that, I need to take some more hay fever pills, actually. I think a lot of it's just tiredness now. The games with Lila, they weren't the fastest paced games. They were fine. Games were, I mean, once the fights actually started, they were pretty fun. Game 2 was a bit of a snooze fest because it was mainly just diving the Camille on side lanes and then like one big fight at the end of the game. Game 1 was a bit more action heavy though. Game 1 there was a really fun play right at the end of the game. Wakeshi was 1v5, survives long enough with GA plus Ambessa's regular kit to get like a full kind of like Avengers Assemble 5v5 where everyone teleports their globals in. Very fun. How are you doing anyway, Graves? How are things? How are the wards? Hey, Steve, you could see. Good to see you as well. Let me get a YouTube chat. How are people doing in YouTube chat? I do pay attention to the YouTube chat, by the way. I know it's a bit more chill over there. L streamer W caster. I knew you were a little under the weather last week, Nymaera. Are you feeling better this week? So sorry, didn't mean to miss that as well. There. Yeah, I'm feeling better. I think it's just the regular season is just really long. Hey Nami, good to see you. Yeah, so JDG game 1, I classic JDG not very well coordinated. Game 2, kind of classic JDG smash lane. Yeah. Wait, it's chat is with great sadness I inform you I'm no longer unemployed and won't be able to watch much LPL live. Damn! No! Employment! Job! Ugh. But yeah. The thing is that, like, in terms of like the L streamer W caster, look, I'm not a natural streamer. I find it hard to like I find it hard to sit still for stream, so I have to have like something happening. So just chatting I struggle with, sometimes anyway. But when I actually enjoy doing variety. I enjoy doing it. It's just not something which I found like a good way to market. So well, look, I love sitting and playing through story games, like speaking my mind as I'm playing through story games or something like that. Or even roguelikes or whatever. I'll very happily yap through a game. I struggle to I don't know how to market that, you know, because that's just not where I naturally sit with like my audience right now. Which is fine. Again, it's just something I'd have to figure it out, right? You should play Project Zomboid. I watched... Did anyone else watch that crazy Project Zomboid? Like, I killed every zombie in the Project Zomboid video, where he killed, like, over 20,000 zombies over the course of, like, 2 years of play. Actually insane. It was the guy, the British guy, who did, like, a crazy just solo everything. You know, you think I know the one I'm talking about? It has like 3 parts to it. It's like a 5-hour-long video now. It's absolutely insane. It's like insanely long. I could find the video again if I wanted to. Yeah. But I've never played Project Zomboid, but it looks pretty fun. Games which I want to play coming up. So there's Blood of the Dawnwalker, which I want to do with Last Free Nation, because like Monty's actually going out to Transylvania/Romania to like go research parts of the game. I really want to play Star Wars Zero Company. I really want to play Star Wars Galactic Racer, and then also Silent Hill Townfall. Those are the 4 in the next couple of months for me. Yeah, those are the ones which are a lot better for me. Yeah, so the problem is a lot of them are coming out very close to each other, so if I wanted to play Star Wars Zero Company, I need to get it done quick before Dawnwalker comes out. Need to find out who's going to be doing those for Elephant, actually, just so I know if I need to do both or neither or whatever. Hey, Kaz, thank you so much. Kaz is over in YouTube chat. Thank you so much for the gift sub. Appreciate you. Okay, so one thing which I also want to do at some point is, so during international events, we tend to bring out the fraud wall. Oh, you lost the link to donate on YouTube. Oh, gosh, I should have done that the other way then. Hey, Cass, you're very, very kind. I appreciate it. And again, folks, if you're watching, you're subscribing, you're liking, even if you are just liking and commenting and or even just watching the stream, it does help. But yeah, if you do have the extra bandwidth to donate on Ko-fi or to follow us on social, stuff like that, it does make a difference. Trust me, it actually does. And number go up is obviously very satisfying for us. Yeah. And we, most of all, we just hope you're having a good time, really. Mainly. Big thing. And hopefully you get to make some friends here. Oh, hang on. My Saiyan Sky has completed their training. How did you do, Saiyan? I haven't played Umid much in the last week, because I've been busy with everything. Cool. Not bad. Go get him, Saiyan Sky. We'll got groundwork in there too. Okay, well this is just gonna be a parent, obviously. Yeah, that'll work. Why did Bin not play the last few weeks? I think he basically I think he needed a break after MSI-WE. It wouldn't surprise me if he mental boomed, basically. Wouldn't surprise me if he mental boomed. Yeah, that would be... Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me, basically. Yeah, he's back now. Obviously, BLG still looking good, but they're not in, like, world's winning condition with, like... with Wenbo and obviously Flandre. The thing is, I actually think Flandre could be pretty good. I'm just not sure they've given him enough time to integrate now is the problem. Yeah, I'm not really sure how yeah, I'm a bit worried about how I'm a bit worried about how they integrate him, basically. I think the integration could be yeah, I think that they've maybe not given him enough time to settle in and actually get something done, which sucks, really. I think that he yeah, I think he deserved a bit more time. I think Flandre is a good player. I don't think he's on great form. I guess maybe they were waiting to see what would happen with Bin. The thing with Bin is that now it's a situation where I heard he wasn't even reacting to pings and stuff, but he was tilted. Yeah, I heard in basically at EWC, like, I think he even flipped his microphone up. Yeah, Bin is back today. Bin is back today. He'll be coming out. He's starting the next series. Now, Flandre is still on the roster. They technically could flex Flandre back in. But yeah, as it stands, Bin is starting today. And we'll just... He started playing solo queue a couple of days ago, so he's back practicing and he's doing his thing. Anyway, no worries, Graves. You go back to, doing actual work and stuff. Okay, it should be too long until we get into game now. But yeah, I heard similar, Kaz. I heard similar. Okay, right. Let's get into our game 3. They've taken to playing this song as it comes into game 3. Audio is crispy as hell. Okay, back onto stage. I've got to set up a new Uma game before the Uma run before I get into the next one. Oh god. Professional streamer, by the way. Finn is a drama queen, that's why I like him. He's definitely someone that you engage with a lot, is the thing. Okay, into our final game of Series 2 before we get on to Series 3, and we get to see Bin back on BLG. TT started strong, struggled to match that, really, since though. Does feel particularly like, JDG have also struggled with some coordination. TT, though, on the other side of it. They are a team which has struggled to get more than one good game in a series. They've had, like, singular good games outside of that. Just kind of struggled, really, to put together something else where their jungle support can be comfortable, where Keshi can start carrying on some count. Apologies on that one. So, Cassiopeia's gone. Orianna is still up. Okay, so we can see the draft gambit already here. Basically, TT banned the lock and say, okay, JDG, you have to ban Orianna now, or you're giving over Orianna. Because lock is the Orianna counter, Akali, perhaps another one which people are willing to play. But now JDG have a choice of saying, do we let the Orianna go through? They do. So now, Orianna first pick, very likely to Heru. Honkyu doesn't have Victor. Might have to go Syndra. Yeah, he might have to go Syndra here, Honkyu. I don't really see what else he goes. You don't want it... Well, Victor can win lane, doesn't necessarily do much here. Oh, Galio, okay. Do they get Galio Jarvan? They get Jarvan Galio. Okay, that's pretty good for them. So now TT see the Jarvan Galio. Galio can lose lane versus the Orianna, but the Jarvan Galio is nasty into an Orianna with a flash. So now TT need to be very aware of what happens if they lock in another carry that can't escape the combo. Kalista Renata might end up being really big here. This could be huge, because you have to then dive into the Kalista Renata, and they just put a shockwave down, they put the hostile takeover down, and what do you do? Now, this is lane pressure from TT. They don't typically play towards this in bot lane. what do JDG do? So you don't have Ezreal Karma, you don't have Lucian Millia, you don't have Ashe Seraphine. What would you normally do into this? You could Misfortune, but there's no Nautilus. You can only pick one half of your duo here too. This is one of the big problems. If you're going to pick a 2v2 that can actually fight the Kalista Renata, you're only allowed to lock in a half of it now. Do you just lock Jhin? It doesn't feel great. They lock in the Renekton just... Whoa, I don't know. Renekton doesn't feel great there either, no? This is such a stat check. This will have to be such a snowball plus stat check from GDG. They need just all in with like triple melees into an Orianna Kalista Renata. Isn't that just awful? So JDG now, I think they should ban Cassante. I think they got to ban away any kind of frontline. They got to ban away any kind of frontline now. If JDG have to go into tanks, isn't that just awful? They're actually banning away the Vayne. But like if TT managed to get any sort of tank frontline that can allow their carries to actually stand and fight, isn't that just awful for JDG? TT ban away the Caitlyn, one of the few lane dominant lanes. This is the other, you know, a lot of the bot lanes which can fight a Kalista Renata are out. The Varus and the Caitlyn are gone. You could go Jhin. Jhin might be okay here. Then the problem is if Keshi locks in a Cassante, then Jhin does not feel fantastic, really. Unironically, this could be like a Swain top angle for Keshi if you can survive the matchup too. I think it's bad into Renekton individually, but if you can ever get a Swain working here, it'd be crazy for TT. Shame they locked in the Orianna with that in mind, actually. I say shame, the Orianna's still great here. Looking for the big all-in, looking for the Neeko. What do you do with the Neeko, though? Do you go MF Neeko? Do you go Jhin Neeko? I mean, Shashi's Renekton is really good, for sure. Yeah, in YouTube chat highlighting that. Did TT need to lock in top jungle? Do you pick in something like a Trundle and just say, I'm going to be really tanky? And Trundle might not be bad here for Junhao. Just say, I need early game pressure. You can't give JDG too much early. I think Trundle might be okay with that in mind, actually. You can get caught out. You're not very mobile. But Trundle could just be okay to say, I'm just stealing resources. I'm just stealing your stats. It's not great for ball delivery, but it is really good for saying, like, well, you're going to get Trundle pillared into the natural. The Tramp Stack's fallen through. Oh, sorry, Trundle ban. Sorry. Trundle ban. My bad. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, Trundle was banned in the first three. Sorry, I missed that because I was paying attention to the last ones there. So Trundle can't get picked, so that makes a lot of sense. Right, let me just check on what else was not picked or banned then at that point. The Trundle's banned, Poppy's banned. You could think about Skarner. I don't think it's good. Shinzao's not great into triple melees because everyone gets inside the... Shinzao's not great because everyone just gets in range of your ultimate. You can Lee Sin for the kick, but if you ever get hit by a Renekton W or a Lee Sin Najava knockup, you're just kind of dead. You might Lee Sin. Top lane for Keshi is a weird one. Because you've still got last pick for Honky to come through. No, sorry, not for Honky, for Gala. I guess you're getting Jhin. No, you know the matchups in solo lane, so cancel out that last point. So you know the solo lane matchups. Orion into Galio is fine. You need something that can contest with the Renekton if you can. Is Jax just going to explode in the meat grinder? Look, if Cassante can get out of lane, it's great. You need to actually get out of lane, though. That'd be the problem for it. Hey, by the way, thank you so much for the gift sub, Duro. I appreciate that. Thank you. Takeshi's castle? Yep. If you can keep up his level of form. Game 2 wasn't bad for me individually. I just think strategically it wasn't great from TT. Is Wukong playable jungle here? Yeah, it is, but you lose early pressure. I think Wukong is playable, but you need to get out of the first 3 levels. This is the problem about what JDG is showing, is that they have some really nasty snowball potential between Jarvan and Renekton with like a Galio follow-up. That's the real worry here. Unironically, Kled is not bad for Keshi here. I see a call out for that, Kaz. I see that. Unironically, Kled is pretty good at the meat grinder fights and being able to survive through. You have Bailout, you have Orianna, shields as well to give you potential real turnaround. Which is scary. Does anyone know how Bailout works with Kled? If you die, Bailout starts ticking down, you remount. Does it give you the extra Bailout HP to... does it give you the extra HP to kind of like work through your Bailout? Not sure if it does. I don't think a dismount counts as a death at all. No. That's not what I'm talking about. It's the remount TFC. So if you're dismounted, you lose your HP, bailout activates, you remount. Do you get an extra amount of time in your bailout because you gain HP? Which comp do you prefer? We haven't finished the draft yet. So we can't tell. Never tested it. Yeah, me neither, TFC, because I don't think it's that confident. But here it actually might be okay. Gosh. Still a little bit snotty, folks, because I'm in for cold/hay fever. And Sam will join us for the next series. Which comp do you prefer? I mean, look, I think if TT can get away out of these last two picks with getting some early pressure so they can actually get on the board, I think I prefer TT's comp, because then you'd have like triple melee from JDG into Ballista Renata plus Orianna, just crazy AoE combo. Gwen for even more late game. TT need early game jungle top lane. They need early game jungle top lane in my mind. And I think if you try to scale too much in jungle top lane, I think you don't reach your combo. I think the three champions you've locked in already, Kalista Renata, good in laning phase, but might not win, but good in laning phase. But you have what the problem is, Duro, I agree with that. I think Bel'Veth is also great into heavy melee comps, it is. But I think the problem is you already have like a bunch of champions which need to get out of early game. The problem now is not about activating your late game win condition or like getting a late game win condition. It is actually surviving through to your late game. We're going back into draft now, so presumably we get to see if there was a mistake or something that wasn't locked in on before. Trundle was banned away. Okay, let's get back to it. So presumably it's the first, it's all of the same picks up until we get into pick 4 for TT. Could Zac work? I was actually thinking about Zac for ball delivery, but I think that he gets destroyed too much early, and if he gets snowballed on, it goes badly. Oh, they were thinking about Zahen. Oh, Zahen actually might be good for Keshi. Zahen can actually be a ball deliverer too. Zahen's fine into Renekton. Yeah, I actually don't mind the Zahen at all. It's okay. And in terms of things which actually lane into the Renekton, you get pushed in, but you actually do quite well at fighting him. Gosh. The Vayne was banned. I seem to remember TT banning out Caitlyn and then Varus. And then JDG banned out, what was their last ban? Okay, no. Okay, fair play. Yeah, I actually think Zahen's okay on 4 here. So then JDG locked in Nico on 4. Was that the mistaken pick? Was this a mistaken pick, or is this one which... Because we saw, this was the last pick we saw locked in, and then it fell apart on TT's side of it. So the Nico is correct. That's fine. They're likely locking something like Jhin, and they go Mundo. They need it. Now you have a front line. That's nasty. Now, if the Mundo can survive lane, fantastic. Renekton probably going to be like 20 CS up. Jin's out. It is early game. I think there is a risk to it. I think you've got like 4 people already that are going to jump inside your Crescent Guard. Your 3v3 is good. Your bailout is good with that, in fairness. Kai'Sa for Gala. So Gala goes Kai'Sa. It's not Jhin, it's Kai'Sa. Full dive. So JDG just want to go all in. It's all in on the dive. Okay, we're going to go into an ad break finally and get into game and talk about these drafts a little bit more. I am a bit worried that JDG just have too much early game. I'm a bit worried that they snowball and that they just brutalize them with individual matchups. I don't think you need to be like... I don't think you need to be that coordinated to just say, jump in, let's just kill him. Going into an ad break. Appreciate you all supporting us, folks. Now, if TT actually make it to late game, I think it's very hard for JDG to win. Now, I think JDG, they might have locked in too weak an early game bot lane. If they die bot lane early, I think it's game on. But TT need to get an early game win. If they don't get an early game win in somewhere on the map, I think this game is so doomed. I think JDG, I think they have become increasingly more individualistic and increasingly more about just win matchups. TT's early game isn't that bad. It's not like Kai'Sa is good early. The problem is, I think that JDG are... I mean, you have Junja on Jarvan, you have Xiaoshu on Renekton. If they just snowball through that combo, I think it's really hard. Okay, into the game we go. JDG evened up the series in game 2. TT would love to get themselves a damn series win. Let's get into the Rift. See how the 2-1 goes. Oh, the slow landed. But then Vampire actually takes a decent amount of damage there. Gala trying to get in range for the single target Q. Can't get it. Vampire does have his Q off cooldown now. This bot lane is going to be really important early on. Guardian comes through from Feathers, shakes off a bit of the poke. Arn starting with the Rend, of course. Oh, Ghost actually popped from Gala early there. Doesn't dodge the skill shot. Harry took a bad trade, presumably hit by an E at level 1. Not looking great for Harry there. Top lane, I'm going to expect like a 20 CS lead or something like that for the Renekton. That's... Mundo's a champion where you just lose a lot of farm and then just hope you get more out of it later. Harry's not had the easiest time versus Honky, but then again, most people don't, in fairness. Garland playing the single game of Kai'Sa this split. First Nico game for Vampire this split. He used to be a big engage player on it. 1-0 for Arn and Feather. Go for this. Oh, Exhaust coming through. They're about to hit the level 2, actually. Dangerous there. Flash away for the Exhaust. Ginger coming down. Level 3. Exhaust and heal down for Arn and Feather. I don't think you can all in here, can you? Maybe flash for an E from Nico. They spot Ginger now. Vampire may go for the flash. Yeah, safety flash for Arn. Don't chance it. Wave is pushing in. What does Jarvan do now? Because Jarvan's going down towards bot side. E not hitting, but the taunt does. Honky can't go for a heavier trade there. So what's going to happen in these bot camps? Well, nothing. Ginger can't do anything there. So Ginger went through a 3 camp into a look bot side. Doesn't get anything. Junhao's now bot side himself, but he's on vision. Wave is pushed in. Every summoner down from JDG, but at least they're getting farm. How good are Jarvan and Renekton locking down Kalista Renata? Really depends on summoner usage. Oh, Karyu actually dodges the Q this time. Could potentially kill Honky because of that missing summoner. Can't walk into melee range, though. Honky would have killed potentially with Flash Taunt into kill. Hurry running out of mana now. Probably wants to just recall. Yeah, he'll recall now, teleport back in. If the bot is evenish going into mid-game, the death ball is very scary from JDG. Yeah, I agree. If JDG just have their combo online going into mid-game, I think that TT, they need a little bit of time to get tanky enough or look for the turnaround. Ginger, even in farm with Junhao. I think Junhao missed like a small Kroger zone. They might be able to force flash here onto Harry. We'll see. He's hovering about in the right way. Good flash there from Haru. I don't think that E was ever going to hit though from Honky though. It does mean that the cannon is lost. Shahu's got a wave crashing in. Kashi is not particularly happy with this top lane wave. He's going to get oh, hang on. He can actually die here. He can actually die. Shaoshu's going to look for the kill. Flash forward. Gets the empowered W. Shaoshu gets the E as well. And the last auto attack gets the kill. Flashes down from him. Junhao may well be able to just kill him. I think he does, actually. Oh, hang on. Empowered. Nope, doesn't come through. It's going to be kill for Junhao. Wave is still lost the turret, though. Now, Wave is going to be half lost, I suppose. Not the full one. Kashi down a good amount of gold. Shaoshu gets the kill. I was worried about this top lane matchup in terms of early game. This is why I'm like, look, Mundo is good if he gets out of lane. But TT is so much of, they just need to get out of lane. They just need to get out of the early game. You know, it's even bot lane matchup. That's not really what TT want there. Junhao does get the kill. Hang on, jump forward to Harry. Doesn't have flash this time. Junhao's in. Does have flash. Can he get anything done here? The Q lands. Doesn't get the kill, though. Onto Haru. Junhao managing to get, get his mid lane to safety. Shaoshu has level 6. Kashi puts on the W. I think Kashi just dies here, personally. Is anyone going to come up to help him? Okay, I guess not. Shaoshu, no extra mobility. Kashi under threat. Backs off. Dominus will help push in the wave. Wave is now against bot lane for JDG. Look, early game for JDG is not going badly here. Top lane's doing well. Harry's down almost 20 CS in mid lane. The Honky's just been butchering Haru. This is not like meant to be a heavy winning matchup for the Galio. I just think Haru's just got hit by a lot of Qs. Kashi is losing top lane heavily. Both these solo lanes doing very well for JDG. Bot lane's not in a losing position. This is the worry I had about this composition. It's just that, well, doesn't JDG just play through individual matchups and kill TT? TT are not an individual laning team. That's not their strength. They're good at combos later on the whole. Top lane looks so doomed. Yeah, I mean, Keshi just got outplayed in the 1v1. Xiaoshu is a very good Renekton player. They spot the dragon going down here to JDG. You can get the rend up here on target. Level 6 available for Hongqiu, not for Junja. Junhao, actually, if he kills the dragon, does get level 6. Junja could try and fly in. They started with the smite. Oh god, you got to be careful with that. Jeez, Junja actually got very close in range there because Junhao started with the smite on dragon. Scuttlecrab's going to go over as well. Junhao, can you get this in time? Got the level 6. Should be okay to get this. Close there. Junja almost in range for the smite there again, actually. Run Mundo pre-Warmogs is pretty useless. Yeah, he does need, like, the triple giant spell early. Recall stops onto Junhao there. Xiaoshu once again going forward to the empowered abilities. Renekton empowered abilities are so scary. Ooh, double root there. Nice from Vampire. Bot lane's not exploded for TT at all. I mean, this is going completely fine for Gala and Vampire. They've even got a cult. This was my worry about the draft. I think that TT, they do have, you know, bot lane's an okay lane to play around, but I don't think they've won through lane pressure. If Vampire gets another recall stop here, which they almost do actually, hang on, Vampire gets another double root here. Doesn't have the old Galio's coming down now. Do they have any teleports to bring to bear? No. There is a bailout. There's no level 6. Jump in but flash away from the Cataclysm. Bailout now activated. That should be a pretty clean 2 kills. We'll see Gala pulls up the ultimate. Where is the Shockwave? Kill does come back. Haru, what does he want to do with his own Shockwave? Junhao's going to walk towards Hongqiu. Presumably, that'll be a kill onto one of the bot laners. Flashes in. Arn gets the kill. Junhao flashes. Haru did not pull the ultimate. Junja got away safely. So it ends up being a 2 for 2, all things said and done. Haru doesn't get anything from that. Arn does get a kill, but Gala gets 2. So Gala is very happy now with his own state of affairs. I think TT maybe should have picked up an extra kill. Arn now rotating across the map. 1,000 gold lead for JDG. You see JDG were a little bit... They questioned a little bit where they should go on the map there. Xiaoshu was about to head bot, went back towards top. Gluttonous Grease from Arn built up, so he has the healing boots, interestingly. Really wants the ability to heal through. Going for the Shiv next, presumably. Weird, it's a weird situation when Callista's not building Blade first, isn't it? Grub's taken by TT. First one goes down to the Smite. Can they take a second one? Maybe. We'll see. Yeah, they can get the second one, actually. Keshi pushing in towards bot side. Gala laning alone against the Mundo. To be honest, Kai'Sa one of the better Mundo killers. Eventually, anyway. Not right now, but eventually will be. Good mixed damage. Good anti-tank potential if you get to stick on them. Keshi with a double Giant's Belt right now. Not quite at the 3, which we normally see from the Mundo. Often do that for Warmogs plus Heartsteel later. Xiaoshu a little under 1,000 gold ahead. This laning scenario is probably just... What? Is it better for TT? It gets Mundo out of the early game, but it means that Gala gets to scale up with a cull for free. And Gala is, like, arguably the best Kai'Sa player ever. You know what I mean? This Ori is 20 CS down. Yeah, I don't think Harry's a very strong individual laner. I think Hongqiu is. I think that Junja played around mid lane very well. But yeah, Harry shouldn't be 20 CS down. I think this is just saying you have Hongqiu into Harry. I mean, remember the first matchup between JDG and TT, though I think TT won that matchup, actually. Harry got solo killed by Hongqiu 3 times when Hongqiu picked the lock into his Orianna. And Hongqiu's now just very happily farming away. Going to go towards, presumably, Kaenic Rookern first. Oh, I don't know, I say presumably. Gallios have been changing their builds based on what Chovy's been building for forever. I like sending the Renekton top lane. Good for Kai'Sa to dodge the matchup for a bit. I mean, I think the Kalista would have liked to be further ahead. Obviously not ahead at all, in fact. Right now. Honky's just permanently clearing waves, which means it's very hard to play in side lanes. Keshi is still, like, half a level down on Xiaoshu. Has his 3 Giant's Belts now. Xiaoxu will just happily take these incremental trades, has, you know, Eclipse Conqueror for really, really nasty bursty trades. I know Conqueror is more of an extended trading pattern, but Renekton stacks it up so quickly. Yeah, too much. Game's slowed down. Who does that favor? Might favor TT, actually, especially since they got the first dragon. Now, if TT get a second dragon, they are actually happy, because then they can, like, let go of a play or two, and they're all right, really. Junja should know that Junhao's here. Both teams know that their vision has been established. You could maybe go for a Jarvan Galio combo, because Junhao doesn't have flash. Does jump in. They do have Galio. Junhao is presumably actually dead here, I think. They flash in for the Galio play there, actually. They do. That's the wrong target. Shockwave is bad from... What did Haru just do? He just whipped his damn Shockwave. Haru, what have you done? I actually think the combo from the Jarvan's on the wrong target, but it doesn't matter. The Shockwave's in the wrong place. Huge play for JDG. Junja gets onto the right target. The Shockwave goes sombrero because Haru presses the wrong buttons, and the Dragon will go down to JDG. That's the fight they need. Early game over. 3,000 gold lane in advantage, and Haru, yeah, look, you can put the spectator there. He just whiffed his own Shockwave, man. Dumb question, what happened to vertical streaming? I don't have it set up on this laptop right now. We'll watch this again, because look, realistically, look, Junhao doesn't have flash. He's in a dangerous position. You are going into the Kalista Renata. Junhao takes a big chunk early, although at least he trades a decent amount back. It's a good double combo, but Arn gets out of the play. What does Haru do here? Man, he puts the shield onto the Kalista, onto the Renata, presses the ult as he gets pulled out of position with the... God, man. He puts the shield onto the Renata, who then gets Kalista ulted, so the Shockwave ends up sombreroing. I mean, guys, communicate better. I mean, clearly he's pulled out from that. I mean, you see the animation come through, and then you press R. Oh, man. Okay, JDG now with a 3,000 gold lead, taking the Dragon. A lot of that gold onto a Galio. That's going to be really hard, for now at least, for TT to remove. That felt like TT's... That felt like it should have been TT's fight. You've jumped onto the Kalista Renata. The Kalista escapes. And you should be able to walk away with that play. You should be. From TT. You've got your ultimates kind of disengaging in a row, but the Shockwave missing there loses you so much damage. It loses you so much CC. It's a big misplay from Haru. So much of this game does feel like, you know, Honk you up 20 CS, Honk you getting the better play, delivered into the right places, whereas Haru struggling individually, not getting the lane. Keshi, also worth noting too, you know, we've said this is a very top lane centric series. Xiaoxu's having a great laning phase versus Keshi. Great initial fight from him too. Dude, I mean, TT, the curse of the 2-1 may well continue for them, sadly. And now you've got Gala at 4-1. Gala on the Kai'Sa is so happy. Now, this Kai'Sa is in a magnificent spot now. You know, you shouldn't be ahead of a Kalista like that. Arn ends up taking aggro again from his Shiv. But no, we should be back to vertical streaming, well, for playoffs, definitely. Gala pushing in mid lane now. Just cashed in that cull so far ahead. I was worried when TT locked in the Kalista Renata. I just don't think it's their style of play. They're not a lane-dominant team. I think playing around the Kalista Renata, I would prefer to have Arn on something mage-like, actually. His mage has been good. No, that last fight, I do think that Junja chose the wrong target. I think you could just... I don't know, maybe not the wrong target. But I think that Arn being able to hop out of the play and not even have to use flash there, I think TT should have been able to outplay that. Junja's now in a decent spot now, though. Arn picks up the red buff. The hostile takeover is going to need to be godly. I think, given the compositions, they actually should be easy to... You should be easy to land a big hostile takeover. JDG, they're going to throw like 2 or 3 melee range champions at the Kalista and hope it works. So you'd imagine that bailout plus hostile takeover should make a big difference. There's also no cleanse on Vampire or anything like that. Well, no one's got cleanse, so you can't cleanse out of it. Right, Honky's going to back off, go towards the top side. He has his ultimate. He has his armor boots stacked up. Keshi, I mean, he's not really at a point where he really wants to fight right now. Teleport's going to come in from the Orianna. Haru, buddy, your Shockwave better be better this time. I think it might... I mean, you're still 4,000 gold down. I mean, JDG, even if they get hit by a good combo, may still end up winning the fight. Herald's leashed, but then peeled off of. JDG not wanting to stand their ground just yet. You know, if Honky can go for the physical boots against an Orianna, you're feeling pretty damn good, aren't you? Junhao actually taking a lot of damage from Herald here. Gala really, really strong. Watch out for the Kai'Sa. Junja. Oh, hang on, he's caught with the handshake. Shockwave is good. Shockwave is much better this time. Vampire doesn't get the engage. Honky goes in, might kill Junhao. Does get the taunt down, but now he's alone. We'll see what Gala's doing. 4-kill Kai'Sa into the play. Gets the kill onto the first one, but will die. That's not a great trade for Gala. Honky into melee range. Xiaoshu trying to pick up the damage. Heru going down. Arn, what can he do? Vampire low, doesn't get the root. Xiaoshu does pick up the kill onto the Kalista, and it's still a one fight. Even though the Shockwave was better, it's what we warned about. They don't have the gold. It's actually not a bad fight mechanically from TT. They just lost too much early. JDG pick up what is a 4-for-2 and the Herald. I mean, that was a good Shockwave. The Shockwave stopped the engage from Vampire. They just don't have the gold. Junhao's on half HP. Gala goes down early. You'd think this is a great fight. The Kalista's off, the Kai'Sa's off the board. Junhao gets in pretty well. Hostile takeover is not good enough. Okay, the hostile takeover is not good enough. That's actually the big killer here. Feather, you got to be better. You got to do better with that big ultimate. They try and catch Gala. It doesn't work out. Gala, of course, flashed earlier away from that hostile takeover. Arn just gets, sadly, Arn ends up going melee range of the Renekton and then hops into the Galio taunt. He doesn't get hit by that. Does that make a difference? Perhaps good Q flash there from Xiaoshu. Kills off Arn. And now you're 5,000 gold ahead. Herald's likely to kill this turret. Dragon is alive. And while I think TT's combo is good, they've given up too much gold. I think that that last pop forwards from Arn kind of ended his team fight, sadly. Dragon goes to JDG. TT need to batten down the hatches and start scaling. But how are they allowed to do that? Are they going to be? Honky is 2,000 gold ahead, almost at the Imperial Mandate. Xiaoshu ahead 1,500 gold as well. He's at 2 items with the Eclipse Shojin. Gala's 5 kills, 700 gold ahead of the Kalista. And yeah, I mean, I think Harry's Shockwave there helps, but the fact that he missed that huge Shockwave in bot river earlier really hurts the game, doesn't it? The Vampire's yet to find a big engage. Had a couple of good double roots, but that last one was kept out of it. What happens next time if Vampire gets a good engage? This game should be quite easy for JDG to finish off now. You just full send it. Just find a good angle with your Renekton, full send it. Probably just have the stats to kill. I don't think TT can hold... I don't think they can hold back the water now. I think the dam's starting to burst. I think JDG, they just picked in a composition where Honky can just brutalize mid lane because he's just a much better player than Heru. Xiaoshu can take a winning matchup versus Keshi and make sure that Keshi's not a factor. And bot lane from TT's not lane dominant enough to make the difference either. Level down now in top lane. Junja walking towards the Mundo, who does not have flash. He's popped the ultimate already. Here comes Heru. Might be able to Shockwave. Have they gone too far? Maybe Shockwave onto Renekton. Doesn't have that flash. Does get the empowered Q. Good damage there. Can't kill Heru. Renekton goes down. On into the bailout though, and they've lost the Kalista. JDG just have the stats. Vampire will airball, I guess, a celebration ult. They do get themselves a 2-for-1. Again, that should have been okay for TT. They just don't have the gold now. I mean, Xiaoshu gets a mega empowered Q, survives a little longer, gets a ton of damage down, and TT don't have the stats. Arn ends up getting caught in rotation, and that's it. Oh, Arn, man. He's not having a great game on the Kalista, and not necessarily all his fault. I think the initial fight on bot side around the Dragon wasn't his fault, sadly. So hard to play this game out now, though. I mean, Gala's just completely cruising to a 7-kill Kai'Sa lead. Very, very happy he should be now. It's a shame, because TT are going to have another 1-2 series loss, where they have, like, one really good game in the series, but then the rest of it is much harder to pull off. Sadly for them. And it's a shame, because I think there are a lot of issues you can highlight. I think Heru is a weak point for TT. I think Keshi is a player that can't lose gracefully. Sadly, I think Keshi is a player who, if he has a losing matchup, will not lose gracefully. And they are up against a team which has good laners, and it means that if you have weak solo laners, or in a weak matchup, rather, I don't think they're always weak all the time. I think Harry's Rise is very good, for instance. And Keshi is good on most champions. But yeah, I think that if you have, weaknesses in matchup, I think that you get punished quite a lot. Jarla now starting the Baron very quickly goes. Good damage from this. TT don't have the Kalista ult. Gala takes a lot of damage, but Now, Gala's at half HP. Harry's walking over. Vampire does have flash and protoball. He can look for a big engage. And if you do get the big engage, I mean, things go badly afterwards. This is a bit of waste of time from JDG. They just pull off of their lanes. There's no teleports needed to be pulled from TT. Oh, going on to Arnie, doesn't have flash. That's a good play. Here comes the Galio. First big engage from Vampire of the game. Is it enough? The shockwaves? Okay, Arn goes down though. Gala flies forward. They just wanted a fight. They just want a stat check, and they get themselves the kills. Easy as you like. Vampire's first big player of the game, and it's a good one. That's going to pretty much end this game. I mean, they can push down mid lane, they can get Baron, they can do whatever the hell they want. Gala does die, so they do lose their AD carry. JDG should happily get themselves the Baron, though. I mean, someone was going to find the engage. JDG were brought to the Baron. The vision control is very much in JDG's favor. And yeah, sadly for TT, they just gave up too much early. That bot lane, that bot river fight really hurt this. They tried to look for the vision on bot side. They had the Galio ult anyway. Vampire struggling to have an impact in a lot of this game. Not that he's been asked as much, right? But, you know, his laning phase is good in fairness. Maybe I'm being too hard. His laning phase is good, but he's not made the big engages up until this point. Works out well here. Gala flew forwards, and then, I mean, luckily Takeshi does get a big kill combo into Gala. Nice to get the AD carry off the board anyway. Hostile takeover only hit Nico. It's not been a great Renata game from Feather. I think that Feather and Heru together have had some struggles in this game. I think that Arn early game, not his fault, but I think as the team fights have gone on, it's been hard for him to stay safe. That Herald fight, probably the one you'd pull against him. Xiaoshu does have flash, does not have Dominus. Teleport's coming in from the Galio. He doesn't have hostile takeover. Teleport now coming in from the Orianna. So Xiaoshu's dead. Galio should... Oh, hang on. Well, he should be dead, I say. Flashes. Does have Dominus in a second or two. He's going to get the E. Don't know how he can walk forwards if he wants. Now the shockwave's going to come through, but luckily the E is buffered in such a way that Honky will make it out alive. Now there's a multi-man push from JDG in mid lane. They take that mid lane in a turret. Dragon taken by TT. It's not the worst case scenario. Jundra over the wall, flashes, gets onto Feather and on. Hostile takeover doesn't, well, it hits quite a few people, but Honky's into melee. There you go, Honky's into melee. Gala gets to clean up. It's a bit messy, but hey, you got the stats. JDG will end the game off with this push now, I think, after taking a 4 for, well, technically 4 for 1, because Xiaoshu died a little before the play, but 4 for none in the big fight after. Where do they want to walk? They still got Baron buff. They can walk towards mid lane. They can walk top lane. Gala's going to go bot lane. Why not? Sure. Push in all lanes. You deserve it. As a treat. Gala now 11-3. I think Junja's had it. I think, to be honest, my player of the game may well still be Honkyu for how much he won this matchup in mid lane, and then it was just everywhere. Although Gala on Kai'Sa has just been really good at the cleanup. I think that Gala has benefited from Honkyu and Xiaoshu being so far ahead. I think the solo laners from JDG will probably be where I put my eye first for MVP. I think they had a very good game just dominating these matchups. And I think sadly for TT, look, I think TT are not a bad team. I do think if they're going to compete at this level in the LPL, I don't think Heru will cut it. I think I've seen enough from Heru to say he is against Honkyu. Perhaps I'm judging him harshly from that, but I've seen Heru versus the field now in Ascend, and I think that he is probably the player with the most, that is the role with the most room for an upgrade, sadly, for TT. I think that he's struggled quite a lot on the meta pick of that Orianna. His Orianna's not been great. His Ryze is good. Ryze is good, but I think he's struggled off of that. I know he did have that. Did he have that pentakill on lock? Good game from him there. Gala just, that's his Mercurial, by the way. Oops. Why is a Krug under tier 2? Great question. Probably Nico things, I'd imagine. Alright, John Howe's in the bush. I don't think JDG are going to fall for that one, though. Vampire using the clone to ward out. Sometimes you can get Heartsteel stacks off of them, so you got to be careful sending them too close to the Mundo. In fact, actually, Sundered Sky, another thing which can proc off of clones. In fact, there was a... Yeah, Shinzao... Tarzan, MSI 25. Game 1 versus T1, I think it was. Maybe game 2. You know, his Shinzao game in that series. He ended up surviving in a play where he... Oh, no, he stacked up his Q on a clone and then got Sundered Sky for the healing and also his Q stacks, which allowed him to survive. I think that was onto... Was that onto a Wukong clone or was that onto a Nico clone in that game? Anyway. It might have been Nico. But, yeah. You can definitely play around clones. Also, I mean, the Conqueror stacks are nice too, right? Hey, K Brown. Great to see you. Thank you so much for the sub. 7 months. That's almost a year. Feels like it's all done except for the crying now. JDG very, very far ahead, 11,000 gold. I think they played very well around their aggressive combinations. I think TT on the other side, I don't think their matchups have been good enough. I think that bot lane should have gotten lane pressure. They got pressure but no kills. They remained even in farm, not good enough. I think Heru being 20 CS down on Orianna, simply not good enough. Keshi in the top lane, I don't think we expected him to win the lane, but dying in the way he did and then losing farm really put him out of the game too. I think every single lane from TT got a bit brutalized, and JDG were better than them in lane in those matchups, and it's allowed JDG to unlock this composition before TT could get themselves their big kind of counter-engage win condition. Because the vision from TT is JDG dive in, it's all into a shockwave hostile takeover combo. Things are really bad. TT fell way too far behind after failing the first attempt of that in that bot river fight. It's kind of fallen apart from there, though. Now, Arn is at 3 items. He's at 5,000 gold down against Gala. It doesn't matter now, does it, really? TT with the most useless support. I mean, if you look earlier in the series, Game 1, Feather had a magnificent game on the Nautilus. Feather is someone who will have his ups and downs. I think his Nautilus was really, really good in Game 1. He was a shout for MVP for me, actually, Game 1. But yeah, he's not had good enough hostile takeovers here in Game 3, which is a shame, because I think he's a huge part of the disengage. I think both Heru and Feather in the big fights needed to do more. You wanted to win this game seriously, you needed the big disengage to land. It just hasn't, sadly. Which is a shame, All right, 25 seconds till Dragon. I mean, TT could technically stall out that. I don't think you can stall out a Baron. Is there any way TT get back into the game? Well, I don't know. A million shutdowns plus Baron steal, probably. You know. Where does that gold need to go? Probably onto the Callista. The Callista is at 3 items, but needs so much more. Baron's going to get started. I would imagine it's going to get finished very quickly. Everyone's flashes are back up because no one's been fighting for a long time. Arn's hopped over River. Honku hits a Q. Presumably, Vampire just hits the clump with a flash, or Honku does instead. Baron's down low. This actually is getting in stealable territory. Actually, he's going to walk up. Baron is still leashed. Arn's going to hop down to a bot side. This is... Hang on, Jungle is quite low here. What is happening there? Shunhao. That's a really good Vampire roll. There you go. There's your combo. That is just clean sweep. Vampire gets the engage. Everyone explodes on top of it. JDG, they were waiting for the big kills. They get it there. It's pretty textbook. Wait for TT to clump up. Get the Nico ultimate. It's his first Nico game with a split. It's a good one. And JDG will walk away with the victory. 2-1. I think it's the solo lanes which really led to this victory. I think that both Honku and Xiaoshu had a really, really good game of League of Legends. It's a 2-1 for JDG. They'll see themselves even now with WE on 6-6 in series score. And I think with that, I believe they're both safe in playoffs. I now believe bottom 2 is a race between TT and LGD for 7th, 6th spot. JDG walk away with a 2-1 victory.
让我们再次恭喜北京 JDG 2-1拿下了本场 BO3 的胜利。让我们有请上单选手小徐来到赛后采访席，欢迎小徐，大家也用掌声欢迎小徐好吗？谢谢，我们现场西安观众非常热情啊，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 JDG 上单小徐。
欢迎小徐。那首先恭喜你们在这场 BO3 2-1战胜了 TT 嘛。那这一场关系到你们是否能够直接进入到季后赛，所以赛前赛后大家的心态是怎样的？
赛前可能就大家也打得比较放松吧，然后赛后就是也可能就比较平常心吧这种。
以平常心对待的话，能打出自己最好的状态了。那这一场对阵到 TT 的比赛又是让1追2，此前你们在第1轮交手也是这样的赛果嘛？那今天第1局之后，大家聊了聊哪些点呢？
就可能我们第1局前面失误比较多吧，就是劣势可能有点大，然后后面我们就比较偏稳的打，就可能比较好赢下来。
来到了第2局，你的奥拉夫以60%的参团率拿下了 MVP。从开始线上限制到对面的青钢影，到团战的发挥都可圈可点。对面的这个进攻阵容，我觉得他们是要围绕青钢影起节奏的。所以在第2局前期，你是怎样去操作的？
前期就因为对面上路没有带闪现嘛，然后就想找机会去单杀对面，然后可能还是有点上头，然后可能送了一波吧。对。
其实还是有一些非常关键的尝试可以帮队伍打开局面。其实我也发现了召唤师技能这个点，小徐，我觉得你现在打的还是比较的敏锐的。你觉得今天自己的奥拉夫发挥的怎么样？来到了团战端。
奥拉夫那盘可能就是还是前面玩的有点着急吧，然后后面打团应该就是没有什么失误。对。
我相信除了团战端呢，我们也可以看到你们整个的打野节奏是非常好的。大家第2局在16分钟，团队已经拿下了3条小龙了。你觉得在第2局还有哪些制胜关键呢？
因为第2局对面阵容就是比较需要青钢引到后面，然后才能 C 嘛，然后我们拿下小龙比较多，然后对面就没有拖到后期的资本嘛。
我觉得好像来到了决胜局也是这样的一个打法。你会觉得双方在决胜局的2套阵容，我觉得跟前2局有些不太一样，还是比较偏一些团战性的。你会怎样看待自己整个团队在决胜局选出的这一套体系？
因为我们决胜局前3楼是非常好的吧，然后后2楼补下路补了个冲阵，然后我们阵容其实是非常完整的。
阵容非常完整，思路也很清晰。来到了决胜局，我们看到了非常多波美如画的团战。你会觉得在最近 JDG 可能状态没有那么稳定的情况下，从这一局 BO3 能不能找回一些更加稳定的点呢？
就是我们野辅2个人就是抓机会抓得比较好吧，最后一盘就开了很多比较好的团战。对。
好，也是一个团队的胜利。那最后一个问题，拿下了这场比赛，顺利晋级到了季后赛。但我相信，对于北京 JDG 来说，你们会力求更多的胜场。那么本周大家努力的方向是什么？接下来还有2场组内赛的对局。
就是一样保证我们的状态，然后去打接下来比赛吧。
好的，比赛加油！让我们再次感谢小徐来到我们的赛后采访席，也恭喜北京 JDG 拿下了本场 BO3 的胜利。本场的赛后采访到此先告一段落，接下来让我们把画面交还给解说席。
Okay, we're going to wait for our player of the game, player of the series, and then we're going to bring in Sam for the second series of the day. LGD versus BLG, obviously very important. If LGD win, I don't think they're safe from bottom 2 completely, but it gets pretty close. Let me have a check. Yeah, so WE and BLG are now safe in playoffs because TT can't overtake. So if LGD win, they go to 5 and 7 with a maybe a -2 game score. TT have 2 series left to play. They could go to 5 and 9, and that could be maximum -1. Okay, so it wouldn't be safe if they win today, LGD, but it's pretty close. It's pretty close. It's a shame because look, I don't think TT are like a bad team. I just think like. Yeah. Definitely some negatives in there, of course. Okay, folks, I'm going to leave you with a player of the game, player of the series. Going to put an ad break, and then we'll come back with an ad break after that, and we'll get into our series 2. Back in a minute, folks.
寒冰没剑的，不用太炮。
我感觉
不好开团。
我这波打的可以凶一点。
这波可以稍微往抓。
这波
没干过的，
他们可能会开你们。
他们也没闪，
我在中，
他们不好开。OK， 来看来博，看来博，我被断了，来博，我也没闪，慢点，
慢点，我
没闪。哎，我要飞了，
这飞，
我也没闪。
路，
踩塔，
中路，你们这边看，
他会 Q 下来抢的。我先啊。哎，等，别急哦。哎，等他用 Q 吧，我们直接吃掉吧。我没 Q，
我先打。
OK，
巴德没闪，我可以就输了。
哎，可以追啊！哎，对，嘎子看一下我改的。我能看你。
我先打嘎子。
你有反了，对不对？
我一。
哎，报一下。中路一波。
一波了。
一波了。
等一下。AD 闪好。AD 闪还有10秒。
哎，跳下来了。
是先挺吧？
哎，我这里闪。
哎，有这吃饭啊？
看我吗？
可以看。先吃。
你们先吃。
放汉不会出来的。是先挺吧，嘎子？
好。
哎，准备可以看。
别急。
OK。可以先拿着。
可以看我，准备看我。
我先打蒙多。看蒙多。
我们先白打蒙多。
我没
看我。
方向没到啊。
AD 吗 ？AD。
兄弟，怎么都没按出来呢？
中一波。
Am I going to play Fortnite on stream now? Yeah, I actually might do a Fortnite Ari stream. Yeah, I might. I might need to squad up with some people who actually play Fortnite. The problem is I don't really play games with friends anymore because I spend so much time playing League. Like I don't really have that many. I don't have like an active gaming friendship group that often. So I'm gonna need to find some people to go play Fortnite with, man.
Keep it raw, wanting more. You're gonna clock my style, you don't play with it. I adore shaking floors. You wanna match my vibe, you ain't taking it. what you got.
Hello, folks. Initialise here. Alex will be joining us shortly. They are just, in fact, finishing up some lunch, which is very reasonable. Very reasonable. Let me bring this across a little in preparation. How was Rivals? Good time. Good time. Be on again tonight for that. What have you done tonight, Nymaera? Killed them. They're gone. Never to return. Never to return. When am I going back to Final Fight 14? Soon-ish, I think. It's just been a very intense few weeks. I've just been very unwell, is the honest answer. So, my ability to get that done has been huge. Thank you for the resub, by the way, K-Brow. And you, for that matter. And all the gift subs earlier. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, don't die. I'm trying not to. That's currently my active plan. Not dying. Not dying. LGD being announced here. Let me turn the camera off so we can see everybody. Birdle, Heng, Tangyuan, Xiaoye, and Crisp. Heng and Tangyuan in particular been on rare form. Crisp as well has really been stepping up. You'll notice, though, for BLG, a certain returning member, Bin, is back. For how long is another matter. How much contention there will be with Flandre for that starting spot will be a different matter entirely. Viper and On leading the way there with their various champ pools. Monkey Cube, though. Tangyuan here, importantly, for this matchup. Leading in their respective roles as well. Late season variable. Indeed, they have gone on to do a fair amount of winning in the later parts of seasons. You can see there's some clutch matchups they picked up over the years, going all the way back to 2019 versus IG. We're going mid. Tangyuan on rare form right now, but he's up against Knight, and you can just see the weight of Knight's numbers is pretty ridiculous. Up 100 odd DPM. Thank you for the resub, Doc. Appreciate you for coming in. Gotta love the team that suddenly gets that after their season is over. Yeah. Suddenly gels after the season's over. It's just the way of it sometimes, isn't it? Hello, Zareth. Good to see you, mate. A roast and a fun fact for Zareth. Well, what you're going to do, Zareth, is you're going to take a wonderful full roast chicken. Full chicken. You're going to turn the oven up to 180 degrees centigrade.
And importantly, you're then going to ensure that you have added some lemon, honey, rosemary, salt, pepper on top. I don't want to make sure you got a bit of oil in there because you want to crisp up that skin. You can debate doing some stuffing as well, in which case you want to sage some breadcrumbs. In particular. Put that in the oven. Until the skin is nice and golden. And when you've gotten that carcass remaining, you're going to want to turn that into stock. Don't throw away the bones. It'd be a complete waste. Make sure to turn that into stock afterwards. Just stick it in a big vat of water with some of your vegetable scrapes as well. Bit of salt, sugar. Wonderful stock. The back end of it as well. Probably even save the oil if you want to be really fancy, but it can sometimes be a bit much. There you go. How's that for a roast? That hit the spot. That was your roast, Seraph. And we'll get a switch. That's the now become meat. But I just gave you the roast. That was a roast. It was a roast dinner. What now? What did you want from me? So, you're so needy. You're so needy, Seraph. Come in here, think you're part of the fellow kids, decry my cooking advice after you asked for it specifically. Who do you think you are? Compliment for TFC. TFC, you're a wonderful part of this community. I appreciate your love of the shy, never ending in its fandom. It is cool to see someone stand up for their players. Really awesome seeing you make it all the way out to China as well and get into the audience and get those banners out there. Got needy Zeref in chat here as well. You hardly stream. I missed the banter stream. I wish I was doing a bit more recently, but again, as you can hear, still not quite back yet. Have a listen in to Christina and Hengler.
大家好，我是 LGD 打野恒。
欢迎小恒。那上周你们收获了一波3连胜，也是获得了第4周周最佳选手，团队状态有明显的提升。这一周希望能展现出怎样的竞技状态呢？
竞技状态就是肯定保持之前的状态吧，然后尽量越打越好，团队。
好，这场比赛对阵到实力非常强劲的 BLG 战队，希望能在召唤师峡谷碰撞出怎样的火花？
就首先打他们肯定是很强的队伍嘛，但是我们应该就是保持我们的状态，就是打好游戏内容的话，就是好好运营的话，也是可以拿下他们的。
OK， 比赛加油，赛场见。各位好，在前彩环节，我们邀请到了 BLG 的下路选手 Viper， 先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 BLG 的下路选手 Viper。
欢迎 Viper。那最近我们的常规赛、组内赛已经接近尾声了 ，BLG 战队稳居积分榜的前列。想问一下，队伍在这一周努力的目标和方向是什么？
我们的目标是一直以来都是团战来说，团队来的那个东西吧。
No, very much no, Neil. No been interviewers yet.
这些东西。
今天你们的对手老干爹在上周收获了一波3连胜，他们最近的状态有一些进步。这场比赛希望打出怎样的风采？
首先确实他们最近状态蛮好嘛，然后特别是他们的下一步的那个配合比较好，所以我们也要处理这个点吧。
加油，赛场见。
Do that? It is. I now understand. That does now make sense.
Hello everyone, we actually got a duo cast for a while, first time in a while. Hello everyone.
Hello.
A little bit, but yeah, Ben's back.
He is.
Sam's playing Genshin.
While we're in the interview, I was getting a daily done.
Okay, oh god. But you gotta play games where it lets you do like the auto run.
Yeah, I can't do that.
Camera friend. Okay, cool. Ben's back. LGD versus BLG. Actually very important for LGD because LGD are in a race for survival in terms of bottom 2 compared to top 6 in a sense. Because TT lost earlier, it is pretty overwhelmingly likely that TT will be 7th, EDG will be 8th. EDG are locked into 8th, by the way. There is still a chance that LGD you end up falling down into that if they end up losing everything and TT then win everything from this point. Fairly unlikely based on current form, but still worth noting that. Ben has lost a lot of weight there. as he's been saying, apparently he's been, focusing on that on his time off. He's, he's,
Hello, Pixie, as well. Sorry, but yes, he's been putting a lot of effort into proving himself. And again, we don't know what the end state for BLG will be. Will it be Flandre being the main starter? Will it be Bin? Will it be a flex of both? That is still up in the air, and I think rumors are flying in general. But Bin, at least for now, is back and will be looking to compete for that first spot. Make no mistake about it. Looks like we'll be having a bit of that intro video as ever. G and Weibo and all the rest of them being highlighted here.
Sometimes the phrase, the moment you've been waiting for, is overused. I don't think it is in this case. Welcome back to Xi'an, the old capital of China and WE's home ground, welcoming in, well, a very special return. LGD versus BLG, a matchup which has had a fair amount of hype around it because we now know Bin is back. Flandre played 7 games for BLG, Wenbo played more, but Bin is back on the roster. BLG back in full force.
In full V formation here as well before cycling back into the standard queue. Right there at the back, cameras are focusing on him and you can understand why. Bin is in the roster. The internal drama in BLG has been bubbling around in public discourse and around various social media forums for a little while. There were rumors of Bin leaving earlier in the year with him having to come back to the training facility, having left and all that kind of stuff. So it sounds like there's just been a lot to work with for all the public successes. It's been a very hard road for this squad regardless. The effort, the energy, the schedule, all adding to make things pretty interesting here for the roster.
Yeah. LGD on the other side, got a hard task ahead of them. Bin's first game back, don't know what form he's going to be on. Of course, Flandre was holding up the roster for BLG while we were there. It's a question he'll be back in the roster. Maybe they'll sub them in, sub them out. LGD, important game for them here. Even just getting games will mean an awful lot for them and trying to escape that 7th place in Group Ascend. For those of you that don't know, if you finish bottom 2 in Group Ascend, you will be facing off against a team from Group Nirvana to make your way into playoffs in the first place. And even if you do, you would start in the lower bracket. Getting out of that bottom 2 really makes a big difference to you, gives you an extra degree of safety, gives you a much better place to go towards in terms of your standings, in terms of your bracket in playoffs. Of course, on the other side, BLG, they're actually fighting for top 2 here as well. Got a lot of teams sat on 9 series wins. BLG, one of them, with a game in hand compared to top esports and anyone's legend as well. So there are decent stakes in here. A lot of drama with Bin coming back in. We don't know whether Flandre will be playing in and out in the series. There's some questions to chat in terms of who is better for this team. Is Flandre better for the team? Is Bin better for the team? There's a lot of context there. I think actually Flandre is a different stylistic option. If they can actually integrate him well, I can see him being good for this team, especially with the ability to potentially play with Viper on strong side.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
They never really managed to play very good with strong side Viper while Bin's in the roster. I'd imagine when Bin's in, you're not going to see a heavy priority bot, or at least they shouldn't do. Bin, when he's on form, he is levels above almost everyone else. I do think when Flandre's on form, he's a great team fighter and a great out-of-lane player too. So I don't think that Flandre is a bad player. I think that Bin for this roster, though, is so much their style, though. They love playing solo lane centric. They love playing through side lanes. Yep. He's a huge part of that.
I mean, even when they had Flandre and they were still playing for 1-3-1s, it was just Flandre was the weak side of the 1-3-1, while Knight was being given 2 side lanes worth of advantages on Rise. You sort of see Flandre go, cool, I have done my duty here on the Rumble, and now I'm down 30 CS. That's okay, because Knight has picked it up for me. And that's sometimes what you can do as well, because obviously playing 1-3-1 where both your ones are strong side can be challenging too. It is often easier to have one player where all the resources go, but it does, on the other hand, make you a little less flexible, theoretically, and now having that potential to flex between 2 top laners. If it works out and the egos are managed and the playstyles are gelled, you can see the potential power BLG have to work with, but very rarely in League of Legends history has substitutions worked out seriously well.
Yeah, I think you have to be a specific kind of team to make the use of it. I think some players just mentally never really end up accepting the whole revolving door situation. We are into our first draft.
Oh, yes.
Finn's first game's back for BLG. Of course, Wenbo played most of this split. Flandra came in for 3 series, playing 7 games. And now Ben's back. We don't know whether Flandra will be subbed in and out. Wenbo's had a wrist fracture, so he's unlikely to play for BLG again for the rest of the year. These are all important things. Context, let's get into our first draft. Still have Orianna up. We still have Neferi, Lee Sin, Rise. Orianna is the really big champion I'm looking at currently, though.
The lock ban implies that the LGD are now going to be forced to ban the Orianna, because what's basically started happening is if the Orianna's left open, it's often with the lock being used into it. By banning the lock, they are saying, you better ban the Orianna or we will pick it up.
Now, BLG are a little bit of, well, a very bit of a different team in the LPL, though. I think they're one of the few teams that would still go towards Shen, Camille bot lane. I think those supports would end up being very good for them. Orianna is banned. Do you lock in something like an Olaf for Bin? That's been a confident blind pick. Rise first pick, whatever, they don't care. Knight is by far the best Rise within the LPL.
Yeah.
Tangyuan, I think he's a good player. I don't necessarily know what he's going to go do into this. He might pick an Anivia, but picking it early without seeing what the other carry is can sometimes leave Anivia just being lane counter and not great with the rest of the composition.
And it feels like Anivia in particular really has just disappeared from the meta in a way. She was either being used as a flex, going top, going support. People aren't even bothering into the Rise very much anymore. They're preferring things like the Syndra. Of course, that's been banned away here. But it does feel like the Anivia answer to the Rise has become significantly less common / something that people are confident to pull out. Again, I think for Tangyuan as well, someone who really is the driving force of LGD's current success alongside Heng, having him on something with a little bit more playmaking is something I would personally prefer.
Now, LGD are going to get their hands on presumably Ezreal Karma.
Yeah.
Now, most teams have been willing to give an Ezreal or a Karma, but not both. BLG, they do this knowing that they can lock in their own lane, though, which is very powerful. Caitlyn Bard was very powerful in a lot of Split 2. Didn't see that much of it beyond that point. We've normally seen a bit more like Jhin being played into this. We've seen a lot of like the Lucian Milio being played into it to a point. So the Caitlyn Bard, not something we see that often, but on now is on Bard, and Viper gets to get some extra lane pressure. Tangyuan maybe going towards the Akali. Did wonder about the Anivia. Tangyuan's Akali has been really slick. I think Tangyuan having the split of his career.
Oh, yeah.
He's picking in a skilled champion against Knight. Love to see it.
Yeah, and again, if you're looking at champions where Tangyuan's found success, and that Akali has always been in that backline, much like actually Karis, right? Even when things have been down for those players, if the Akali's out, you know they're feeling confident, and they are very competent pilots of that champion. Second phase ban's coming on through. I'm imagining that we're going to see a Neferi ban against Heng here. You can't allow Neferi Akali as well as a duo.
Well, I actually wonder if LGD might be forced to ban a couple of them, because it's the Rise in mid lane for BLG.
Yes.
Because, so basically, the Akali doesn't really want to play with a Neferi Lee Sin. The Rise wants to play with the Neferi Lee Sin. That'd be my worry here. They ban away the Poppy instead. The BLG, if they choose to just let through the AD junglers now, they could potentially secure themselves one of those better combinations with the Rise. Whereas for Hung, you probably want to look, well, normally look towards a Vi that's obviously banned down. Vi's been a very popular
It'll be the Neferi no for this duo. They love this Neferi Akali duo.
They do, but they have 0 CC. And I think that would, and so while they might lock it in, I think it would be a mistake.
They have, to be fair, to LGD, made that work basically by just saying we've got the target access and kill people. But you're right, the risk of it is that lack of CC is problematic if you don't get to a point where you can just blow someone up. If you fall behind the game, your ability to come back is very limited.
So Hung may well go for Lee Sin Neferi, one or two. And Hung's Lee Sin has been exceptionally good. In fact, PLG lost the game to LGT playing. I think that was against LGD. I think that might have been the Lee Sin. But okay, whatever. It was all over the place. They lost the game to TT in similar scenario, which is why. But all over the place. I think BLG, I think they let through both the Lee Sin and the Neferi, and they just pick up the extra. It banned the Renekton instead. That opens up Bin and Bessa. I think that's really scary. I think what you're likely going to see now is like Lee Sin or Neferi picked up here for LGD. You're going to then see the extra one of those picked up by Shun, and then Bin will pick Ambessa, and Bordeaux will have to then try and counterpick that last one.
Yeah, Jarvan's gone, Vi's gone, so those two options are down. So it'll either be the Lee Sin and the Neferi. You called that one, and it will be the Lee Sin. I thought it might be the Neferi as Heng's kind of preferred carry option of late, but that now will be Shun. Looking at the Neferi, his kind of favoured option anyway in the jungle, and he's got a fair amount of setup here to play towards side lanes already.
The reason they don't go for the Neferi as LGD, they have 0 CC. They have 0 CC, at least you have a kick now. At least you have a kick. It's not best, but you have some kind of CC. Besides that, you have a Karma double. That's all you've got in terms of engagement.
I mean, On's made that work in the past, to be fair to it.
Yeah, Sam, but LGD, I love this team. They are not BLG playing with 0 CC, and even then, I don't think it's good for BLG either. No. They just get away with it. So the Neferi comes through. I think Bin might go for the Ambassador.
Oh, go on.
Now, okay, so they're hovering the cannon. Unironically, the Shy has been playing AD cannon in solo queue. There is a chance of that coming back. Ambassador very likely locked in here. Birdall will then have the choice of saying, well, does he go for a Yorick? Does he go for the Olaf? What does he choose into that matchup? Birdall will have a choice of counter. I am worried for Birdall. I don't think his individual laning has been that strong. You are against Bin's Ambassador. You don't have the choice of that Renekton, which has been that classic counter into Ambassador. I think BLG are really happy with it.
Yeah, I somewhat agree. I will say Birdall has stepped up fairly well over the last couple matches, and I think LGD in general have started to get some momentum rolling, which has helped players like Birdall who were struggling fair amount in lane on off occasions. Olaf being considered, it's actually been blind picked even by a number of teams at this point.
It's been first picked by teams.
Yeah, exactly. We've been very, very intense on that front, but it will just be the Olaf. And now you do have that capacity with a lot of mobility and a lot of move speed to just run at BLG, and maybe you don't need CC if you could just get at the backline and stay there.
So my issue with that is Ambassador's mobile, Neferi's mobile, Ryze will run Ghost and have passive. And of course, the Bard can put an ult onto most people running you. Now, the Caitlyn is going to be in a bit of trouble because the Caitlyn can't deal with all of that. I think LGD have 0 CC. Yeah. I think they have to skirmish their way to a victory. They don't win through skirmishes. I think BLG does have a far better composition. I think it's much easier for Ryze to just realm up into Ambassador's lane. Much easier for the Bard to roam across the map. If LGD don't get massive lane leads or skirmishes somehow, I think BLG stopped this game, Sam. I think it's a much more consistent draft for them to play because they actually have CC.
Yeah, and look, they've also got great 1-3-1 options and Best and Ryze, which is great news for BLG, who do love to play the map wide. They team fight well, especially if they can set up with the Caitlyn trap and having the Bard threatening with portals and the likes of it. I'm there with you. There's still a lot of tools there for outplay, shall we say, from LGD in terms of the individual mechanics available to them, but the lack of CC is there. And again, LGD, this is a team that we have honestly been, excuse me, been quite impressed with their drafting. I think this time around, they've taken a very risky draft that's relying on their players to outplay rather than necessarily compositionally.
Okay, into our first game of our second series. Bin, first game back for BLG. Oh yeah, no, Amber, there is actually an ads command now for Mootball. I need to see if I can get like the short ads in. Not that look, most of the time we're going to be running the ads just because it's probably our convenience. But still, yes, if it comes to it, you have a chance to run ad. So yeah, there you go. All right, let's get into game. See what our teams are going to bring us. Level 1s, Gyos, let's hear them all. Well, Birdall's hit every single axe at level 1 and Bin's missed, not dodged any of them. You'd say, well, Birdall's individual laning not the best. Exhaust put through, barrier used as well, so someone is used in the early trade. Shai's going to have another queue up shortly, but it's going to be just late enough for Viper to dip behind the minion. So top lane going quite well, actually, for Birdall at level 1. Bin, I think he just thought he could skill check and hands check. Sadly, he cannot. Birdall literally hit he hit, what, 4 axes in that trade? The Undertows... I know it's like that. It's like metalcore lyrics after Linkin Park's Numb. Just everyone wants to talk about Undertow.
Just caught in the
Undertow. Exactly.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. Basically, Linkin Park's Numb came out, and Meteor, greatest album ever made by anyone ever in the music And then everyone's like, damn, that's cool. I'll deal with that. Okay, so there's invade coming through from the Lee Sin. Went for 3 camps into bot side. Hasn't gone for the recall. Now, Neferi has gone for the recall, has a longsword, but doesn't know the Gromp's been stolen. So actually, this is going to be a good takeaway. Neferi will lose that camp. They have no idea. Lee Sin normally would go for a gank around bot side if it was available there. But he just wants to conceal his jungle pathing, so he wants to get straight towards top side and keep the farm advantage.
And the Fury will now know that the Gromp is down because he's onto the blue, but that's still going to be a little late on the draw, so it'll be the Lee Sin heading over. There's a ping on his blue buff saying, hey, there is a world when the Fury's gone for a counter invade, especially because I didn't see them over on that side of the map. As it stands, should be a fairly nice little pickup there for Heng, who's got that longsword too there.
I wonder whether Shun should try and go for a double scuttle. That'll be the way to get the camp back, because you have double solo lane priority on top side. You actually might be able to get double scuttle and get that camp back which you lost earlier. No, it does bot. Well, they actually have every lane quick. That's actually, with that in mind, Hung has done a magnificent job to get away a camp, because Lee Sin needs something going for him. Knight's going to head up towards here. Hung, if he lands a Q, well, maybe you'll have to force Knight to a low enough amount of HP that he can't fight for scuttle. Akali can head over. Hung really wants this double scuttle.
Bit more HP to work with here. It's won by Shun. No ability to get on top of that, so it will be the double scuttle, and the Raptors will respawn. I don't think Lee Sin want to come over and fight this. So then again, with that smite up, maybe there's a while, but I think there's enough cooldowns there for Shun with the smite coming back up for himself as well. Probably a risky fight.
Birdall. Good level 1 trade. You were just out of the room when this was happening. So at level 1, Bin tried to just hands check Birdall. Got hit by 4 Qs in a row. Right here, actually, Birdall again pops the ghost, actually.
Flash as well now down from Bin as that ghost comes on down. I think he'd been hit by that extra undertow. Would have been the numpong all over again.
Exactly. I'm telling you, man, just like every metalcore band after that point, it's like, damn, that's a great word. I should use that. Wow. Crazy. Nice E to the side there, provided to dodge the skill shot. Bin, it's better for him to flash early than late. Good trade here, actually. He's threatening to kill himself now.
There's the reckless swing. That's what that electrocute little looking thing is. It's not electrocute. It's Olaf being reckless.
Yep. It's the not the sky splitter as well, which it does feel like it should be.
Yeah.
I think Olaf, well, Olaf is already in pentakill, but he has his own. Oh, would he be in a death metal band or blah, blah, blah? He actually kind of already is.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
He's with Carthus on Thor.
Exactly, yeah.
When are we getting the Cho'Gath Eat World record?
Oh, Cho'Gath Eat World, Death Cap for Corki
is great. Yeah.
Yeah. There are probably others I could think of.
Emumu, just in general.
Emumu just has everything.
Yeah.
We do need either like Singed or Renata. We can have like My Chemical Renata.
My Chemical Renata. Great choice. Great choice.
Oh gosh. Yeah, it's like when he went into the city, it's actually into Zorn. You know, when he took me to the city. Yep.
Yeah.
That's why they saw the marching band, I hear.
Yeah.
What's the story with Bin being back? Needed a break after MSI EWC, came back. I think basically the loss of those 2 tournaments hit him pretty hard. That kind of checks for Bin, who after Worlds 24 had a huge downturn in form. I think a lot of that was confidence. Bin is a huge confidence-based player.
Yeah.
He does ride the Knife's Edge. He plays... Hang on, might have a realm up down here. We might have to talk about that in a sec. They're going to roam down... Maybe. No, they don't pull the trigger. I think basically, look on the minimap, Xiao and Chris backed off. Just wanted to pay attention to that, though. That's the kind of thing you permanently have to be aware of, though. Knight on Rise, really good at making those early plays in the map.
Yeah, and again, one of the big issues for LGD, I think if there's been a player that really has been underwhelming for me, it has been Xiaoya, who's been basically putting up the worst numbers for an ADC in Group Ascent by a significant margin.
The fight over Raptors now. So LGD kind of played the tug of war a little bit. You know, they realized that Rise could be roaming down. They end up backing off in bot lane. Hung realizes, actually, now I can go towards Raptors. There's actually a chance he might go for a realm up onto Hung then at that point. Ooh, good play. Magical Journey over the wall.
That's a bit of a CC chain there as the electrocute proc is in. Nothing to stun onto on the edge, but still Xiaoya left at 10% HP and not very happy about it.
Chris back into lane now. I actually think Chris has been remarkably good for LGD.
Yeah.
I think, look, the fact that LGD have put up a 4-7 scoreline in Ascend is actually kind of insane by them. Raptors should be gone by the time Hung comes back, so it's a Raptor steal for Raptor steal pretty much between the junglers. Hung has done very well, keeping even in farm, given the fact that his lanes have been completely shoved in almost all of the game.
Yeah, I think to be fair on that Gromp invade, Xiaoya and Crisp had played pretty heavily, but Xiaoya should bounce back afterwards, so there was at least that window. But again, that's the one window you had. Xiaoya got dropped to a very precipitously low amount of HP there, but will be just about fine. True shot barrage and a reset.
I tab out to check. No, it's probably not very helpful for you. I do it when I don't use it.
Yeah, that's fine. It's
same side of that, or we talk about, you know, the dreaded tiramisu.
Yeah, what makes for a great tiramisu, Alex?
You know, like I said, I think that you have to go back, you know, many hundreds of years. Original inventor, Tiramisu.
Ah, right.
Who was the coffee dragon. Sat on a horde of
beans.
A horde of beans.
Horde of beans, Ned!
Exactly.
On an open field.
On an open horde. Gods, I was strong then. Oh, God. Look, I'm not gonna lie. There's not much of a build I can do off of that.
Spots like improv. Yes, and.
I know. So I'm getting there, Sam. Stop yelling. I'm getting there. It's like a song of coffee and cream. You know.
Actually, that was very good. I give you that one.
I was workshopping. I needed like a second to yes and Sam. Give me some time. Right, we've got Chris roaming mid lane. Bin soaking up farm. 10 CS up in top lane. Actually doing pretty well here.
Yeah.
Given that Birdle had choice to counter pick, and Olaf is seen to be probably the best of the bruisers in top lane right now, the Bob. Because that Ragnarok wants to try and even up the score.
Yeah, does like flash on him with a reckless swing of the undertow. Public execution is not going to be enough, and instead Birdle gets to walk it off with the solo kill to his name. Bin's return, a little lackluster to begin with.
Oh, classic Casticus. Wow, he's doing quite well in the matchup. Well, there's your counter pick, and it works out well. Bin goes down, loses bit of farm. I don't think the wave state's that bad for Bin, and of course the bonus of Bin is he can teleport back. So while it is a solo kill, he can still teleport back if he wants and get that wave back. Birdle has blown both summoners, and Bin will have the flash up next now too. So while it is a solo kill, it's not like the worst of solo kills to give up, all things considered. Game's very even, dead on in gold. BLG has a dragon. Grubs were taken as well by Lee Sin actually during this play. So what happens in the build up to this? Half HP.
It's the cannon.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ben has subbed back in. He died for a cannon. You know what? Happens to the best of us. It'll happen to Ben as well. Goes down. I salute thee. Ults in, misses.
There's a Realm Warp as well. You can see what they were looking for. Very close run thing. But again, Ambessa ult nerfs were significant. It's the reason she's kind of still present, but not the first pick kind of we must have Ambessa every game she's available type thing she was for a while.
Okay, so, again, game so far. Knight 10 CS up on Tongyuan, got himself a good roam there. He's actually been threatening a Realm Warp for a little while. If that ult had hit topside, would have been easy kill onto Birdle. Didn't have ult or either summoner. Pushed up in a bad place. Knight, of course, his rise is legendary. Oh, Xiaoya and he's still going to get trapped here, likely.
Oh, just about flashes before the trap can arm, but that is still down that additional flash. He's at a 3rd HP. He is not a happy bunny.
Viper could have flashed for the trap and killed them. He could have flashed for the trap and killed. The E was already used. Xiaoya would have been killed by a headshot plus an extra auto from the Bard, I think. Lucky to get away with that one. So Xiaoya down the summoner, but saves his life.
And I do get it on Caitlyn. Flashing aggressively feels good for the initial kill, but without the flash, you are a lot more vulnerable than I think a lot of people expect you to be. That 90 caliber net isn't as much safety as you often think it is. So just holding onto the summoner, saying, look, we've got enough advantage here with that flash and that additional reset.
Yeah. Question in chat from YouTube, which is, how much of a chance does LGD actually have? Well, based off of how BLG have been doing the revolving door top lane, the chemistry may be off. LGD have taken good games off of good teams. They are actually a caliber of team where in a best of 3, I expect them to have at least one good game. They've beaten, they've taken games off pretty much everyone. I can't, maybe there's one of the top teams they didn't manage to take
how did they do against AL?
Well, I know TT took a game off everyone but AL. I can't remember if that was the same for LGD. Again, we've had a lot of games. It's been a very condensed regular schedule. I could get the schedule up. I've got chats on every screen available. I'd rather talk to you, Rob.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
But yeah, LGD. Don't be surprised if they have a good game. Ult pops, Ragnarok through.
Another one. Flash again from Bin. He's having to use him quite defensively. Birdle's doing a good job of forcing that flash out of Bin and then threatening there. Public execution attempt. Doesn't find it now. Hang pops over the undertow lands and he's just caught inside it. We'll have to step off forward, try and play with Birdle. Gets a decent amount of damage. Down! Does get the kill. Solo for Bin is traded back.
It's been topside as well. He knew he was going on a one-way trip there, Bin, but takes a head off or he loses his own. 1 in a 1v2. Not bad there. Oh,
TP behind.
now coming. This is the Akali. Tongyuan, most important player, I think, for LGD in many of their series, wants to get on the board. Viper, I think he's dead to rights here.
He's got a barrier and a flash and a dream. He's hit initially with that gunblade, and unfortunately, Sheriff, you are no longer required in your position, fired by the Akali.
Yeah, gunblade coming out to play. Really good play there from Tongyuan. Good teleport. Commits and gets on the board. Tongyuan and Hung have been the real engine room of LGD. Reminder, LGD, these are the two members which came into LGD from their last iteration where they had, gosh, it would have been a climber in jungle at that point. But Tongyuan, he's impressed me. He has, as has Hung. I think Hung is having the split of his career, as is Tongyuan. I think that both these two have proved that, you know, LGD promoting up to Group Ascend in a 5-game series against Weibo, it was something that they could actually build off of, as opposed to, you know, some other teams like JDG coming up. They haven't really found much.
Here we
Dive
go.
onto Bin now. I don't think he has ult or flash here for this. There might be a bard coming in for an ult.
It's a decent repudiate to buy some time. Does do something there, but really what it does get a minion or two before he is immediately taken down by Xiaoye. And again, a lack of CC is not a lack of damage from LGD. Traded though for BLG getting themselves to kill. Bit like asks for a fist bump as he gets solo killed by the Akali.
Dude, Tongyuan throwing out some moves there. Knight gets the tower, but doesn't flash the skill shots. And Tongyuan now has 2 kills in the side lane. So Tongyuan's at a point where he could be really aiming to carry this game. Not even pop the ghost. Didn't flash the important skill shot though. It goes down.
He's up 100 or so gold, but can you win? As is often the case with Akalis, the moment you start getting a couple kills into a game, you become a lot more dangerous. The first item's complete, the Dark Seal is getting stacked. I'm assuming on the reset, we'll be looking at an actuator or a completion on those boots.
Yeah, folks, Opera GX, we don't have the sponsor for this month, so the command is disabled for now. However, next month, we should hopefully have it back. We'll see. Waiting in for that one. BLG. Down now 1,000 gold. And LGD, we said, okay, how does that composition work? How does it win? It really has to... it has to snowball. He has to win skirmishes, has to win through random individual matchups. And now we have, you know, Olaf 700 gold up, Tongyuan with 2 kills. He's not ahead of the Rise in terms of gold, but he's much more even than he should be. LG now have the firepower to maybe skirmish their victory through to a victory.
One bin doesn't know the Olaf is there. And there's the Undertow. Going to try and pop execution to buy some time, but it's not looking like they're going to have very much fun here at all. Olaf's running up and Bin's got nowhere to go. He's dead again, surely. There's a Ghost of the Dream, but an Undertow is in. And that will do for the death of Bin.
Dude, Birdall's laning has not been strong this split, Sam. He is dunking on Bin. He gets counterpicked. Bin's first game in, and he's mechanically, or at least mechanically, he's definitely getting outplayed by Birdall in bits and pieces. But I think it's more about his read on the map. He's not understanding when he's in threats. He's judging the map. Dragon is now available. Bin could respawn and teleport down there. Birdall does have his own role quest TP to match.
He does. Big moment there. Tongyuan going to try and catch out Knight, who may also end up doing a little bit of that face-checking on bushes they shouldn't do. And instead they're going to have to give it this dragon. BLG no longer able to stack those dragons as they were hoping to.
Yeah, I think Knight was okay to walk up to that brush. He did have Shin around the corner, did have flash as well. Dragon is going to go down. LGD in with a good shot now. They're in with a good shot. And get Bin 1 and 4, 1.4k down. He's going to struggle to be relevant on a side lane. BLG are a very side lane heavy team. I think that Xiaoye, you know, Tongyuan getting that 2v1. Hang on, jumping onto Xiaoye now. Avoids the ult.
It does need to. Xiaoye is not having a lot of fun as a member of LGD that has been suffering. This is often the case, actually, for LGD. It is often poor Xiaoye, who is down 30-odd CS, and Viper is trying real hard to be useful. Knight's going to have to try and Realm Warp away here, and does so.
Yeah, he realizes getting hit by that slow, it's a problem. Hung's now on the side. And now Knight still has flash, but remember the last time that they played against him.
There's a CC you need. They kick him straight into the Undertow, and Knight has burned the Realm Warp, but has nowhere else to go.
He had the flash, but I mean, Hung's Lee Sin beat BLG in a game in the first round robin. They stopped Knight's Orianna win streak, remember, when they had Wenbo on the roster for that series. They just perma-ganked Knight in a side lane. It looks like they're doing the same again. BLG, we were worried about, you know, all these roster changes coming through over this season, over this split, rather. What's the chemistry going to look like? Are they going to be as slick in side lanes? And the answer is, of course, no. They're not looking that clean within side lanes. We go down to this again where Birdall just hits an axe. Knight gets hit by it, has to Realm Warp out, loses half his HP though, and it puts him into kill range. Lee's still on that side of the map. BLG don't want to be committing members down here. I think Knight makes a mistake in walking up to that wave in the first part. Goes half HP, dies. Not great play from Knight.
Yeah, that's a nice punish on that one again. I think bundles with Tangyuan's lock the last time that happened. There was a lot of nastiness from that, partly why it got banned this time around. Over towards the Herald we look as LGD got that down to 4,000 HP, and Shun has really not had a lot to play around as yet. This Neferi's been pretty absent, and that's a little unusual for Shun. But again, I think part of this is just his solo lanes have been a little bit lackluster right now, with the exception of Viper doing all right.
Well, the thing is, early game, Knight was actually making those plays. He roamed bot lane, he roamed top lane. And I think that Shun typically wants to play around that rise. I mean, sure, Knight dying in that bot lane there, in the weak side of the map, that's obviously not great for the team, but I don't think that's on, you know, Shun wasn't aiming to play around that. I don't think that Shun has been looking to play around Knight as much. They haven't found those opportunities together, and of course with Bin now being so far behind, that is a very hard lane to play around. Shun is down 1,000 gold, not necessarily through a fault of his own, it's just because, you know, the platform's not really been there, and he's not really been looking for that.
No, again, it's like, well, where do you look? Well, maybe towards the Caitlyn and the bar, but if you're doing that, then, well, what happens with the fact that Birdall and Tangyuan have been popping off elsewhere?
That raises up a question too, which is, you know, On is on Bard. Hang on, Viper safe here. Looks like it for now, but On Bard normally expects him to be a bit more active too. See if he can get himself into the play, a good ult or a magical journey somewhere. Typically, his Bard has made more of an impact by this point. Hung has the Herald, can throw that down where he wants.
And worth saying, of course, BLG did pick up a few of those early, like, well, picked up a little bit of pressure with that early dragon, but they haven't got the Herald, haven't got the grubs, and down that second dragon as well. And also, a lot of these kills from LGD aren't involving Heng. Like, he's got involved a bit, but remember, there's been a couple solo kills from Tangyuan, from the likes of Birdall. That's a tempered fate into the trap, and that's going to be an early build over Peacemaker. The exhaust comes on down, and might actually give Shaya the opportunity to escape as a result.
Oh, man, he just mistimes the Q. I mean, he should just be straight onto that. Hung doesn't have flash, misses the Q, but that should have been a kill onto Xiaoya. Bit of a misplay again there from Viper and On. I think they could have had 2 kills onto him by now. One on the bot tower earlier and that one there. BLG just, again, a little bit of the rust on a lot of members here. Knight dying in side lanes, Bin getting 1v1. Knight, Viper and On not able to get those trap combos as clean as they would have wanted. And that's led now to, again, Brazil scoreliners. LGD, 2.5k up, 7-1 in kills. They're really happy, Sam. They took a game off of BLG in the first round, Robin. What's to say they can't do it here?
And the solo laners from LGD, who we've sometimes had some questions about, particularly Birdall. I think Birdall's been stepping up the last week or so. I think he has improved, had some really good showings just the other week. But again, really good here into Bin. We look at Tangyuan himself. Solo kill on Knight as he overextends for that turret. TP bot to get that kill onto Viper as well. They have actually been able to get some very successful plays off and it's put them into a good position in this game.
And now Knight also behind an XP too, something which he really, hang on, here's comes the Realm Watch Shire's healed already.
Does need to call the pack to try and stay safe. On comes on down. Olaf will force the flash out of that, and the play from BLG fizzles before it can really begin.
They get Summoner out of Birdall. That's about it. Yeah, Realm Warp used in mid lane, not a bad opportunity. Ryze will get back to the side lane before the wave crashes. He'll lose like 1 melee minion, could be worse. Not a bad attempt there from BLG. We said, okay, need to start getting Shun into the game, get him leveraging off something from Knight. That is an opportunity there. Of course, they don't lose anything really.
20 seconds on Dragon. Similar there for Baron. Exactly who wants to play for it. What is our Solar Time on Ocean? Not that bad this game, but I suppose we're not really seeing too many Ocean abusers. Ezreal probably better than most, frankly, because he can just proc it so far.
Viper's gone for the Collector first on the Caitlyn. Hang on a second, Hung's behind him. Oh, Viper out of position, but dodged the Q.
That's nice footwork there. Does manage to get out. Now actually potential turnaround if they get caught in the tempered fate, looking to turn that into something, but there's no real follow-up from BLG, and it ends up being a little bit of a trade of various ults and not too much more.
And Shaya does end up out-trading onto the enemy bot lane too, so Viper's low, On is low. They can't get the trap combo because Viper couldn't get back in range. That should be Dragon to LGD. So 2 dragons to LGD. Now, they've not managed to find a kill for a while, LGD, and BLG are managing to soak up some farm in side lanes. Going into mid lane, but I don't think he's got much of an option here.
Dragon picked up again for LGD. Shun now needs to be a bit careful as that Heather's coming down. Can't break that one with your W. You're just going to be a bit careful. Eviscerates into the Raptor pit. Now looking to use those chickens as a bit of healing options. Heng is tapped there by the Darkin Daggers.
Been alone in bot lane. Ryze was around to respond, didn't have Realm Up. Has the 10-stack Rod of Ages now. On Combodonta by Hung. Can they defend their mid turret? They can, because Knight is here. He's taking over from Caitlyn, who needed a reset. 3 grubs, though, and it looks like they're demolished. They're going to kill the turret anyway.
Yeah, just kind of ignore it a little bit, force Knight to back away, and enough of the minions survived to force that turret down finally. Took a Herald and a fair number of attempts, but it is now done. 3-1 at that score at this point now.
Hung pushing in a Storm on the side lane. might just kill on here. Jumps in. Yeah, I think he will, in fact.
Oh, that's kind of nasty. Tries to magical journey out and timeout. Things like the perfect execution. But the moment Tang Yuan finds that collapse through over the Krug pit wall, On is a dead man.
Yeah, Tang Yuan, great kill there. Either the map is getting increasingly dark for BLG because they've been hemmed into the mid lane. They've lost now all of their outer turrets. BLG, I mean, bluntly, every single member has struggled to have presence in the early game. I mean, Knight had the early push, managing to threaten a Realm War bot and top lane. I think once Bin fell apart so heavily on top side, I think that meant that BLG lost a lot of the pressure they wanted to set up the start of their mapping. You don't expect the MS to do that well versus the Olaf. But you do, I mean, in the position that they were in, you would have expected Bin to be more in the game. He's struggled with that, and it's meant that BLG haven't been able to slot into that very comfortable 1-3-1 that they like to do.
Yeah, and again, Viper and On actually kind of smashed late, frankly. Like, Xiaoyu was not having fun, but they didn't convert that into kills too freely. Part of that was just not wanting to burn the additional flash and stuff.
Yeah,
and I'm not going to hate on that too much, but then we didn't really see Shun or Knight make very many of them. We saw one look, but it wasn't an actual Realm Warp attempt either. So you didn't get to play towards the one lane that did feel like there was an angle on. Potential play here in the jungle, though, as Heng will face check on, but it's not going to lead to too much more. Just go in, kick back, two-shot barrage, and bit of a contest over that red buff warding bush. That's about it, really, and goes Heng again.
Doesn't have the kick now, does have flash. Just trying to get some damage down. Of course, when you get this far ahead on Lee Sin, sometimes you just follow a queue for poke, pretty much. Now onto the Baron, actually. I mean, they are blue side. Do they have the DPS for this? Maybe. Vision from BLG still around, and best of walking their way up to the play. Do they have to teleport? BLG are in range to contest. This feels like a flip to me, Sam, and I don't love that for LGD.
No. Again, they've got Birdle there tanking it up fairly well, down to 7,000 HP. I think they're just after the fight more than anything. Caitlyn's going to put up a nice trap line there, especially on this particular Baron pit. Territorial doing his work. In goes Tang Yuan with that Shuriken flip. Decent damage over the wall again. Perfect execution across multiple members. Back over the wall. Right, shoot into the pit, but they do kill off the Akali. A little bit far now. Another public execution lands, and that's a big one. Gets onto the Ezreal. A Bin finally lands a public execution that leads to some serious damage. 2 members down, and key ones at that. The Baron still leads to BLG. Smells some blood in the water. Birdle forced to flash away as the Ragnarok does get some damage down onto Knight regardless. Baron's still somewhat leashed.
It is Hung. Does have flash, does have kickback again. Hung can still save this.
Needs to. Viper left low. Watch for the potential angle in the far side. Alteration will spot them out. Hilt over Peacemaker attacks Chris, but not Heng. Flash in. There's the kick away. Heng's in! Heng's in! But it's the Fury who managed to secure the Baron. It's a close run thing, but LGD have lost the burger flip. Smell him! Pay your $5 and sit down with your fries, guys. BLG versus LGD. It's a beautiful fast food experience.
All I can think of is it's Binga looking good.
Never say that again.
Back into the replay, please just ignore whatever that was.
Oh,
okay. Right. Shun plays really well to stop getting assassinated. The Bard stops a lot of the follow-up because the Baron is then leashed. It's stopped, rather unleashed, I guess, because you can't kill it. Realm Warp into the public execution. Shaya goes down. He said he was probably the member that struggled the most in LGD. Right here, caught out for free. That's not good enough, frankly. Needed to be further away from Rise. I think Knights and Bin really clutched that out. And I love how Shun keeps the Baron just ticking over in terms of damage. Allows it to go low. If this had fully reset, LGD could have reset and just said, well, you know, we lose a couple of kills, but that's it. Now it actually falls into even more kills and the Baron itself. Almost a godly steal from Hung, but not quite.
It was the right angle, it was the right timing. Couldn't quite get the Baron to go with it. Yeah, and BLG now find themselves happily 1,400 gold up, and a lot of their early game woes somewhat undone.
Hang on, Hung may be looking for a play. He still has flash, by the way. Didn't use it in the last one. Dragon up in 10 seconds. Now, LGD, I think their goal is get BLG to waste time around Dragon. Don't use your Baron buff, just waste time around Dragon. Hung might be able to look for a godly kick. We shall see. Tang Yuan, if he gets onto the right targets as well, didn't really get to see much of that in the last fight because he was killed so early. He actually gets a good angle. He's going to murder someone. So.
I thought he played that last fight super well. Got the execution, Shokin flip back towards the pit, and because of the Baron debuff coming on through as he entered the pit again, blown up. The fight over this Dragon. The BLG take. They have the trap line set up, the magical journey to retreat, but it does mean LGD taking the opportunity to force BLG on a slightly awkward path back to their mid lane.
Yeah, they got BLG have vision on LGD now. Now, BLG do take a fairly quick Dragon. I think one of the issues which LGD come after this is that BLG didn't waste that much time on the Dragon. It's about 30 seconds rather than like minute and a half. Get back to pushing their lanes now. I don't think BLG are going to get that many towers. In fact, I don't think they're going to... They might get a single tower.
Mid-tier 1 would be nice.
If they get mid-tier 1, it is still a really big win. Viper's now 1,000 gold ahead, has an Infinity Edge. has had that for a while, but he's going to get to his third item soon too. Do LGD manage to protect this mid lane out of time? I don't know if they can, Sam.
Hang on this angle, looking to see whether there's an option out on using that magical journey's potential retreat path. It's a small one.
What he was trying to do is he had the Lee Sin Q on him. He's like, look, take it. I'll use this as like a fake flash. So mid lane turret for LGD is still alive, and with only 10 seconds to Baron, but I think the tower actually survives.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tricky. Look, Birdle's there, throwing some undertows. A Tempered Fate does force a Ragnarok, and that means the turret falls.
There's a recall coming through from Tongyuan at the same time. He doesn't have teleport. And if Blanche is Raptors. So BLG, I mean, this is... do they deserve this kind of state in the game? Honestly, Sam, no, not really.
No.
That Baron... LGD didn't need to do that. They did not need to do that. BLG end up getting themselves that Baron, getting themselves into a gold lead, taking the mid lane out of turret. And a Dooland on your Olaf is using defensive ults. I mean, right there's because Tongyuan's looking for the recall. Tongyuan's on the reset. You be careful with that. No, Bin, a good last team fight around that Baron. Good to see that he could pull that out of the pocket alongside Knight. Get that public execution on top of Knight's Rise. In terms of players of the game right now, a bit weird. I don't think we've got a conclusive one for
Viper,
BLG.
maybe, kind of played a good lane.
Yeah, no, maybe it is Viper. You know, like I said, I maybe thought some of his trap combos could have been better, but he's still 1.2k ahead. Smashed his lane, done pretty well so far. Shun also, good fight around that Baron. Great play around that Baron. Kill Tongyuan, get out, get it back into the pit. Probably the most impressive player of the game so far.
Yes, the most important player. And the question is whether you value the most important player or the most consistent player. Because again, I think BLG in general have not played to their high standards that we know that they can reach. Again, reasons for that, with this split being a little bit of an interesting one. Tongyuan's going to find on here. Hurricane Flip lands. About taking it on there, sitting on that magical journey as an escape path will be a little hard to get on top of.
Viper has the Lord Dominus regards now. Bad news for LGD.
It's not very friendly regards. Regards are not.
It's not kind of regards.
There's not a lot of good regards.
You know,
it's ill regards.
Yeah, it's the person in the office who's been there for too long and no longer signs off their emails with kind regards. It's just regards. Yeah. Knight, 2-level lead onto Tongyuan now. Managed to recover that side lane advantage. He is also 2,000 gold up. It's kind of crazy given how he did die those 2 times in side lanes, but Knight, one of those players. Look, Knight he's a filthy limit tester. Sam. He will sometimes just randomly die in a side lane, but for every time he dies like that, he's probably gotten another 4 or 5 times he's gotten away with it too. And like a lot of people make a similar point about players like Gumi Yusi playing AD carry in mid lane, where he contests every single mid wave, and then he gets caught on one and they're like, oh, what's he doing? And you realize he's actually gotten away with it like 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, and it gives you actually a fairly significant advantage.
And then you realize, oh, hang on, that's why our mid lane turret's dead and we have no vision, because he's done that. It's the similar kind of thing. You can do it in side lanes. AD carries can do that in mid lane. A lot of famous AD carries have been caught on mid waves because similar styles of play.
Ruler.
Yep. Many a player has had positives and negatives with that. Okay, right, so Dragon up in a minute, Baron in 30 seconds. Birdol spotted as a Xiaoya and
Look, there he is.
Yeah, found it. Nice. Cool.
That where's Wally, but that's hard.
In other news, my Taiki shuttle has finished training.
Oh, is it good?
I don't know, Sam. I need to see. I've left them to their own devices. It's like independent study, Sam. You remember, like, what was the thing in school they do when like they just left you to your own devices? Independent study. I
think it probably was actually the name of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, just like we can't be asked.
Critical thinking.
Different. It's like they just have like an hour to study something. Anyway, Baron's alive. Dragon's up in a minute. 2,000 gold lead for BLG. Did say that LGD, it's quite hard for them to play this game because they don't have much CC. They do have okay range with the Ezreal, but it doesn't feel like he's determining the game.
I've got a really important question for you.
Sam, we've got 30 seconds to run.
Yeah, so there's the question. If Baron Nashor implies the existence of a monster aristocracy, so do we have a Duke Nashor as well?
Duke Nashor?
As a
Baron Nashor?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, there's Roshan.
Right, yeah, but that's a different universe.
Yeah. Like, we've got, like, Viscount Dragons.
Yeah.
Viscount or Viscount? I think it's Viscount.
Viscount is what it is.
Anyway, look, there is a dragon up now, and perhaps he can tell us about it himself, because he's the third of his Ocean lineage here. So this is Ocean Dragon the third, Viscount of Bot River.
Yeah.
BLG. Getting set up first. Magical Journey can bring on a Knight back.
Oh, that'll do. Gets out though with the magical journey. It's a great kick, but again, LGD are running into the issue of having very limited CC, having fallen behind. It's all well and good when you're ahead of the curve. Things get a little hard now as Tanguy still gets that gunblade though. Maybe that's all the CC though they need. The public execution, well, the perfect execution is just shy, but they'll still kill off the Nefiri. Took a little bit of doing, but it's done. Flash down on Shun, and with him dead, I think they could look at Baron.
Well, they can do, but they have no ult, so I don't think they should. They might walk up there anyway, but you have no public exclusion, you have no kick. You've used your flash on your mid jungle. They might walk towards Baron. I think it's a mistake to actually start it. Bin will end up pushing out bot side. BLG get the dragon.
Here we go.
I think they can just teleport up here and just play around range of Caitlyn. I don't think the LGD can actually finish this if BLG actually contest. They're teleporting in now. I think BLG should have seen this coming. They should just be on top side. They can't get the smite contest, and now they hit too late.
Maybe they're going to be here a little late. 5,000 HP, and LGD should just pick this one up. They burn it down too fast, and BLG unwilling to take the full V5 by the looks of it.
Okay. I think BLG just didn't think they'd do it, Sam. I think there's no way LGD actually win a fight without ults if they do that there. I think it's a mistake by BLG. You could see that Bin stays bot lane and then teleports up lane. They could have just followed them to Baron with the HP that they had in the ults they did. I think that's a mistake by BLG. However, on the positive side of it, LGD very quickly move over there and say, all right, we're doing it. BLG don't respond. The gold lead is now basically back to even. BLG do have the dragon. But yeah, BLG, I think they missed the macro pop quiz a little bit. They got, 5-10 seconds to answer that Baron. They're a little too late. Teleport in anyway and don't contest.
Yeah, it's not even that teleport timing is bad per se, but the rest of your team needs to be there already if you're going to teleport then. That's kind of the point of that slightly later TP.
I also think it's a bad teleport timing anyway. I think it is too. Like, you're going to teleport, get in there early, be there as your frontline ambassador. I know you're down for 2.4k, but you're still an ambassador, a high level. Knight is going to find a combo. Doesn't get the spell pucks at first.
It's a decent dodge away there with the safeguard. Shun's going to eviscerate, try and break that tether, and does so. Xiaoye hitting some misty shots onto dogs rather than onto Nefiri himself, was a bit annoying. Now there's the angle on the side, the public execution land. That's important. Payne gets over the wall though with a good safeguard. The Temper Fate forced a flash out of Xiaoye, who does survive. But he is going to be, again, down that key summoner. LGD, lose there, Crisp. Goodbye, Karma. Headshot down. Now the Realm Ward's coming on in. Tanguy maybe in danger, looking for some damage to the backside of it. The Hound's pursuit killed off mid-journey. The damage is good, but there's a trap in the fog, and they'll pick up another. Knight now in a 1v2, though, is Tanguy and Bernal making it spicy. Tanguy on a triple, matching Viper, but it's a quadra to the upstart mid laner from LGD.
BLG all in, but they get blasted. Tanguy at 6-1 on the Akali. And we were asked questions, what would it take for LGD to win? Do they have a chance? Yeah, they do. They took a game off of BLG in round 1, and in round 2, I think they might just end the game here, Sam. This is what, 30-second death time? It could get a bit close, but with 3 grubs, I think they can look to end the game.
They've got enough AP here, and the Olaf is around with the 3 grubs. I'm completely there with you. They've got Baron still just about. I think they've got this.
They do. They're going to walk in with the Sorcerer's Elixirs too. There's no respawns. LGD take game 1.
It is a hard-fought thing, but LGD's early game finally leads to some late-game clutch, and BLG unable to confirm the comeback. They lose here. LGD, I think, deserve the game 1 victors.
Well, 100% deservedly. I think that the Baron contest was, in the first Baron, which they lost, definitely a bit of a low light. I think that Birdall absolutely massacred Bin, which ended up really leading to that victory. I think we saw that BLG, they were struggling to play the map in the right way. I think they got to the dragons on the right timing, but then that, losing Shin on that entrance, at the exit rather to that last dragon, and then not realizing that the Baron would come through after and teleporting late. They didn't seem like they were locked in on the macro, Sam. Not really. I think they thought they could just stroll through the game. I don't think they could.
Yeah, and again, Shun and On were relatively quiet. It did feel like the solo lanes in general. Less so for Knight, but even I do think Knight in general didn't have the best Rise game there of all time, especially for him. And obviously, we've chatted about Ben as well. Didn't have the greatest time, and it meant there wasn't that much for BLG to play on. I would contest, and I think there was a while where they could have played through Viper a bit more, but maybe that's a little harder once some of your solo lane woes start being at the forefront now.
What's happening in chat here? The Shy's been questionable at best for a good time. I don't think that's true. He was actually really good in 25, and I think that his games you see it shown in this split have been largely pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't think top lane in general in LPL right now is fantastic, but I do think that the Shy's been one of the better ones. He's in Nevada. We don't see that many games. Whatever. Yeah, hey Orca, how's it going? Good to see you.
Pleasure.
And thank you for the follow, by the way, Toragami Nox. Okay, I guess we're going to go and wait for a player of the game. Go through to our second game. LGD take game 1. BLG, I thought they had a better composition. I think that they didn't play very well as jungle support. Solo laners didn't play very well in actual side lanes. BLG clutched out a couple of fights. But the actual structure which they were playing in just didn't look very successful. Gonna go into a quick break, I suppose.
Yep.
Put on a breakaway for our player of the game, and then we'll get through to our next game.
That's exactly it. Folks, we're also trying to build towards Partner Plus. We're over halfway there. 55 subscriptions of points / all those other things out of 100. But that means for those of you back home who would like to support us, consider subscribing. You'll avoid the ads that are coming up. And also will help us get more money out of our Twitch subs, which would be really, really cool. So please make sure that happens. Orca asking if I'll show feet for 5 subs. Orca, come on now. Like you would like. Okay. The Orca generally drops bits / subs every time I die in solo queue. They're that kind of player. But look, this is an LPL stream. I can't. What? Why? I didn't even show any feet. I'll show you my knee. How's that? Look. Delicious Bodie. British white boy knee. How's that? I am being pimped out to my chat here. Great damage by Xiaoye. To be honest, actually very true. I thought Xiaoye was having a tough time in that game, and largely he was. You are obliged, but you're not wrong, Amber. So, you know, you're like, okay, thank you for your assistance here. Trying to wake chat up. It worked. Thank you for the gift subs. Guys, chill a little bit. It's okay to disagree. For the record, I'm largely with TFC on this one. I think the Shy actually had a pretty good 2025, but we don't need to turn this into personal strife. We're done with the rage baiting for now. I have decreed it. I see. Again, it's not really. It's bickering. It's not really fighting. You know what I mean? It's mostly. I'm just saying. But it's been noted. And we could probably chill. Kevin Callan is. You're right. Cloud Strife. Pretty great. Clearly in love with Tifa. There's another fight. There's another fight. Tifa over Aerith. Let's go. Your E points. Duo redeemed a compliment. You would win Cloud Strife's heart over Tifa and Aerith, Duo. You have that much charm. There you go. How's that for a compliment? Well, in that case, you could win Tifa Lockhart's heart over Cloud Strife. That's probably a better way of phrasing that. You're right. Sorry, Joe. Hey, Sam, at least your voice is doing better somewhat. I'm trying not to cough into the microphone. I did have to run away briefly. It'll be Birdall as player of the game, and rightly so. Do 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 do. One of the rest went for mid. I think Tango had a decent game too, but it really was Burdol, surely. I wish I was washed. I've had no hot water for 2.5 days. Oh, stinky biohazard. That's why you're a biohazard. I see. What happened to Flandre? He's still on the roster, but they're looking to try and switch between Bin and Flandre and have them compete for starting spot. So Bin is starting the last couple of weeks as well, heading into playoffs. Into the break we go.
有后轮转向，走位就是这么丝滑喽。海豹08标配100万级后轮转向和双枪空选。
Two choice two just to entertain the guy who is multiple environmentalist. Yeah, I mean that was Flandre knew what he was signing up for, and he was getting benched from AL anyway, so it was an opportunity to join another big team. I think if you're going to take a gamble, it's not the worst one ever. So he didn't sign up. He signed up knowing what was happening. We'll see whether we get Bin proper in playoffs. Yeah, there's some truth to that too. We'll see. We shall see.
Hello， 各位现场以及屏幕前的召唤师们，大家晚上好！欢迎各位来到我们的场间互动环节，我是敢敢。那站在我身侧的呢，依旧是咱们西安 WE 的好朋友，那就是究极风暴、霸王狂暴、雷霆混沌、战斗螺旋升天、小鸟兽。
Guys, give us another coffee. I'll return shortly.
给我们屏幕前的召唤师们打个招呼，欢迎你。那 那今天咱们的第2轮问答游戏呢，跟海克斯大乱斗有关。咱们这个游戏呢叫做海斗知识竞猜。最近咱们英雄联盟的海斗大赛不是正在如火如荼的进行当中嘛？那我相信今天的这些题目对于各位召唤师来说都是手拿把掐的。那各位准备好了吗？好，那我们连续答对2道题目呢，就可以获得由李宁提供的 J Club 联名服装1件。我们接下来先从 BLG 的粉丝朋友们先开始挑选。我们先请看大屏幕，这道题谁会可以直接举手哦。来，哪一位比较快一点？请来到我和小鸟兽的中央。对的，就是你，召唤师，请告诉我你的正确答案。
B。
好，我们恭喜你回答正确，请再来到我的右手边。对喽，好的，我们接下来再答对1道题目就可以获得奖品喽，请看大屏幕。
B 3张。
恭喜你连续回答对2道题目，获得了由我们李宁提供的 J Club 联名服装1件。可以向我们的镜头展示一下这套衣服，真的是非常非常的帅气。那也可以回到我们的观赛区喽，感谢你。接下来我们来到这边。我们 LGD 的粉丝朋友们准备好了吗？来，请看大屏幕，谁会？哎，这位蓝色衣服的小哥哥好像举手比较快一点，请告诉我你的答案。
应该是 A 3个。
应该是 A 吗？回答错误哦。那接下来下一位有谁会？好，请你来到我的中间。
5个。
对，没错，是5个。因为有一种什么情况是会有质变混沌，对不对？那我们直接来看到下一道题目吧。这道题目可能会稍微有一点点难哦，确实可能自己不太会记得，对不对？
猜一个120秒。
那很遗憾，回答错误了吗？还有2个选项，这边还有人知道吗？那这位小哥，请来到，我们直接把麦克风给到你。
B 90秒。
B 90秒，那恭喜你回答正确。我们一起来看到下一道题目。快，拿手指数一下，有没有人知道的可以帮他
？4座。
哎呦喂，有没有人帮他的？我再给你一次机会。
6座。
下一位。
8座。
我们老干爹每个都试一次，8座。好，8座，我们好像还有一个题库，我们继续来看下一道题目。恭喜你回答正确啊！我们的题库已经所剩不多了，那我们最后可以几分钟发起投降？8分点了，打不了。好，恭喜你回答正确，可以获得由我们李宁提供的 J Club 服装1件。这一件联名款真的非常帅气，哇，跟我们的小鸟兽站在一起真的是非常搭哦。好的，非常感谢我们现场的召唤师们的配合。那我们接下来把时间交还给解说吧，拜拜。
Okay, hello everyone. Oh my gosh, we're into draft already. Okay, let's get into draft then. My apologies, I was away for a little bit. Let's get into game number 2. Okay, LGD BLG. BLG losing that first game. We see once again the lock ban from the team that's first picking. So it means they have a safer Orianna first pick. The Orianna's now banned. What are our big champions still left in? The Vi, very powerful first pick here within the LPL. We like having that heavy engaged champion from the jungle. Now we have to see what the response will be. There's nothing like the Ezreal Karma. Do we have Lucian Milio? Yeah, but not as good into Vi. Rumble being taken away from the Vi seems fine. Once Rumble's on the board, you start thinking about stuff like Varus and Jhin for having a CC AD carry to combo in with the Equalizer. That tends to be very powerful. Also think about what you want to do into that Vi jungle matchup. There's no Lee Sin, no Neferi in terms of Hung's best champions. He is a bit of a Poppy savant, though. He does like a Poppy. Technically can be a flex pick, but good into the Vi. CC jungler as well. Good at fighting early. It's not bad. We don't see that much Poppy. It's banned a fair amount, but we don't see much of it. Often banned, really. Ooh, BLG. Immediately locking in the Ashe Seraphine. Now, Poppy kinda hates playing against those two because they don't have any dashes. They have lots of CC to knock you down. And now the problem that Shaya and Chris might have is, what do you have that can survive an Ashe Seraphine that you can lock in after 2 bans? They might think about looking in a Yone already for Tongyuan, but blind picking a Yone, isn't that also really dangerous? Look, I know Yone's good right now. I know a lot of people are picking the Yone, but it's really dangerous to be blind picking something like that. I think that is super dangerous, personally. Okay, so you get to double ban mid lane. There's no Akali, no Locke, no Syndra, no Ryze, although actually Yone is actually okay versus Syndra and Galio. Like, you can lose versus the, and Ryze as well, actually. Ahri banned away from Knight. Yeah, that makes sense. Do you ban something like Sylas? That's not great into Poppy, but could be good enough in the individual matchup that you don't want to test it. Aurora may be a ban for as well, actually. I think Aurora's pretty damn good into Yone, always was. Nautilus taken away from Crisp. Yeah, I think you ban away Aurora from Knight. It's good with the Vi and it's good into the Yone. I don't think you want to let that go. That was always one of the better picks into it. You might think about a Sylas then for Knight, but it is then into a Poppy. They banned the LeBlanc for lane dominance instead, and the Lucian is taken away, so no Lucian mid. So what do you do now? Do you Yunara Lulu? I don't think you can Xayah into this lane very easily. Xayah just gets outranged and caught. Varus isn't bad. You could Jhin or Varus. Now, if a Jhin or a Varus comes through, then I think Bin wants to go Cassante. And if you go Cassante and you have to play like... And then you have to play, you know, Jhin into Cassante, you feel pretty bad. You don't want to play into a tank, really. Now, Bin, I suppose, could go Yorick as well. Yorick's not bad into the Rumble. I would personally, upon seeing the Jhin, think about that Cassante anyway, though. The Aurora is the obvious choice into the Yone. There's technically a chance of the Poppy getting flex. I mean, if you're really big brain, Poppy could go into support. No, you don't go Poppy. I think that's there at that point. I was wondering if there's a chance to get like some random top lane matchup, but I just don't think it's worth it. Yeah, Seraphine, don't worry about with that. Cassante will get locked in, and then you're playing Jhin into Cassante, and that just feels bad. Jhin is not good into tanks. Now, of course, if you hit someone who's not named Cassante, you're much happier. But looks pretty good. Last pick for LGD will be the supports. You can... What can you do? You can maybe Rel. Blitzcrank if you're feeling funky is the Rel. The Rel for the shield break, bit of engage. You're going to lose lane, but you want to try and get decent value outside of that from the CC combo. And we have our full drafts. Now, LGD do have really good combo. They have a massive wombo combo, which if it hits the Ashe Seraphine, it's a very good start. My problem is Cassante can break up in that combo if he's positioned well. I think that the Jhin can really struggle to deal with that as well. And the Aurora's pretty good into most of the teams. Plus Shun is on Vi, dedicated engage button, Vi Ashe Seraphine, nasty ability to start fights. I think that BLG, for me, have I think they have the advantage here. Oh, LGD are doing the funky thing. Are they going to put the Yone top lane into the Kasansei? LGD are a great drafting team. They do really like to have flexibility. I think they're going to put the Rumble mid into the Aurora, which is really dangerous, by the way. We saw Weibo try this, and it completely failed for them. But they might try it anyway. I think from what we've seen, that is actually a Rumble mid and then the Yone top. The Yone is meant to go into the Kasansei to hurt him, and then the Rumble has to try and survive the Aurora. We saw that Xiao, who tried that versus IG, it did not work for them. I think, yeah, that's a Rumble mid because Yone top. Well, that's one way to throw a curveball, I suppose. The combo remains the same. Does it change things if those lanes work out? Look, if you've actually managed to escape that lane and it actually ends up working well, you feel great now. You feel great. Okay, all right. Let's get into game. Ad break is on. Let's get into this and hear the gyos.
全军出击！
Is the Tongyuan is going for the Rumble mid. Shun and bot lane are both leveling up for a level 1 invade. I think Hung started the queue, so he can't do that much here. They're waiting for the smite if they can. And the smite does go to Shun, and Hung doesn't have. He just dies. He just dies. Straight up kill. Shun hits the level 2, goes in. Great level 1. I think one of the biggest things which BLG have been suffering at is their level 1 prep, and this is a really good start for them. Now, bot lane of Crisp and Shaya were, I guess, they pushed in the wave. It's not awful for them. I mean, the XP is down from Viper and on, but I mean, Shun is so happy now. Shun now going into his top side. What does Hung do? I guess he's going through the rest of his bot camps. Does he want to go for a bot side invade? Top lane, Birdall pushing in, using the Spirit Blossom Yone skin. I like that skin. Yone has a lot of good skins, and he's got a lot of crazy powerful, like, high-tier skins. Interesting to note that actually BLG's top side barely played these champions. Well, Bin's not played any champion. That's so fair play. But yeah, Knight not playing a single game of Aurora this split, that comes as a surprise to me. It's so powerful for him over this iteration of BLG. Oh, going for a gank bot side. Oh, he's spotted. Okay, flash in, double combo. Good from Chris. Where are the summoners from On and Viper? Will it save them? I'm not sure it will. They'll just give up the kill on not wanting to give kill participation to Hung. So it'll be, 2v2 kill. Jin and Rel. However, the Poppy gets nothing. So in the jungle matchup, nothing happened. Now, this is the first Yone top lane since 2024. Breathe played it while he was still on RNG. It has typically been a pretty okay matchup into Kasansei and individual lane. I think Yone just getting buffed over time just means he's just a nasty individual laner anyways. Birdall missing that Q3. Bin doing okay in terms of farm right now. Now, Bin's job is basically, get through laning phase, get as much out you can as out of lane as possible, and then just be a strong frontline, which means that Jin doesn't have the easiest time because he doesn't like hitting tanks, and also just try and break up the combination. If you can punt out if you can just all out Rumble out of the play, Yone out of the play, stop them from getting big damage, you've done your job, really. Shun jumping onto Chris, has no flash. Hung's here. Should get the wall stun. Good flash, though. Aurora will get the slow over the wall, but Tongyuan gets the flash anyway. Shun's gone too far. It's the 3v3. They didn't spot everyone walking over, and LGD have got themselves a good angle into this early game now. On doesn't have flash. It's going to be 2 kills. BLG walk in too deep, and Shun and On both die. BLG losing the early game to LGD. Not expected at all, especially after that level 1. Birdall stopped on that recall. Knight looking at Tongyuan, who did blow that flash. No, Knight is up 10 CS, but didn't manage to stop him walking in there. W away. Should be safe from Knight. Wall stun not going to work there, so Hung and Chris, no real threat onto Knight. Knight may be the key to the puzzle later on. He's got a decent amount of pressure ahead of Tongyuan, pushing him back. And of course, the Aurora very, very strong later on into most of these champions in one shot, almost everyone on the board, really. The Knight may have to do that. BLG Great level 1. Struggling a little bit beyond that. Hey, Sam. Welcome back in just into the early game. Gone through draft 5 minutes into game. Level 1 from BLG was good. They invaded him, got Hung killed, and they got the level 2 onto Shun, so they stole Raptors from that. However, we just saw Hung walk bot lane. Viper and On overpush, so On died to that. No kills towards Hung. Then, over-send from Shun and On into the enemy jungle, and they both got killed. So, some overextensions from BLG, not quite tracking where Hung was, even though they killed him in the level 1.
That's unfortunate. Again, I'm seeing some fun flexes there as well. The Yone top, the Rumble mid. Tangyuan's done that before, so not exactly a surprise, but still fun to see.
I don't think we've... No, but however, we haven't seen the Yone top before. Now, we've seen LGD be very flexible. That's the thing in terms of the Vayne mid, when it should have been top lane. We've seen that from his Renekton at points. I think Tangyuan's been very flexible and one of the key pieces for LGD's draft success. I think they are perhaps the best drafting team in the LPL on average. Not always, but on average, I think they are. But Birdle playing the Yone top, first person to do that in LPL since Breeze did it on RNG in 2020. It's been a hot minute, so that one's a new one, going into Bin on the Kastante, who I actually think, I think the Kastante is good here. Can stop the Jhin having a lot of value by just being a tanky champion in front of Jhin, who hates playing his tanks.
He does. Big time. And again, of course, Verdal, once upon a time, guys, was known as an Aurelia. One trick from solo queue was picked up by the likes of GENG to kind of be this new lane-dominant wonder kid, and it never really worked out. In fact, famously had a very, very poor showing on Aurelia at Worlds, where it kind of had a really, really rough CS discrepancy, shall we say. I think a lot of people may remember that one with a little bit of a wince. But theoretically, something like the Yone is calling back to those roots of being melee, carry, topside player when he's given the opportunity to.
We do see that Knight's taking the Aurora into... Well, the Rumble was taken into the Aurora, which is not a good matchup. You see that Knight is pushing him in pretty much permanently, 10 CS up. Problem is, of course, jungle supporter ahead from LG now. Level 6.
Okay.
Hang on, Hung going in.
There's the equalizer down. Smite is won by the Vice. That's pretty good news there for BLG. Hung caught out the wrong side of the between worlds. Just about managed to escape. Viper flashing out, stays alive, but now On's left real low. Gives himself a little bit of surround sound, but not enough to stay alive. Tango flashing with the flames. Bit of the roots there from the Jhin. That means Shun is likely going to die as well. Knight will need an across the veil, but I don't know how quickly he'll get towards that. And I think they decided they've had enough of chasing the rabbit round the Dragon Pit. Will force Viper under his tier 1. 2 kills for none for LGD. Flash, heroic charge, deadly flourish, and Knight is rabid.
Yeah, he thought there might not be a ward there. Hits the ward, hits the Scribe's Bloom to know he's on vision, but by that time, Hung has just thrown himself at him. Great fight for LGD, 6-1 in the early game. BLG are misjudging these early fights in both games now. I think that, Shun got the level 1, does get the smite there, but obviously he then kind of can't find himself to damage off the right target. Going onto the Poppy while they still have Flash and a way out, probably a mistake compared to the Flash and Crisp onto Xiaoya. I think going onto the Poppy there is a mistake, and then he lines himself up against the wall, gets rooted and dies. I think Shun, not having the best fight there, at least gets the smite. And as we said from Knight, only has one way out maybe, has Flash, unlikely to make it out. If he does manage to spot that ward earlier, perhaps he can make it out with the Flash and the W. Can't quite it there though. Great fight for LGD. I think that Hung is having a blinder of a game right now.
He is right now, and again, also look at Tangyuan, might be down 5-6 CS, but it's up 4-0-1. One of the things about Rumble has always been his power in the early skirmishes. Turns out in mid lane, it's a lot easier to get to them than if you're top lane and reliant on your teleport to get involved.
Yeah, and look, Knight has been laning well into Tangyuan. It's just that jungle support has been so active from LGD that Tangyuan can just leave the losing lane matchup and just go and do something. He's flashing forwards there, and Knight's not been able to stop him from getting to those plays because Rumble just has an equalizer. Flashes forwards. So while the matchup in mid lane is not good for the Rumble, he's gotten enough gold now that I don't think the matchup matters.
Yeah, and I know people are just saying, hey, didn't we see a lot of Aurora top into the Rumble? Aurora never used to necessarily, inverted commas, beat Rumble, but was one of the few champions back in the day who could go even with the Rumble, which was better than most people, because Rumble used to win, every match.
This is also before Rumble got nerfed to hell in terms of Q-Wave play. Nowadays, Aurora does beat Rumble, and you can see in the matchup that we've seen so far in this game, and we also saw it from Rookie versus Xiaohu, it does beat the Rumble. The Rumble does not enjoy the matchup. The question is, much like, say, Ahri into Victor, or I don't know, Akali into Orianna at points too. The losing side of the matchup wants to escape and make a big play, and then they can be more useful. I think we've seen that from Tangyuan. Tangyuan is going to walk over a troll ward here. Shun, what's the odds in? Knight's going over.
That's a fair amount of damage. Flash away from Tangyuan, who didn't burn it in that last play. The arrow body blocked by Chris, but it means that Shun's still going to get that kill. Likely will be the 1-for-1, though Shun has got no flash, gets smited for the slow. I don't think he's going to be given the opportunity to charge up a Q to escape, so it will be Xiaoya who returns the favor.
Now, Shun does get a shutdown from that. Tungyuan was 4-0, goes to 4-1. Knight body blocks the Poppy ult to make sure that Shun could finish off the kill there. Not using his ult in the play too. Doesn't actually get an assist worth noting. But that's a lot of gold over towards Shun, and he kind of needs that, especially after Hung's impact in the early game. Also, just getting a kill on the Rumble for that shutdown. Nice with BLG. Means the gold is not out of proportion as much as it was.
Interesting to see what build Xiaoye decides towards. He does tend towards a relatively utility-focused Jhin. I'm personally more of a fan of something with a bit more damage. Speaking of which, the curtains get called. Going to try and see whether anybody overplays their hand here, but Viper with a bit of a shield over the wall from On with that surround sound will be just fine.
Yeah, Xiaoye's going towards the Storm Razor first, looks like, so he's not going towards Duality build. Makes sense. There's a Xanthi on the other side, and that's Xiaoye. Kills. He's likely to go Storm Razor. We might see Storm Razor Ghostblade. That's been one of the bigger builds from Jhin. It's not going to be the Hubris. In Jhin, if you can go full lethality, fantastic. You can't really do that into tankier teams. The same with the Cassante can also... Yeah, there's something with the Cassante is a problem. In terms of those team compositions. Minute still Dragon. BLG got the first one. As much as LGD are up in kills, the gold has not exploded just yet. As we said, you know, Knight still 20 CS up in this mid lane. Has gone for the Ludens. Worth noting as well, Protobelt not being built here. Of course, it's been nerfed quite a lot if you're trying to AP burst. Knight really wanting to go for the one-shot. Potentially going to Chris. Doesn't have flash. Gets the W to safety. Dragon now with 30 seconds.
Chris has been actually also, again, was on the team of the week last week. Has really been stepping up. Part of the reason why I think like Heng have started looking very good as Birdle is forced to flash there from a nice angle from Bin. One of the things we've seen from Crisp is he's just enabled Heng to be a lot more aggressive. Feels like he does have some backup. Crisp has often gone a bit too far in order to do so, but I do think bringing in that veteran support has largely been a good thing for LGD on the whole. Of course, tough for YCX who was replaced, but I think Crisp on the whole has been a nice veteran voice here.
I think he's been really good. He's had a good split. I think LGD in general, a lot of people are on great form. That's the big thing which I've noticed from LGD. I think a lot of these players, they've had potential before. Now they're actually realizing a bit more of it. Hongron was always kind of known as like potential player. Or the player that should have been the next in the lineage of Xiaohu on RNG. Never really lived up to that. Dragon now started. Spot that wall. Oh, Shun was spotted just as he hopped over.
Doesn't have a Q anymore. Doesn't get shunted into the wall, but will get crashed down onto Curtains of Ferromancy. Flash away from the arrows, doesn't land onto anyone. Credit for that Magnet Storm. Going to force BLG back. The Equalizer in the corridor as well. Meant there really was no way out. Now the Curtains get called on, and Viper trapped in this corridor. Dodge 2 out of 4. Is that 3 out of 4?
So Shun, that's an unfortunate series of events. He presses the Q, doesn't sweep out the entire pip, and lets go of the Q as he flows over the wall, realizes, I have no flash, and I've just used my Q to get over the wall. There's a Rel and a Poppy, I'm probably dead. Not a great angle from Shun. Does have a lot more gold because that shut down onto the Rumble earlier. It makes him a little tankier, not tanky enough to survive that. BLG, just in general, feels like jungle support has not been getting involved in the game in the way that we'd like to see them do in the early game of the first 2 games. It was struggling a bit here. On putting that double Q over the wall. Dragon, of course, still alive now because LGD couldn't take it afterwards. A bad fire back from BLG in terms of damage. Stop LGD from immediately going towards the Dragon.
Let's look at the difference in jungle supports. Right, we got a 1. We got, what is that? 1 and 15 combined, I think, on one side. To the other side, it's 2 and 7 right now for Shun and On, which is not what we like to see from one of the most potent jungle supports in the world. They are looking a little worse for wear here in Game 2, it must be said.
Knight still continuing to have good CS numbers, but Tungwin's already got himself to Pen Boots plus Leandries. He's really happy. He hasn't had to go towards Merc Treads, which you might expect versus Ash Seraphine plus an Aurora. He's actually gone for the full damage now. Oh, good damage from him. Ooh, Bin gets exhausted here.
That's a bit unfortunate. Use the W in the all-out. Just try and time that through the exhaust pretty well, but there's a buffer through with Immortal still. Now Heng is here, and Bin burned his ult. Doesn't really get that much value out of the Omnivamp. Will footwork forwards, but Tang Yuan behind means I think he may well be in trouble. Flash, heroic charge into that Mortal Steel Part 3 that was already stacked up. And Birdle isn't even given the kill because Tang Yuan's there with a little bit of extra damage to claim a bit for the game.
Cut off the wall. Bin stood too close to the tower. I don't think flashing the stun matters. I think you just have to stand away from the wall and just hope that Poppy doesn't get free stun onto you. Knight was going topside. He took a bit of damage there from something. Not entirely sure. Should be safe up here. For now, they spot hung around the corner.
Right, the bot breaker's charged up and they won't go in.
They did just see him hop out of that brush. They were aware of who was on top. So they also had the Warden picks the brush. They did have full information, I believe it. Like, so BLG, behind 1,000 gold, lose 1 more kill. LGD picking up a lot of kills. I am just looking at XP right now, seeing if there's any discrepancies. Chun about half a level up. Knight about half a level up. AD carry about even on a little bit ahead because he's the major support compared to the roaming melee one. I mean, BLG do have true dragons, and despite the fact there's 1,000 gold lead, look, this is good for LGD. I'm glad they're getting kills. It's not enough right now. They will need to get that one big fight to actually open up the game in an objective sense.
Yeah, and again, look, they got that kill onto Shun last time around, but we were discussing it. We did see BLG just reset and take the dragon regardless as Shun respawned. Birdall rebind to Soul, should be able to escape. Again, one of the reasons why Yone can get a little annoying in the side lane, especially once he's gotten past early stages and got Knight in the 2 to his name. Slippery.
Yeah, the blade's scary. Although Bin does have Frostfire Gauntlet, Iceborne Gauntlet. Not the damage there because, again, Yone, Blade is scary.
Remember, one of the reasons why Blade is really good on Yone is he gets double procs of it, basically, when you rebind your soul. You kind of get the extra Blade of the Ruin King procs effectively from that, which is a bit silly.
Well, it's the same reason why Zed was good with his ult with Blade. The same way, that basically if you have, like, an extra instance of damage, so it's like, oh, deal an extra 20% damage based on what you did in this moment. Yeah, it'll factor into the Blade there. Curtain Calls open up, teleport coming through from Rumble. They're bringing in Tangyuan.
Hero charge into the double keepers, Birdie, bit of a knock-up. The encore lands on 2, though, and that means the Heng is dead to right. Shun gets that kill. Vince TP'd him, big old shield, but it's stunned up pretty swiftly. And my god, the burn is strong onto him. They'll try and take the Herald. Shun does secure it, but the members have to look a little bit dicey. Vault Breaker to try and escape. A rebind on the soul, but the autos are flying, and Ash gets that kill. 3v4, but BLG's health bars are pretty mediocre as Xiaoyan tries to get some more damage. Shun flashes in, gets himself a shield with the blast shield, but it's not enough, and Tangyuan gets another. That is a 3, I want to say, for 2, but the Herald is still picked up by BLG, who do secure the eye. Shun dies to get a hold of that.
Hang on a second. Knight got the kill here. Xiaoya doesn't have flash, but he does to step out of it.
Flash for the last auto, deadly flourish. Can't escape. I appreciate the attempt there, Xiaoya, but Knight just about has the damage, even if he misses a couple skill shots.
And Sam, that's a shutdown. That's Xiaoya's first death of the game, so Knight ends up cleaning up a lot of gold from that. Of course, Tangyuan's 6-1, actually quite far ahead in gold. Now, the pop-up happens, the 4th shot misses. That could actually, that's a lot of damage missing there. I think Xiaoya, if he hits that 4th shot, BLG have a lot less of a platform to work with. Bin walks into a Jin W, doesn't press W, basically dies for free. Has the W now. It's not a good fight from Bin. He basically teleports in, gets rooted up before he can press the W for the tankiness on Kasance. Goes down. Need to see better from Bin in the next team fight. Needs to actually be that tank front line.
Really flash from Viper there to get out of the Fate Seal from the Yone. Turn around with those last couple orders to get the kill back even. Can't ask for too much more there. And that Birdall ended up missing his prey. Viper pulls down that summoner now, will pick up this turret, and that means the gold lead shrinks down to next to nothing at this point. Now there's a TP in your right, and Birdall here going to be jumped at by Bin, who was waiting at the soul respawn point. He's going to try to interrupt there on that Mortal Steel, and Knight is here, and we'll pick that up with the Between Worlds and a winning.
And the big thing here now is, well, yeah, one good kill, but LGD don't have a cross map. There's Dragon in 30 seconds. Birdall will be alive for that. Now, BLG might lose the Dragon for that play. We'll see. See whether LGD get a good contest together, but you just use Flash as an ult, so maybe you lose Dragon, but you already have 2 anyway, and you're going to get gold for this. BLG just wanted to get some gold back in their favor, and they have done. They have a gold lead now, actually, for first time pretty much since the level 1, where they got the kill onto Hung's Poppy. Obviously, Shun picked up the shutdown later and ended up getting ahead in gold, but I still think that Hung's had a pretty good game. BLG's still going towards the Dragon. Birdall, he doesn't have roll quest here to teleport, so call me a lie. He doesn't have the roll quest teleport. I forgot that he's running the exhaust. He can't teleport him. Guaranteed 5v4. BLG pick up the Dragon.
Quite late on that roll quest complete. Oh no, because it's complete. It's just on cooldown. Sorry, that's right.
It's just a longer cooldown because if you take the combat summoner and you have top lane roll quest, you have the teleport. It's on cooldown.
That makes sense again. Sorry, misunderstanding of what you were laying down there. Sense. Again, they'll give that one up. Soul point now for BLG. Cloud Soul, pretty strong this game, I think. Sante in particular, Aurora in particular, pretty good with that. Ash always happy to have a little bit more move speed differential. Is now continuing to go towards this Yuntal build that's become increasingly popular again on the Ash, especially since the changes there. That plus the Phantom Dancer plus a Cloud Soul would mean you are really fast on your feet.
Impressive that Knight's been able to even up the gold actually against Tangyuan. He does have a 40 CS lead. That's why, again, we see this Aurora into Rumble, occasionally Hung going behind the back in mid lane, spotted by a ward near Raptors. Gonna go for the wall charge, not sure I love that. Encore hits, the arrow doesn't. Flying into the Poppy goes down. Tungyuan goes forward, has to ult out, the Herald was there, and technically it's now being used as a battle Herald.
Gonna
They
keep
might kill
charging
it
in.
before it charges.
They do manage to get that charge up. Tangyuan now around on the side to land a nasty equalizer, plus the deadly flourish. The resist have all been shredded. On is taken out. Now Knight's in danger, trying to escape with his ult, but is brought down the exhaust enough to make that a 2-kill for LGD advantage there.
Yeah, Crisp ended up getting a big combo, which brought down Knight. Tungyuan, another kill for him. Flash forwards, cleanse, not actually needed. The Harpoon was just short.
I think the Harpoon landed was just immediately cleansed, no?
No,
it was really close.
You would see the Leandri's burn on it. And there was no
true.
Leandri's burn. You can see he's still full HP, so it did in fact miss.
Okay, there you go. Good read on that one. I thought you might have cleansed it off immediately, but have a look at the replay, because literally it starts with Heng going in and not quite getting the wall.
Yeah, the Ash Arrow goes wide. Encore doesn't. One of those CC bits was going to hit. Tungyuan then puts himself really into danger, and I thought, well, that's kind of doomed. Herald charges. So what goes wrong after this? Well, Tungyuan gets a really good combo. On just immediately died. Equalizer then basically just funnels everyone else into the rally edge. That's really good. That's a really, really good. Knight tries to step away from the Equalizer. It's so high damage on a 7-kill Rumble. Can't step backwards into it, so he steps forwards into Rel. As you see here, doesn't actually hit. Don't see Leandri's burn. No damage came through.
And it was a danger zone Harpoon as well, so the resist got really shredded on a level 9 Seraphine who doesn't have that many resist to begin with. You are doing true damage at that point.
Oh, yeah. Nasty stuff. Okay. Right, 2.5 minutes till Dragon. BLG 1,000 gold in the advantage. Of course, they did get the tower push in there, so despite the fact that they lost the extra kill, I think it ended up being 2-for-1 total. The actual trade. BLG pick up the extra map pressure, the extra tower. However, they were in a slight lead last game when they finally got ahead of the game, and then things fell apart. So, say that can't happen again, sadly, for BLG. You'll need to tighten up shop a little bit, really.
Yeah, not to point too many numbers, or paint by numbers too much here, but the numbers for BLG's jungle support aren't exactly looking pretty this game. 3 and 10 combined, as it stands, is not a great showing.
Yeah, and again, like, I don't think there's any one problem point for BLG. I think that jungle support, across the average of their lost games they've had recently, is something I would have expected to do better. But you are playing around different top laners. Your communication is changing right here. They're going to find their jungle once again, completely blasted. Goes in, hugs the wall too far. Poppy blasts them. Ooh. Ult there from Knight, actually, to keep himself alive. That 4th shot was threatening. But once again, Shun and the rest of BLG misjudging the invade into the enemy jungle and being punished for it. And now Baron's like, this is what happened last game, Sam.
It's going to happen all over again. And don't get me wrong, they went in with members. They had Knight behind, but the problem is because you're so far behind, you're just not that tanky. And it becomes problematic. Down that member, didn't burn too much to get that kill. They'll start to burn this one down. BLG are here to contest this time. No late turnaround. 5v4. Gonna throw that arrow, that's a fairly significant one. Equalizer on 2. Hang Flash is waiting just shy. Burnhole threatening with the Mortal Steel Part 3 bin. Down to a 3rd. My God, the damage is strong. He's just not that tanky. Had burned the W. They've lost an additional member. Where is Shun? Coming out of the base, but it's still gonna be 15, 20 seconds away. 4,000 HP. Crisp goes for that mount up there with the Baron. He will die for it. Knight taken. Some members real no. Knight gets the double. Baron secure by the side of LGD, but they're on the retreat, and they're losing every member they care to see. Heng, the sole surviving member right now, is getting TP'd onto, as actually, I take that back, the Rumble from Tangyuan will TP out successfully.
And Sam, Knight just gunned down Shio and Crisp in the same skill shot. They tried to CC him down. Knight may have just saved the game with that. He gets the double kill onto the bot lane as they were trying to CC him into death. That's going to take away a lot of the power of this Baron. The bot lane won't have it, and Dragon's up in 20 seconds. We'll watch this again in the replay. Just keep your eyes on what happens, because Crisp and Shaya think they have the CC combo onto the Aurora, and then watch this just after. Goes very low. I think Bin should have flash all out. I think he makes a mistake there by not doing that. But watch this on the left-hand side. Crisp goes in for the mount up. Tries to get the flash back, the flip back into the Jin W. We won't even get to see that. He basically takes both the heads off. Back into the Dragon. Way more important. This is sold.
So we've got 2 Barons to work. This will be sold for BLG. Got a 1,700 gold lead, but that's about it. Down to 3,000 HP. The Equalizer and the curtain calls there. On and Viper Zone. Well off. And the soul is secured by Shun. He smite. Bin now in danger. Gets the Adrenaline Strike Part 3. Gold to prevent the all-out. There's a stun onto Bin. Who's going to flash and look to drag out the Rumble? He's down. All the while, Bernald's unleashed his spirit briefly, but has to rebind after 4v5 as Knight hunts for something more between worlds. Looks for the 2-fold Hex. Can't quite find what he's looking for. Shun with a very point-blank Bolt Breaker gets the kill on the crisp assistance of Viper. Encore just shy. Bernal again finds his soul and has immediately gunned down as well. Or I suppose bow down, filled with arrows. He's a pincushion in his own jungle.
Yeah, Viper 5-0 now on the Ashe. Been a really good stalwart presence in the team fights. Even when BLG have lost members, this really has been Viper that's been able to put out the damage. And now with the, even with the Baron buff against them, BLG can push in for at least an inhib here.
Xiaoye is sole wave clear alive right now to try and clear up this best they can. Onstal pretty low, didn't quite die to the combo there between Tang Yuan and Xiaoye, which looked pretty dangerous. They'll get the inhibitor turret, but nothing more. But Soul is secured and a significant gold lead.
Hey, BLG, team fight for them there. Bin finally gets a clean fight. I don't think he's had the best game on the Cassante. He's struggled to deal with the crazy amount of damage coming out of Tang Yuan. Rest of the members of LGD. Worth noting, by the way, Knight is somehow against a 9-2 Rumble managed to claim the gold lead again because he has a 50 CS lead in that matchup. Has a 12-stack Medjay. I think Tang Yuan's had a great game on the Rumble, but I think it just goes to show how powerful Aurora is in the draft too. Both these mid laners, I think, have basically just rolled up the sleeves and got to work in the team fight. Some great damage between the two of them. LG do have some big ultimates to throw out now again whenever they wish. Those big ultimates from those bot laners, the engage focus. Come through at any moment.
That could well do. Medjay's 12 stacks for Knight now. Got an arm guard as well. I think they are now at a point where most people are going to be threatened by that. Xiaoye building towards the Infinity Edge, but it's just not there yet. That is proving a little problematic. Did indeed go towards the Lord Doms rather than towards something like the additional move speed of the Ghost Blade this game, worth noting. So it does have a decent amount more damage to the HP stacks. And there are a few of them here for BLG. They'll take up that Scuttle Crab, not really all that much aside from vision control you're getting for it, because of course Elder a ways off really. It is a neutral game for now.
Flash on Rel. One of the most powerful combinations in the game. Flash on anyone's pretty good, but Rel uses it very well. Now if Chris can get a big AoE engage and get Viper and particularly Knight now, sorry, no, it's Knight then particularly Viper. We'll put it around that way. What's red? Infinity Edge. Then I think LGD win a fight. They're 5k down, they are against Soul. Even then, I think that Crisp has the real power to look for the big engage. You've got Birdalt, 1 of 4 currently on the Erne, but still has 2 items, 100% crit, very near to it, 'cause he's got the crit cloak and the shield bow. Even though BLG are ahead, they can lose a fight here. Sam, it is throwable.
Indeed it is. I've also just got Lord of the Rings references going through. I thought Frosty Archer is particularly good. Huh? You brought up Ashe Viper being particularly good.
Oh, okay.
And I just had particularly good. I went to, that one scene about the Salty Port being particularly good.
Not in the side lane here. Doesn't have flash. He has Seekers. He needs to react quick here.
Let's go across the veil. There's that steadfast presence. Don't quite get the charge into the wall and Knight escapes.
That's really important, actually. Turret will go down. If you didn't use that W and then the ult, you would have been close enough to the wall. He hit.
The second turret of the game for LGD, by the way. They've really not managed to get to those structures at all.
I didn't have that flash either. Definitely seen Knight be vulnerable inside lanes. I think BLG, they're not an intelligent enough team currently, right now, to completely judge where they're safe in side lanes. Knight has died in side lanes quite a lot in this recent string of games for BLG. LGD won a game versus BLG in the first game by punishing him on side lanes a little bit, but particularly first round robin, that's how they won against BLG. Knight luckily getting away there, though.
Tang Yuan, on the whole, mechanically on screen, played a pretty good Rumble game, but I'm looking now at the discrepancy. That used to be only 5-10 CS, it was clean enough, but I think Tang Yuan's been grouping very heavily with the squad, and Knight has nearly got a flame horizon now in this mid lane.
And again, this is why when we talk about the Rumble Aurora, yeah, back in the day, oh, hang on, on towards the tongue. Ashe does damage, man.
Oh, yeah, she's hit the point where she just gets to run at people, and again, it's just a dead man's plate. You're not that tanky. As for the weirding, the heal required from Chris to give Heng the additional move speed to escape.
Well, yeah, if they killed him, that would have been him dead for the Baron spawn. It's worth going for it. And going over the wall, can we stop anything before the recalls come back? No. BLG will push in, get some vision into the enemy jungle. As we said, Baron spawning, Elder a minute after that. BLG might look to rush Dragon. They may well do that. Viper, great angle from him. He's really setting himself up for a player of the game here, Seth.
I'm also just looking at Xiaoye here, still not at the Infinity Edge. He's got all the components, but really needs that completed ASAP. The problem is Baron being up means you're going to struggle to disappear too far. Again, at least as the Jhin, you're going to afford to get halfway back and then play with your W and R.
Yeah, he's recalling now. He'll have Infinity Edge out of base. There you go. So 3 items for Xiaoye. He is down 3,000 gold, but Infinity Edge on Jhin is still Infinity Edge on Jhin. He has full damage items. No rapid fire camp, Storm Razor, LDR, and the Infinity Edge. Knight is on vision here. LGD look for a big play. I guess if they can get in range for a Flash Rel combo, they'd love it. they actually get the damage in the right place. They're still on Vision BLG. That control ward is baiting them a bit.
Yeah, again, one of those problems with the map change means the control wards have to be a little deeper into the bush than you think, because the far end of that bush can be just out of range of control ward. Baron started.
Yeah, the Asher is back up, pushing in mid lane. LGD get an auto on that. Ben trying to play blocker.
Get some good damage there as Bin does do a decent W to escape briefly. Gets a bit stacked. There's an arrow landing on the Veldor battle through with the rebinding of his soul. Knight on a flank angle, looking to potentially come across him. Remember that Cloudstorm makes things tricky to keep his verdict well wide. 3,000 HP, the Equalizer, and the Encore comes on down. Shun picks up the Baron. Bin going to try and footwork over to escape and does so. The curtains get called, and Shun body blocks well, but quite well enough to stop that last shot. As Bin doesn't fall to it though.
Yeah, that was weirdly a blast gun interaction. Looks like Elder Dragon is alive, by the way. The Baron took so long to go down in that dance. The Elder is alive. Now, if LGD can bring BLG to the Baron, I mean, they're still really happy about this. The problem is, they have used their ultimate, Sam. They have a Fate Sealed and they have Chris Combo, but they don't have the Equalizer. BLG should get the Baron and the Elder off this because too many cooldowns were used by LGD.
Tangyuan just killed off the Grub. I think he'll have Shadow Flame on reset, so that's what he's going back for. We'll look to TP back out. Aurora's left mid lane. No one started the Elder as yet. It's a BLG going through this LGD red side jungle, and just look at where LGD are. I think they think there's an angle here.
Well, they know they're on Vision. There's a Sweeper of the wall. Shin has GA.
Cross the veil between worlds. Crisp escaping with the Ferromancy crashed out, but unfortunately the rest of LGD are just crashing out. In fact, it's just a straight up crash. They get totaled in their jungle, losing their jungler, and now they're spinning this car with, I suppose, 4 wheels. It's a 5-wheel car this time around.
BLG still have Asher coming up in 5 seconds. They have themselves the Baron. They haven't needed to take the Elder, Sam. They can just walk in with the minion buff and look at the end.
Tangyuan gets cleansed out of that enchanted crystalline arrow, so doesn't really lead to very much of a fairy tale ending for BLG, and they'll have to look to do this again.
Yeah, so Knight also 16 stacks on the Magi's. Now he is getting increasingly closer. Huh?
That's when I was just agreeing with you. I don't know why I said it like that. I just did.
I thought you said something.
No, I wasn't
speaking in demonic tongues. Elder's going down. BLG really want this.
Into the river we go for the Elder Dragon. This beast of legend coming on down. I don't know if it counts as an Elder God, but perhaps it'll do just fine. Down to 2,000 HP, and BLG are more than mighty enough to slay it.
Then walking up does have the Cloud Soul. He could chase him down here. They have the Elder. Birdo might be in trouble here.
Yeah, the Keeper's Verdict's going to get spun up. The Encore flash to extend. He's unbound his soul, and it stays unbound. He is astral walking, astral projecting into the next life.
The Birdle's Yone not as successful as the Olaf in game 1. 1 and 5. BLG a better performance than the first game, but then again, it kind of needed to be, Sam.
That it did. The Nexus turret's under siege. Xiaoyu using the opportunity to wave clear best he can. BLG smell the game 2 victory. They smell a 3rd game in this series. If only they can finish what they started. Elder still working between worlds from Knight. They don't have much of a wave to work with as Viper steps forward aggressively. He's got the GA and the flash in to bring down Xiaoyu. The GA is brought, but I think Viper's done all the hard work. There's the Keeper's Bird. Equalizer behind, but Viper's still standing and delivering. And brings down a few more heads. The Queen of the Freljord decides to do it herself.
Well, yeah, I think we found a player of the game, folks. I think we found it. Viper was done with this nonsense. Game 2 goes to BLG, and we'll be going to a 3rd and deciding game.
That was a much better showing from BLG. Early on, looked a bit scary. We saw what LGD were kind of doing in those skirmishes, but it felt like the LGD weren't getting the objective stacking. They weren't actually getting that much value in the side lanes. We saw all of that grouping up was all well and good, but when it started leading to Knight getting 70, 80, 90 CS leads, Viper playing a very clean game on the actually only unkilled member on his team.
Yeah, I think Viper's having a pretty good series. I don't think this game has been his fault. I think Caitlyn, he barely put a foot wrong. I don't think that game was on him. This Ashe game was exceptional. Good presence in terms of team fights. You would have thought with that wombo combo kind of team fight, he would have died at some. No, ends up being completely death right up until the end. Yeah, I think that, Knight, good Aurora game. Good play from him. I think that On had an okay couple of encores. Look, now I know that, someone in chat saying, oh, much better showing, only Viper. No, game 1 wasn't good. It was a much better showing. I think that Bin struggled a little bit to be the front line. I think that he definitely had some issues. It is still a better showing. They were much better at approaching objectives. They didn't give LGD easy starts on the Dragon. As an overall unit, BLG was still better than game 1. If you're going to say this was a worse game than game 1, I'd love to know your logic, because I do disagree.
Yeah, exactly. And again, it's still significant, movements in particular those late stages. I think Bin looked better on the whole. Again, Shun and On, particularly Shun, wasn't really synced up. And I think part of it is because they fell behind a little early. The usual plays which they'd be fine doing, you know, going as 2-3 into the enemy jungle, got a bit messy.
Trying to see what thing in chat. Wait, someone put 100,000 points on LGD in the channel? What the hell? Well, enjoy your points, BLG fans. I guess,
Yeah. Torda, you go. Oh, politician of dreams from Persona 5.
Yeah. Knight with the weak, great laning, but weak side and team fighting. He got that double kill around Baron. It's really big for him. He didn't really die that much in the team fights. Good for him. His playmaking was pretty good. It wasn't like his best Aurora game, but I think that Knight had a pretty solid game on the whole.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I guess we'll take a break and wait for game 3. Cool.
I'm gonna go get myself a refresh on the tea and.
Right. I might tap out for game 3, Sam. I'm just watching my wasting my energy. 5 games deep. Game there. You okay to the last
Yeah,
game?
that's fine.
Okay. Appreciate you, mate.
Not a problem.
Right, I'll look after the break here for a little bit.
Sure.
And we'll,
I'll
leave
get
it.
this.
No surprises, Viper player of the game, though. Yeah, Viper was just like taking that game in their hands. Really, really good game from Viper. Absolutely deserved MVP. For game 2, no surprise stuff from. That's it. Bin still look bad this game. Yeah, Bin wasn't great. I mean, I know that he's taking a break, but yeah, it wasn't fantastic from him. Okay, did we put on an outbreak? We did put on an outbreak. All right, folks. Like I said, I'm just going to tap out myself for this last game because I'm just aware it's a really long week. Presumably, I've got to do the early start tomorrow as well. So yeah, so I'm going to tap out for this one so I get a little bit more time to rest my voice a little bit. Then we'll take you through. Okay, folks, I'll see you tomorrow then, folks, and Sam will be here. So.
上京东搜“京东电竞直播”，赢游戏键鼠和万元红包雨。
京东。
哇，这个老鸡巴走位怎么这么丝滑？有后轮转向，走位就是这么丝滑喽。海豹08标配100万级后轮转向和双枪空选，架控随心所欲，走位够灵，稳住就行。
You say you've got a story to tell, so tell it to me now. You say you've got something to say, say it to me now. Let me hear you. Let me hear you. Hey, yeah. Let me hear you. Let me hear you. Tell it to me now. Tell it to me now. Testify tonight. Tell your story, feel glory tonight. Ooh, testify tonight.
Oh, Alex muted. What? Thank you for telling me that. I was just saying hello to Kitty. Seeing how Athena was finding about the game. So I actually hopped in. We had a whole conversation, which I thought you guys heard. Al had scrolled up on the OBS, so I couldn't see that the mic was muted. It's very annoying. I just don't mute the mic that much, to be honest, after that. At least the moments like that. But Athena was just saying she agreed with herself and Alex's take on Bin. Kind of been a bit underwhelming, though. Birdle perhaps not the player necessarily to punish him for the highest extent. Although I will say I think Birdle's been playing better than most lately. Though largely I agree. Has Bin looking good? No. That's the answer, no. He's not especially. Don't know what to tell you that. How are we doing over on YouTube? Having fun over there? Depends if you're talking about his looks or his gameplay. Ah, of course, Navi. No surprise there with a little bit of the fangirl there. Always good to see you. For those of you who are big fans of the LPL and or LEC fan art, please do make sure to follow Nymaera on Twitter. Always put up good work and translation up there. We send a lot of love over their way for their incredible contribution to the community in general, and a regular here in chat, so we do say hello when they turn up. But they are a worthy follow on your social media. Apparently only played like 2 solo queue games during his break. Fair enough. I think, honestly, he clearly needed a little bit of a decompress. I don't blame him. Especially because, you know, Bin is a trash talker at heart. And when it goes wrong pretty poorly then. In the realms of social media and beyond. Last little note here as well. As you may note, we're trying to push for Partner Plus level 1. We're over halfway there here in August. And we're very, very close to taking that over to Partner Plus with Eureka. We need that for a couple months, but we need to start somewhere. So, folks, if you would like to subscribe at Tier 1, 2, or 3 with a regular sub, fortunately, Prime subs and gift subs don't count, then that would actually really help us get more money out of our subs, which would be great, frankly. We get more sustainability out of Twitch. So if you're considering subscribing, either consider upping yourself to a Tier 2 or Tier 3, which would be incredibly beneficial. Thank you for those of you that do. And thank you very much, of course, for those of you who choose to sub in general. It does go to helping myself and Alex make this a lot more of a viable financial option. To be fair, Amber, I'm going to somewhat agree with Soikrom here in that it's this sense. So there is a conversation you will have with a lot of musicians that goes along, particularly ones that play in orchestra or that kind of level, that basically for every day you take off from practicing your instrument, you're going to need a day to get back to where you were. If you take a month off playing, you'll need a month of practice to kind of get all those skills and stuff back. It is remarkable how quickly some of the little bits of muscle memory take a little bit of honing up. It's not like he's going to suddenly forget how to play League entirely, but it's that last 10% which really makes you a pro that is actually quite a lot of hard work to maintain. So it's not like he can't ride a bike anymore. But would you expect him to go to a Red Bull BMX challenge down through the streets of Sao Paulo with like off corrugated iron roofs type thing? Probably not. But again, I hear the point, and you're not wrong entirely. Like, again, we expect a certain level, even if it is a certain amount of rust to wash off. But again, if he's only played a couple solo queue games, my impression is it's going to take a couple weeks for Ben to really get back into the swing of things. Yeah, I'm sure Reckless has. Again, I took this from the the perspective of a pro musician, which I think is not a dissimilar idea of very constant repetition at a very intricate art, that actually the general conversation from people like flautists, for example, or oboists, particularly if you've got a lip, if you need to keep your lip, which as the term is for things like trumpet, for things like reed instruments, it's a big one. It's a big one, because again, it just takes a little bit of work to bring that back sometimes. Okay, Syndra first pick for BLG, likely going the way of Knight, but of course it is Viper, theoretically, being able to pick that one up. LGD just saying, right, screw it. We're Callista Renata-ing. Is that the term for it, Ambush? Huh. Huh, there you go. Use the saxophone. It probably is the right term, to be honest. My assumption is that it is the correct term. Pantheon was banned out, remember, alongside the Poppy quite regularly against BLG. I think it was in game 1. They'll get the Pantheon this time around, though. So global threat from Shen, who's always been an excellent Pantheon, to be fair, has fallen away from the Pantheon of junglers, particularly in terms of the ones you pick earlier on, especially in favor of things like the Spy or the Jarvan or the Theory, but has started to come back again a little bit, especially for teams who are wanting to play the map a little wider. Yorick being considered for Birdle allows you to play through that Callista Renata. It's a good split push. Plays well into the Jace, who doesn't enjoy dealing with the ghouls. Also, Dark Procession is kind of annoying. Likely means that Bin's going to have to Storm Raiders here, I think, in this matchup. Ambosha. That would make sense. Thank you, Doc Shamrock. I mean, I'm assuming it's a French term to be like Ambosha. Probably like that. Again, my French accent is a little bit caricature, but it is somewhere around there. Apologies to the Blue Wall and to the Beehive as well, Vitality. But I'm assuming it's more that way. Love your French accent. There we go. There you go. To be fair, I did have... Side note, I was doing a charity Final Fantasy 14 playthrough, which I will be picking up again fairly shortly. I was tasked to do the voice of one of the NPCs, and as though it was a drunk Frenchman. Quite good fun. But I did it well enough that my Parisian, well, my friend who's actually tax, so for those of you who know Jack, has been around London, but is strictly... And let's get rid of these Who Your ads. Also spent a large amount of their time in Paris and is French by blood and speaks fluent French, etc., etc. Went, wow, that's actually alarmingly good, so got that one. Freg throwing out some shade in chat. I see you there. So, second phase of bans. Skarner trundle away from hanging there, looking for a potential denial on some of those tankier options, I guess. The Nico and the Lulu away from on. Maokai locked in. Okay, been a while since we've seen it, but it is good with the Renata ult. Don't have the Yone to pair with it, which would have been nice. Can pick up something else that can slam into that Maokai ult, get some value. It's pretty strong. Maybe it's the Jace bot flex. I mean, maybe, to be fair. It is BLG. In fact, there's the Corki being hovered right now. Can be a little bit better into things like the Maokai being able to jump out of things like the cage as well of the Yorick. Felt pretty good in recent patches. Corki right back to where they were. Corki Nami even. Well, well, well. Nami really hasn't been seen all that much of, but can be pretty good disengage into Callista. Can be pretty good disengage into Maokai. What are we pairing this up with? Can sort of gravity field on the Maokai route to look to play that way. Very good kite back. LeBlanc will give you earlier playmaking, but you're very 1-2 item spiking. Very 1-2 item spiking. Well, BLG outrange, I think, on the whole, with the Syndra, with the Corki Rockets, with the Jace, even the Comet Spears from the Pantheon additional bits of poke there. And they got decent pick between Syndra and Pantheon in particular. You can follow that up with an Aqua Prison or a Tidal Wave. So in that sense, good pick. Can play towards the Jason side lane. Decent outrange. they are going to run into the issue that the 5v5s can be quite tricky, especially if LGD are in the river first. Between Hostile Takeover, Twisted Advance, Nature's Grasp, rather. Fate's Call, Dark Procession. Lots of anti-choke point, slow-rolling zone control. Though, again, they will have run into the issue that they've gone for the Kalista, they've gone for the LeBlanc. They want those first couple items, those early levels, to be aggressive snowballing. Yes, Kalista does have that kind of second wind somewhat, where she kind of converts into a sort of bruiser-ish type champion with the Jack Show at 4 items, but you got to get there, and it's still not necessarily going to be the same value as, like, 8-game Sivir, etc., etc., etc. So we shall see. LGD wanting to play through good team fight and river control and the early snowball. BLG, much more about the range, much more about the pick, much more about the art range. Whether they can make it work, if they can survive the early stages, then LGD might just run out of gas. The mid game is exactly poor here from BLG, either with the likes of that Corki, with the likes of that Pantheon. But to the Rift we go for the final time today. Strong Giles in general from the crowd. Viperen on. Not saying that way, just did. Trading with Xiaoya and Crisp. Xiaoya running bangs Kalista skin. Who's always a bit of a hot topic, right? People like Prey, people like Ruler were saying, well, maybe it should be us. But Bang got there first, and he was an excellent Kalista. I remember at the time, there was a discussion about the best Kalistas in the world. Bang was in that conversation. And I think as time went on, people went, yeah, no, Bang, deserving of it. Kalista, so iconic for so many years. And since her release, really did fall off sort of as 23, I think, kind of moved on. Was a little surprised not to see so much of her, as that Sentinel didn't quite catch out the Pantheon coming down here. And now I think LGD are a little overshoved. Flash, Shield Bolt, Exhaust, a handshake, and Xiaoya flashes, but the slows make things tricky. Aqua Prism from the Flash. Billy Gaming ensure that Xiaoya will not be passing go and does not have a get-out-of-jail-free card. That's crazy. Level 2 all sums gone. Yep. And I think that's going to favor BLG. Got a bit more sustain down there. And I think the Kalista without the flash is very vulnerable. Again, it'll be true for Heng getting down there too. I think the Corki, particularly if they do get towards things, make them a little bit tankier again, like early Steel Cap's got the Doran's Helm. Be quite annoying, I think, here. Kalista needs to play aggressively. Gonna struggle to do that one here. My memory says that Heng always did have a pocket Maokai as an option to him. How much success they found with it, but it was certainly something they were forcing before. That's a good morning miss there on Sabin. Goes to the skies, gets the knock away. Got to run away there. Has indeed gone for Storm Raiders, so she'll be able to speed their way out. Whee! Shown his back bot side. LGD, perhaps a little wary of that again. Have played a decent series, honestly. I think the early game 2 was really strong, but just failed to get a lot of value later as the game went on. Didn't stack the objectives quite right and ran into issues of over-grouping, frankly. The way I want to phrase it. Bit of old damage there. Decent damage again. Shun. Xiaoye. Again, a little while into these summons. Oh, Shun's really behind them now. Oh boy, you need to be very careful here. Into the river they go, and I think Shun now will spend. I think he's overspent his time down here. Yeah, they've got an idea. They're going to look for the skirmish now, but I think that's actually got Xiaoye and Chris out of what could be a very dangerous scenario. Are down the flashes. Tang Yuan on the flank, on in danger here, but they just have the summons. That's a lot of damage on the Tang Yuan. Has to go back over to his clone. Dragon secured by the Maokai and the Callista combo, but the scatter is disgusting. They've got a bailout, but Xiaoye can't find it. And Shun gets a double. Oh dear. Topside Birdle also seeing the accelerated shock blast. Does have enough healing here, I think, with the Doran's shield and a pot to be okay. But still, lordy lord. Not a great time. Back to this replay. Tang Yuan goes over, immediately gets shield vaulted and forced to pop back over. They get the dragon partly because of it, but at this point the skirmish is always going to be challenging. Heng goes in with the twisted advance, flashes out, but the problem is the bot lane still have no summoners. And heals. The bailouts aside, still not enough. They do end up fumbling there in the grand scheme of things. Of a play around here. Stalling out briefly. BLG up 1,200 gold now. Tim pretty much everywhere you care to see it. Shun 201 on 102. Much better from them actually in the early stages here as well. They've gotten the early lead. They're not falling behind. We're not at that 0-10 kind of break point that we were seeing that last game that felt a bit underwhelming, I think it's fair to say. Force of will. Briefly used as Knight hits this turret. There's that force of will down. Tang Yuan goes in with the dissonance. Grand Starfall top lane. Birdle thought he had been trapped in a dark procession. Now he finds himself on a 1v2. Gonna clear up this wave best he can. Has got a flash. He's gonna try and get his way out under the turret, but instead gets flash shield vaulted, and so there's no real way out and does fall. And that means the maiden will die as well. Shun gets a third for the game. Did have to flash to get it, and again, Bin and Shun a little low here. Tang Yuan gets hit by the shotgun scatter. Needs to mimic distortion out. Shun shield vaulting on top of Heng. Trying to fight over these grubs. Heng left a little low. Will try to find some way out with that Nature's Grasp. Not quite hit by the flash Aqua Prison. Lose the grubs though, and does have to burn the ult to escape. I appreciate the attempt there from on. That was a close run thing. Grub secured. Feels nice to deny that from the Yorick and give it over instead to the likes of Bin. 2 for 1, I believe, at that point. LGD, of course, to get the early dragon. Came at the cost of their bot lane dying, of course, though, as we noted. Heng now on a retreat path. has managed to pick up a lot of extra CS because Shun's been real active. That said, Shun's got a lot of his camps up. Heng doesn't really as it stands, so I think Shun should be able to make that more like a 10 CS discrepancy rather than 15 to 20 it is right now. Maokai got one, yes. 2 to 1 for BLG in the grubs, just to clarify. Bit of trading the mid lane. Not all that exciting, it must be said, but there you go, it's done. Tanguin going to be forced into a tricky position there. Forced to back away just a little bit. Damage is pretty good there onto Heng, who's been aqua prison. Tidal wave from On. The scatter, the hostile takeover, makes Shun a little angry, but On is able to run away. Now Viper's managed to Valkyrie in. The force of will of his shot, he's been exhausted. Means he's hopping with a lot more exertion than he normally was, and that little bit of tedium. And drag will help drag him down. 0 and 3 now on this Kalista. It ain't working right now. BLG snowball a little more. Tanguin does dodge out on that scatter. Excuse my voice crack there. Ahem, ahem. Bit of a play topside there. Stun. Maybe a look on this top side, in fact, as Heng is around. But again, I think it would be a hard-run thing. This Maokai, really in particular from Heng, I've been having a great time here in this game. I think, unfortunately, they've gone for this mid-game spike, and they've instead been spiked in turn. Try and find some turnaround here. This bot lane in particular, oh dear, it's just from that early levels, once the Pantheon got involved, made things so challenging for them. We'll play around and stealing on that blue buff. Successfully done there by BLG. Slowed down a little bit here between the objectives. Wonder whether we'll see someone overforce their hand. Not yet. Bit of fight in here in that top side of the map. Bit of a top mid lane play. Xiaoye chunked out again. That's a bit rough. Oof. Bit of a play now onto On, who's caught within that dark procession. Shun over the wall, doesn't need to go over. Herald's up. It feels like maybe this is the point in the game where LGD might have an angle, especially as On's being run up by those ghouls. Trying to heal themselves up. That was a bit much. Skull grab picked up. Tang Yuan roaming up the river. He's all right. As they say, not even close pick. Back towards the Herald. LGD still got 0 kills, 0 turrets, the 1 dragon to their name and their 1 Grom to their name. So not completely out of it in that sense, but still 3,500 gold as a comp that wanted to spike on 1 item. Tang Yuan's not found all that much, down 10 CS plus to the Syndra. Heng again, 0-0-0, survived, but not found that much impact. Got a little bit of a lead early on in the CS, but Shun's managed to back that up and catch up himself. Is now level 11. And 3-0 and 2. Heng can probably go try and steal away these Raptors again. With the Bramble Smash in particular, it can be very annoying to stop the Maokai from stealing camps. The Liandry's first strike build for all the burn. Third all. Knight scatters. Sees the ward come down. Will run away here. Decent rate of stacking too. 78 out of the 120 odd, I believe it is. You need to get every upgrade. Dragon will get picked up by LGD. But again, because BLG managed to delay that stacking, they're not too worried about that. I think they'd rather play the first turret at this point. It's only second dragon. And again, Kallistikov has failed to play around objective. Kind of feels bad. Raptor's going to be traded from the earlier steal. Red buff's also about to spawn, so I think BLG might just turn this into a bigger chunk. Oh my god, Xiaoye loses a third again of his HP bar as Viper hits him with the Frost Bomb Big One combo. 100 is all abilities, 120 is a 15% AP, right? Yes. 100's the execute, 120 is the mini death cap. I believe it's that way around. Grand Starfall, Birdle flashes away from the scatter, but not from the flash shield vault. Heng and Crisp coming over. There is a potential turnaround here as the healer's around. Does escape. Quite a little dicey. Viper will clear out that control ward. Costs Shun his flash. It's traded for Birdle, so probably not the end of the world. TP behind. Birdle's quite low. Remember, doesn't have his flash. I think Knight's just got this. Flash for the scatter. Doesn't even need it. Lands it through the dark procession to the skies. There'll still be a thundering blow. And I think Birdle will get run down by the hypercharger eventually. And indeed is brought low. Where, oh, where is our next big fight? A question for the ages, perhaps? Bit of a play around this mid lane turret. BLG should pick that one up. 20 seconds until Baron. I don't think we're early Baroning this game, guys. BLG about to pick up a lot of gold. And indeed do. Dragon up in a minute. The next protocol, I believe. Herald summoned in mid lane. Gonna come charging on through. No outer turret to claim with it, so sort of just really for some priority. And a Herald charge in the mid lane does come on down. They're playing on the live patch. I believe we're on 26-16. 26-16. We definitely update a lot faster than we used to. Hang on, what happened to my volume there? Gone. Come back. Found it again. There comes the Nature's Grasp, Peng in danger. Force of Will, Tidal Wave forces a backstep, and that means the Scout of the Week is easy as you like to land. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. And the tree falls the first time this game. Get that just a little bit. There we go. BLG just making this one look much more easy. First two games were scrappy, weren't particularly convincing. This has been pretty straightforward. Ben's got the lead. Shun and Knight are all over this map. On's also had a great Nami game, and if Nami's coming back into meta, On is very happy. Him and Mako were by far the best Namis in the league. The Nature's Grasp to try and disengage is well enough, but again, because of where the Tidal Wave was, literally there was nowhere for Heng to go. He was going to have to stop there, which meant he couldn't escape the scatter. There was literally nowhere for that tree to go at that point. Bot lane got rolled too. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you drafted round one Kalista Renata to go 0 and 4 as a duo. Like, that just ain't it. It just ain't it. Don't really know what you can do at that point aside from go, well, sucks to be us, I guess. Knight on the flank behind. Hello, Cheyenne Chris. The scatter's on two to the skies. And Crisp is feeling a little bit wilted. That ain't Crisp lettuce, folks. Been left in the fridge a bit too long. Or perhaps the mid lane. Wrap it up. It's formalities at this point. 8,500 gold to BLG. Baron at 23. Make it 24 minutes. LGD yet to find a single kill with the mid-game skirmish comp. LeBlanc, Kalista, Renata, none of them have done anything this game. The Maokai similarly feeling absent, feeling hounded from the early levels. Shun in particular, great start on the Pantheon to make the most of the bot lane overshot. But with the summoners gone bot, they tried for an early dragon regardless, lost 2 kills. And for that point, LGD, they've just not done anything. Nearly at Voltaic for Bin. It's got 2 items already. Don't get confused by the fact that Muramana does default these days to the left-hand side or the far end of the inventories. Viper as well as at 3 items. Don't get baited there by the fact they're all stacked together. Bit of a spectator change over this last patch. Not sure whether that's a bug or a new intended thing. I think it's probably a bug. I think it's where the tier used to be, and then when it gets completed, it gets weird. And it's supposed to be sort of done in item gold value. Heng with a flank angle here with the Nature's Grasp. Does catch on, but he'll McHale's himself to get out. Body blocks the rest of the team as a result. Shun now shoving in mid. Again, he's the one with the global. Does get smited and shoved back under the turret. Will shield vault out. The scatter in and the tree is felled real swift. Who needs a lumberjack where you can hit with a shot blast instead? And maybe some dark spheres. Xiaoye flashes away. The hostile takeover is there, and I think that will likely be the death of Viper. It does indeed require the loyalty program, but the damage is done. The star is there. There's a bailout. It will not save Crisp. He will burn out his drugs. Not enough to keep him from eventually fading. It's hospice care. It's not a cure. To the Nexus and turrets instead, he goes in. Hijacks the Maiden of the Mist with the force of will. Tang Yuan gets back to his fountain, but dies regardless. The mirror image winces as the main body of LeBlanc is felled for the 2nd time this game. Nexus turret 1 goes down. The wave is still here. They don't care about the inhibitor turret in mid. That'll fall down to the weight of minions itself. Respawns are coming through. Xiaoye will nearly be back up. 5 seconds on Crisp. They need to clear this wave and do so fast, but the Hypercharger is just so much damage from the Jace alongside the rest of the squad. Inhibitor number 2 falls. BLG won't look for the Nexus itself and call that enough damage. 2 inhibitors alongside both Nexus turrets looks real nasty. $507 for Knight. 5,000 gold up. He's got a 20-stack Magi's, because of course he does. It's Knight. The rest of this series has felt a lot more contested. This one hasn't. Woodlin, sorry, in chat, with the very aptly named winnable. I agree. This is perhaps, as we say here in the Nymaera channel, throwable. BLG have been known to be bad late game for a while, so maybe. And perhaps that strikes true, but with double Nexus turrets down, surely it's just a matter of walking in. Here's the Grand Starfall. Heng was looking for the flank and won't be given the opportunity to do the hostile takeover. Kind of sucks. Out comes the tidal wave. And Billy Gaming are done with this one. Xiaoye melted again. Shun with a load of spears in him, but there's no one to rend them. There's a dark procession, but there's a scatter the weak. The snowballs look like they're packed with ice. That ain't exactly fair or sportsmanlike. Shun loses his GA. They are running after Bernal to pad some stats. Bin gets a kill. Shun shield vaults and flashes, and Heng will try and get some sap magic, but I think the magic in the forests ain't the same as a man who would defy the gods from Targon. A mountain to climb for LGD, and they just didn't have the tools. In the end, it's a 2-1 series. BLG fell LGD. Play with their food on the fountain for a second or two longer, but that last game in particular was the BLG perhaps fans who don't watch super regularly would have come to expect. The upper ceiling of a squad that doesn't really just snowball, doesn't just aim to win, they aim to traumatize, to quote Perks from back in the day. Lord or lordy, they can do quite a lot of work when given the opportunity. Games 1 and 2, though, not exactly the same experience.
让我们恭喜 BLG 2-1拿下了本场 BO3 的胜利啊！我看到
We'll have a listen in
已经在
to
这里
Shun, who'll be getting interviewed by
接受
Christine.
采访了，欢迎，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 BLG 打野勋。
我们现场的观众们，让他们感受一下我们的热情，好不好？恭喜 BLG！ 哇，今天的这3局其实是打满了嘛，所以勋觉得整体打下来，自己和团队的发挥怎么样？
可能一开始打的就并不理想嘛，然后后面手热起来打得好很多了。
那今天的对手老干爹在此前收获了一波3连胜，能感受到他们最近的状态是有进步的。所以赛前有没有看一下他们的比赛，做一些针对性的调整？这样。
因为平常日常就会看嘛，然后我觉得他们的整体联动做得特别好，然后打起来的话，我觉得以控制线为主的话会比较好赢一点。
来到了第2局呢，就是 BLG 开始逆转局势了。首先你们在野区设计了一波入侵和进攻，你成功拿到了1血。你会觉得这一波大家的思路是怎样的？想达到怎样的效果？
就因为当时其实已经攻得好了嘛，然后因为其实进野区也是为了防止他不进我野区吧，然后进的话没想到。他在这里徘徊，然后刚好顺其自然把他杀的，还挺舒服的。
我想到勋说的这个最好的防守就是进攻，直接拿下了1血，带起了节奏。那其实可以看到第2局老干爹他们在前中期打得非常主动，获得了很多人头的优势。可以看到经济是并没有拉开太大的差距的原因之一就是你的速龙节奏非常关键。所以在第2局团队整体的局面稍有劣势的情况下，你是需要做到哪些任务呢？
其实第2局主要还是玩的有点送吧，本来是能很快的结束了，然后送太多了，导致游戏看起来会比较劣吧，但其实打起来是好赢的。
打起来就不得不提到中后期的团战，我们看到 BLG 来到了团战段的发挥真的是无懈可击了。你会觉得从哪一波开始，胜利的天平就会向你们倾倒？因为我们看到了很多大龙的处理也很关键，还有龙魂团你的惩戒都非常稳。
因为整体来说的话，我们阵容是比对面好很多的，加上拿到龙魂就特别好赢。
来到了决胜局，能够感受到团队真是太稳了。可以看到你的潘森在下路3级就抓下，帮助队伍拿下了人头之后呢，其实我刚才看到有个细节，那一波你在草丛里蹲着，本来是想要抓一下对面的下路双人组，但是他们选择上去河道，当时你在想什么？
上去河道
啊，对，就是因为在第1条小龙的处理和碰撞，在这种情况下，你觉得潘森应该怎么样跟队友一起配合？
因为其实我的野怪时间比较长嘛，然后看他们下路其实是会想抓我们下路的，配合一下应该还可以，但是发现他们突然跑了，我感觉在打龙，所以过去赶紧看一下。
在那一波龙你拿到了双杀，整个大家的节奏都已经飞起了，可以感受到在决胜局 BLG 对于胜利的渴望是非常稳健的。你会觉得今天的这个 BO3 打下来有没有什么可以收获的经验，能帮助你们在后续更好的成长？
整体来说的话，其实没有太多的变化吧，然后就大家休息好好打比赛就行。
那最后一个问题，同样这一局打下来之后没有变化的是 BLG 依旧在登峰组的榜首。同样呢，在接下来的2场比赛也非常关键，大家都想在常规赛、组内赛收官的时候争取一个前2，特别是榜首的位置。对于接下来的2场比赛，勋有怎样的信心呢？
没什么太多感受吧，因为经常打嘛，然后就打出个精彩比赛就行了。
好，感谢勋来到我们的赛后采访席，谢谢你的分享，也期待 BLG 在之后打得越来越好。好的，我们现场的观众朋友们也是把掌声送给了勋选手，也给 BLG 加油。本场的赛后采访到此先告一段落，接下来让我们把画面交还给解说席。
Well, there you have it, folks. BLG made to work for it somewhat, but they are there. Have a look at who the MVP of the series is. My assumption we'll see who the MVP is. Let me come and say hello to you guys a bit more regularly here as well. Oh, Thank you for the follow, by the way, Tarinka. Guys, if you haven't hit that follow button yet, please do so. YouTubers, if you haven't hit, comment, like, subscribe, all the good things. Help us grow that channel. It means a huge deal. I see you all over there. Thanks, everyone, for coming and tuning in. Bang was insane on Kalista for sure. Yeah, I agree, Al. Once upon a time. Really made his name on that champion. There was a kind of debate at the time about whether Bang was the one who should really have had the Kalista skin at Worlds, etc., etc. He claimed it, but like, what about Prey? What about... Uzi was playing it pretty well at the time. Who else am I thinking of? Ruler. I think at this point we're starting to come up with it as well. But Bang really was very special on that one. Thanks, everyone, for coming on in. Appreciate everyone here for being here. Is that GG? Indeed, it kind of was. It's just been a bit done, hasn't it? Oh, it'll be, I'm assuming... Probably Viper was the most consistent member across the series. It'll be Knight as MVP for this game, or Shun. Possibly Shun, actually. Shun got a lot done. Probably Shun MVP for this game, and then Viper for the series, I think. I think would be my suspicion. Quick look at all these various cool moments. We'll wait on MVP and call it there. I'm going to try and rest my voice a little bit because I've obviously got a fairly long shift at Marvel this evening. Knight is player of the game. Not a surprise. Knight as player of the match. I mean, he had a good Rise game. To be fair to him, the Aurora is pretty solid as well. I think I would have leaned towards Viper personally, but so be it. Never going to be too mad about Viper, about Knight doing well. But random chat message, but after stream, please check emails. Okay. I will ask Alex to check that out. That's absolutely fine. Copy that argument. What? Do me a favor. DM myself or Alex on Discord as well. So we've got that there, but I will make sure to pass that over as well. That's absolutely fine. Always down to hear about cool casting opportunities. We have a business email for a reason. All right, folks. Thank you very much for coming and tuning in. I am going to call it here because my voice needs some rest. I'm back on for some Marvel Rivals at like 6:30 this evening. So I've got like an hour off. So I'm going to go walk around, get some lunch, all that kind of stuff. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Bye-bye for now. Let's see if we can find someone to raid you over to. Do I have that power here? Mod for you. There we go. But YouTube, you're going to